what you should do as a president if you're talking about uniting the nation, is taking sides in a controversial topic. So that I disagree with. Anyhow, I do want to let me make sure I get my connection is a bit unstable here. I want to make sure I get it on Wi-Fi for TikTok. Like I said, I know a lot of you folks are going to disagree with that. I mean, I don't see what is the point of President Trump dragging Daniel Penny around the football games other than basically say, I'm with him. I side with the decision he made. Screw those who disagreed, which, as I stated, that is a divisive thing to do. And I'm sure Trump will be criticized come Monday on all of the left wing programs. Probably already is being criticized on MSNBC, The View on Monday. He will be criticized for that. I don't know why he did it other than to be divisive as usual. Looking in the comments, though, it's the right thing. Good people need to be appreciated. Businessman, 2024, you realize how many people do what Daniel Penny did every day? How many people use their firearms in acts of self-defense? How many people do, commit acts of kindness and they'll never be invited to a national football game by the president? And I would submit to you, people go much further beyond what Daniel Penny did. Because many would suggest that Daniel Penny actually never put his hands on anybody. He made threats and he's dead. There are people that Good Samaritans have to take the life of because they were really trying to hurt somebody. And not only making threats, but they were in the process of actually hurting someone. And they don't get invited to national football games. I'm going to put it this way. And you guys can feel free to correct me if you think I'm wrong on this. But I'll submit this to you. If Daniel Penny's case was not as controversial, and if, let's say, Daniel Penny held Jordan Neely in a chokehold, police came and arrested him. He was still alive, he was still well. Maybe he was argumentative, but he was alive and well when the cops got there. And they simply arrested him and took him. Do you think Trump would have invited him to a national football game? If he just simply did what he allegedly intended to do, which was hold a guy until the police came, and let's say he did exactly that. He actually detained Jordan Neely and held him till the cops came. Cops came and arrested him. You think Trump would be involved in this at all? I think not. I think not. I think the only reason Trump is involved in this is because it's a controversial, divisive issue. I mean, I hate to say it, but I believe Trump is actually looking for division on this. Real quick before I continue, I'm gonna have to reset my TikTok live. YouTube, nothing's gonna change. So I will read your comments on YouTube shortly, but nothing's gonna change for you. But I'm having issues with TikTok as usual. How many times they let that fool run wild on that train? Well, if the conversation turns to the city of New York or the state of New York not being tough enough on a criminal, we can debate that, but I'm simply saying, even with his 10, 20, however many amounts of prior charges he had, because that's what you're getting at, is that he was a habitual criminal or something of that nature, and they kept letting him out. Okay, and that happens. I'm not going to argue with you. That does happen, but I'm simply asking if Daniel Penny had detained this guy and he was still alive when the police got there, the police simply made an arrest and put him in jail, do you think Trump would be involved in this? I really don't think so. I really believe that Trump is only involved in this because the case is divisive. I really believe that, which in itself, at least in my opinion, says a lot about Trump. That it's almost as if he's looking for something to, what do we say about liberal tears? It looks like he's basically looking for something to piss off folks on the left. I don't think he would be involved in it if Daniel Penny had have detained a live guy and handed over a live guy to police. I don't think Trump would have invited him to the Army-Navy football game. Real quick, it's because he was unjustly charged. Okay, Now, that's an interesting point. Jameson on YouTube said that Trump invited him to the Army Navy game because he was unjustly charged. Do you realize how many people in America are unjustly charged? Hell, you ever see the show, The First 48 on A&E? That's the first thing it says at the beginning of the program, is that charges are often dismissed, reduced, or dropped. It says it if you watch The First 48, and they're only dealing with murders. They're not dealing with unruly people on the subway. They're dealing with murders. And that's the first thing that they say on that show, is that charges are often reduced, dismissed, or dropped. So Daniel Penny is not the first person to be wrongfully charged. It's got to be more to it than that. It's got to be more to it than that. But I get your point. The notion that Daniel Penny was only trying to be a good Samaritan and he got charged. I seriously do believe that had Daniel Penny did what he intended to do, Trump would not have invited him to the Army Navy football game. Or I'll even tell you this way. If Daniel Penny, as you say, one of my viewers said, if Daniel Penny was wrongfully charged, but the public did not have a major outcry about it, I still don't believe he would have been at the Army Navy game. I truly believe the only reason Trump invited him to the Army Navy game is because it is a divisive topic and Trump likes to take sides. Think Kyle Rittenhouse met Trump. Anytime it's a racially divisive topic, Trump for some reason gets involved. I don't know why. Same thing with Colin Kaepernick taking a knee. None of these incidents involve Trump. Many folks would say that, listen, the media makes people hate Trump. All the guy is doing is defending himself. He don't name call or he don't get involved in anything unless somebody attacks him first, and the man has a right to defend himself. I'm going to submit to you, no, he doesn't. I think it goes beyond that. Anytime there is a racially charged case where his name is not present at all, he seems to keep getting involved. Like I said, he got involved in the Kyle Rittenhouse case where Kyle Rittenhouse got a chance to meet him. I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse, once again, you're only known because you shot a few Black Lives Matter people. This guy, the only reason Daniel Penny has any notoriety is because he choked out he choked a black guy. That's all he's known for. Daniel Penny is not known for being a hero in the Marines or, winning a Medal of Honor or nothing. He's known because he choked a black guy out. That's the only thing that Daniel Penny is known for. And here he is at the Army Navy game with President Trump. It does seem to me like Trump deliberately is getting involved in this just because it's divisive. But let me hear from you folks. I see somebody in the comments says black, 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 black. Sir P, no relation to Master P. Good evening, sir.
Hello, fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. So did you hear about this where Daniel Penny was brought out to the Army Navy game?
Yeah, it's one of the things that irritates me about Trump, why he just picks fights there's no reason for. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I think he's got a method behind it. I don't agree with it. I think this is what gets him to. It's one of the things Obama was so much better at. That I wish if Trump could pick this up, it would make him so much better of a president.
Yeah.
Is Obama didn't get in the weeds every time somebody accused him of something and go down there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then not only is he getting the weeds, he double downs on it when he gets there.
Yeah.
And I mean, I gotta agree.
And I will say, because folks often are suggesting. Now, before I go into my spiel, you voted for Trump, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, fair. And so that's good because you can see clearly. Now, the reason why I'm saying this now, a lot of folks who wow, DJ Julio, appreciate that astronomy. Thank you. A lot of folks who are, would suggest that Trump is racist and all this other crazy stuff. I do have to say, anytime it is a controversial issue where race is involved, namely between white and the minority, he seems to be on the side where most white people are. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. Even when you describe the only thing that makes Penny famous is or a hero is that he choked a black man out, and I don't see it that way. I see the only thing that made him famous is he choked a man out, and I don't know why we got to put a skin color on the front of it. Because he'd have done the same thing, I think, if that had been any other color man.
Well, but and you could be right. I'm not going to disagree with that, but I do believe if Daniel Penny had if the assailant was white as well, I don't think this case would have made national news.
Oh no, I don't think. I think the race was why it made national news.
Right.
We didn't get arrested at the scene. We have Al Sharpton and all the reasons, and it's just time. I think the country is getting past. We have to get past this point. But like I said, I don't think it would have mattered what race, gender, creed that person was. And I'm glad that we're in a, because I don't want the precedent that would have said if he would have got convicted. If we have to get to a point that we can't stand up for women and children and protect
But hold
people.
on. Let me. Now I had a live the other day. I want to ask you this and run this by you because he is now Daniel Penny acted as a good Samaritan with someone that was unruly. Why is it that Trump invites Daniel Penny, a good Samaritan, to the Army Navy game, but then when you look at the guy who took the life of Ashley Babbitt, he calls that cop a thug, and that was an actual armed, that was an actual sworn officer. Now,
I don't think it's a fair equivalent, though. I
how
don't think
so?
that's. I get what you're saying. I just don't.
Was
think
she
it's
acting unruly?
right, but not really because that's not even got a full good rap in the first place. That's never been talked about because we just don't. It always gets shut down.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, because if you really look at all of the footage on that, if you look at all of the footage, she's not trying to get to that officer. She's not trying to go through that window to get to the other side. That's not why she's trying to go through that window. If you look at the
why are you going through a broken window at all?
I'm going to explain. Because prior to that, she was handing water out to Capitol Police. They're standing there talking to them. There was a man. The man. Wait, hold on, let me finish. Tim,
I'm listening. It's funny, but I'm gonna let you finish. Handing water. Keep going.
The man that was busting the window out that she was climbing through, she was assaulting that man and hitting that man for doing so and telling him to stop. It was his buddies behind her that was coming to attack through them that she was getting from. There's footage of it. You can see it. She's not going to get that off. She's trying to get away from the guys that had the mask on that she was beating, that had the backpack. There's clear footage. She was punching him in the face. The guy that was breaking the window, she was punching his face.
So should the guy who was breaking the window have been shot?
Yeah, you're trying to break through a window, and there's an officer standing there, I guess, but she wasn't a threat to him, and still, he wasn't in no danger from her. And again,
how does he know? That's what I keep asking folks. Everyone keeps suggesting, and I see in the comments on YouTube, someone even said that Ashley Babbitt was unarmed. Well, so was the guy in New York on the subway, but the thing is, when folks say Ashley Babbitt was of no threat to the officer, how does he know? All you know is you have a firearm aimed at somebody and they're climbing through a window.
Here's how. Because she'd been standing there for a long time talking with them, Capitalists. She brought water to them. She handed them water. He was communicating with a radio right behind the door with them officers.
All of this mess is going on. You think he has time to see all of that? Somebody is breaking the window. He was probably focusing on the guy that was breaking the window. Then all of a sudden, once the window's broken, here comes Ashley Babbitt. By that time, she's no longer handing water out. He may have never seen any of the stuff you're talking about.
And again, he never seen a weapon. She wasn't in his space. At the end of the day, but even then, trying to compare that to a man that says, I'm ready to be unalive today. I'm ready to go to jail. I am taking somebody's life today. Those are physical threats. That's a physical threat.
But you don't see. So if somebody breaks out a window and they climbs in, as long as they don't say a word, it's not a physical threat?
No, I get where you're at, but again, it was a woman that didn't brandish no weapon, that didn't say no threat, didn't even literally.
So then I'll ask you again. If a woman breaks out a window, or if a woman is climbing through a broken window, she doesn't say anything and she doesn't brandish a weapon, you just assume she's no threat? Do women normally climb through broken windows?
I don't say that, but I don't think you just fire I don't think you fire the pew pew and take her down. No.
Okay, so let me ask you too. If you're aiming a pew pew at her and telling her to stop and she keeps doing it, why would a person
she's coming towards a person, not coming through a door. It's one thing to be getting through a window, to be running from something, and someone says, stop climbing through that window or I'm going to unalive you. That's different than coming at someone to attack them.
So if he's aiming a firearm at her and yelling instructions, she can ignore those instructions and still feel safe?
Well, I don't know. When you got people on both sides of the door, one side saying stop and you're the law, and the other side's not the law coming after you, which one do you want to go towards? The law?
I'm just trying to figure out, when is it okay to climb through a broken window? I don't see why that alone is not a threat.
It's okay to climb through a broken window if you're being chased by an assailant.
Okay, you think that Ashley Babbitt was being chased by someone?
I don't think there's video footage to prove it. They just don't show it to you in the mainstream media. I'll gladly send it to your message.
Yeah,
I'll send it to
I
you.
like
There's
it.
video.
Who was chasing her?
The guy, the group, there was 4 or 5 groups that was wearing black masks that had backpacks on. That one of them guy was beating out the window. She went to that window. He was on the other side of the cops. The group was between her and the Capitol Police. She starts punching him in the face. That group behind her, didn't you see the Capitol Police leave her going towards them?
No.
Because they're coming towards her.
I've seen Ashley Babbitt's mom on Fox. I haven't even heard her mom suggest that people were trying to hurt her. I've never heard this before.
I know the video. They squashed the video for a long time. I have the video. I downloaded it and saved it where it couldn't. I screen recorded where you couldn't take it. Literally, she was there with a reporter. They had a camera.
I have never heard of any of this. So
yes. Yeah, that's why it's always been so absurd. Literally, she was there with a reporter. She was talking to the Capitol Police. She was giving the Capitol Police water. They were standing there laughing and joking with her right before this went down.
They were laughing. Well, they're laughing and joking while people are breaking windows.
She is she is on video camera with her laughing and joking with them. They are joking back with her. She's being cordial with them. It's when that guy goes around and starts beating that window. She's like, hey, you can't do that. She starts punching the guy that's breaking the window.
I've watched the video of this several times. I have never seen anybody in that crowd, as you say, laughing and joking like that. I'll send you the video. Yeah, I'm real curious to see what you have. I've never heard somebody say they were laughing and joking in that crowd. That crowd was pretty amped up. I didn't see where anybody felt comedy out of that.
Well, I want your opinion on something though.
Sure.
How do you feel about these communist sentences that Biden did on some of these individuals, like the judge? You know, the judge.
I'm not a fan of that at all. But the judge who was basically putting kids behind bars and getting some kind of kickback.
Yeah, paid lockup.
Yeah, I've actually done lives and videos on that back in the days around when that was happening. No, I'm not a fan of that. That's a terrible sounding pardon.
I think happened to this. I think Joe Biden gets a bad rap on this. This is what I think's happened. If you're talking about over 1,500 of these, okay, are you really sitting down reading all 1,500, or are they just hand him a bunch of papers and say, look, these are the people that got out. We vetted.
That's what's happening. That is I don't think he's
walked through and signed and didn't realize what he was signing.
He's doing exactly what Trump claimed he was doing, is that he made appointments to his administration and he took other people's advice and they turned out to be rhinos and all. That's what Trump claims. I do believe that Biden is pardoning people that other people are advising him to pardon. To me, that's a bad pardon. I do agree that's a bad pardon.
And for your folks in the comments, I know you're busy, you get through here, and they keep saying he's the only one with the video. I'm not the only one with the video, Tim. It's just been out there. That just shows how much our
I need to see it. Well, it ain't just mainstream media, though, sir. Sir Puff, I watch even Fox News. Tucker Carlson showed how people were being let in. Even in Tucker Carlson's video that he got from Kevin McCarthy or whatever, didn't feature Ashley Babbitt being chased by somebody. Even they didn't present that angle.
But the video I'm going to get is going to be from the actual guy that was with her, that was actually recording when they came in with a camera, and it wasn't like a phone. They come in with a recorder, like a news agency camera and microphone and all. They come in together.
Well, I'll say this before I move it on from you. I'll say this: if you and I, or me and you, go into let's say for instance we are out doing some type of smash and grab or some type of robbery, and we're dressed the same way as other people that are committing the robbery. The authorities are not. Because she's clearly donning a Trump flag. It's all over. People are not going to see that little stuff like that.
Again, you don't get shot for carrying a Trump flag.
Now you get shot for breaking through windows and climbing in.
Wait a minute. She didn't break the window. Actually, she didn't break the window. And again, I will question. You don't get shot for running from an assailant, from somebody else.
I hear what you're saying, but she's the only person I've heard so far that said that members in that crowd were threatening and trying to harm other members in that crowd. I've not heard of anybody else that participated.
I'm going to send it to you. There's clear video footage of it happening.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that out of all of the hundreds of people there that day, that Ashley Babbitt will be the only person that's ever suggested that some of the protesters were trying to harm some of the other protesters.
She's really not the only person. There was multiple people that when this first came out, these videos were lingering, and they went down where you couldn't find them. They was pulled from YouTube. They was pulled from everywhere. When this first happened,
what were they trying to hurt her for?
Because she started punching the guy that was breaking the window. The guy that had the mask on that was busting the window, she started punching him in the face.
So what is she there for? Just to stand around in the hallway?
Going on with a reporter. She's talking to the Capitol Police. They're having conversation with the Capitol Police. She's handing the Capitol Police water.
What is Ashley Babbitt there for? Just to come in the hallway and hand the cops water? What was the purpose of her being there? The crowd clearly wants to go into this room. You just want to stand here and hand out water?
No, she was reporting. That's what she was doing. That's what they were doing.
And what is the name of who's the reporter she was talking to?
I promise you, I got your thing. I'll send you the links. You can get them.
Send it to me. All right, I will check it out. I got to move it on. I'm dying to see it. That's all I can say. I'm dying to see it.
But it's funny how you took that away from Penny.
Because I don't view it the way you do. I view these situations very similar. I view that Daniel Penny was being unruly. Somebody tried to save the day. Jordan Neely was being unruly, threatening people. And Daniel Penny tried to save the day. Jordan Neely, I'm getting all these names. Jordan Neely was unarmed. Even though he was making threats, he had no firearm. And Daniel Neely, in the process of trying to save the day, took the guy's life. That's very similar to Ashley Babbitt.
That's not fully determined. That's still questionable, too.
What's questionable?
That's still questionable. The autopsy report is still questionable about whether he took the life or not. That's still questionable.
Okay. He died while being, how about this then? He died while being unruly. That's just like somebody jump up and say that that would be like saying the gunshot didn't kill Ashley Babbitt. She died of asthma or something like that after getting shot.
It's a different thing for someone climbing through a window and you're 15 feet away and you unalive them versus a guy that's in women's and children's face telling them what he's fixing to do. She wasn't telling anybody.
That's where you and I disagree. In my opinion, if I'm somewhere, especially if I'm barricaded in and I got furniture against the door because I'm so scared, and you smash a window and you come in. The Terminator never said a word when he was killing people in the movies. He never said, just because you're not yelling something out, your actions are violent as hell. So you don't need to say anything.
For your viewers, before you let me out of here, I'll tell you exactly why I make excuses, because I think it was very unjust to shoot Ashley Babbitt. That's why.
Okay. All right. And obviously I disagree with that. I believe that she was...
Till the next time.
Okay.
Till the next time.
All right, Sir Puff. Thank you.
And when you come up tomorrow, I want to talk about these drones. I think I know what's going on.
Oh, my God. You're frightening. We'll talk. Thank you. All right, moving on. Climbing through what window where? What do you mean climbing through what window where? Just go on Google and type Ashley Babbitt climbing through window. I mean, she's clearly on video climbing through the window. I don't know. I could probably skip this one up to the point. I'm not even going to play it just yet. Where's the point of her climbing through the window at? There she is, right there with the red hat on. And she continues getting, there she is now. She's halfway through it right there. She pretty much is through it. So, yeah, she's climbing through the window. If you don't want to bite, now she's already through and shot. But if you don't want to bite it, she's climbing through. Yeah, she's on video saying that. I'm doing it, rather. A fiction movie for reference. Come on, man. Look, if you think what you're seeing here is fiction, I don't have nothing else I can say about that. He threatened the lives on the train. And before I go to the next caller, a bunch of you folks in there, and by the way, tap the screen. I will take on the next caller. You know how the program is ran. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So this could get to be interesting as usual. You can be critical of anybody on the comment section. You can be critical of the host. We all have thick skin here, not a snowflake in sight. So feel free to state your case. But I think the difference here is the defenders of Ashley Babbitt seem to think that as long as she didn't verbally make threats, her actions are irrelevant. I'm on the other side of that. Like I said, like I keep using the example of the Terminator, where whether it's Schwarzenegger, remember the Terminator 2 with that cop guy who could just morph back. He didn't have one line in the movie. That cop where you would shoot him and his body would turn to aluminum and he'd come back to normal. He didn't have any lines and he was dangerous as hell. So the idea that you could, because you're not making threats, means, well, you're not a threat to anybody. So somebody could just bash their way into your house and things like that, and as long as they don't say anything, huh? So deaf people, or better yet, mute people who cannot speak. If you're mute, that means you're incapable of being dangerous? Hey, he can't talk. He can't be a threat to anybody. He has no voice. That doesn't make any sense to me. Let me go back to the box, though. Real quick, going to the box. Continuing on, DJ Julio, as always, good evening. Welcome to the program. Trump bringing Daniel Penny to the Army-Navy game. Why would he do that? Julio.
Well, first of all, let's get the facts straight. Trump didn't invite him. J.D. Vance did.
Okay, same question. Why would he do that?
J.D. Vance wanted him to know that he had his back. He understands being a Marine, being in those situations, those tough situations.
You know,
the guy. I wouldn't say the guy's an absolute, like, give him the key to the city. I know I said it the last time. But
that's damn near it. The vice president brings you to a national football
game. He saved a bunch of people. Well, yeah, I mean, he's a veteran as well.
I will. Let me just say this, because people are, you say
and for those of you saying not true, get off of here real quick. You can still listen, but go to your Google and just Google in. It's the first freaking article that comes up. J.D. Vance called to invite Perry to the game.
Well,
that's facts.
I'm 100% certain Trump knew he was going to bring him. So, hey, Trump's down with it as well. But you're right, J.D. Vance. I did hear that J.D. Vance is the one that made the invite as well. But when you say he saved a bunch of people, this is where I don't understand why. Because I mentioned with my last call, I keep comparing this to Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt is nonverbal, so we give her the assumption that she is not going to harm anybody. This guy is threatening to kill people, and we give him the assumption that he's going to carry it out. Is it possible he was making empty threats?
You make him move forward after making empty threats. You find out real quick that the can of whoop ass is full.
What if you make a move forward without making a threat at all? But it's an aggressive move.
I tell you, I promise you, anybody listening in that situation has someone in their face saying they're going to kill them, and they make a move towards them. The people being threatened are going to do everything they can not to be dead.
I don't disagree with that, but it usually would mean getting the hell away from the person, not necessarily grabbing them and putting them in a chokehold.
You're on a moving train. You have nowhere to go.
Yeah, you do. You can go in between cars. You can go in between cars. You can get out of there.
Okay, so then he follows you, and then you leave everybody else that he threatened all by themselves. That sounds like a chicken shit.
Right, but let's take what you just said. If you go in between cars, he gonna follow you and do. Then why can we assume that he's gonna do all of that? But then we gotta assume Ashley Babbitt was gonna turn into My Little Pony. I mean, why can't we assume that she too was gonna climb in and go ape shit?
Listen, Ashley Babbitt didn't get choked out and didn't.
No, she died of asthma. No, she died of asthma
while being restrained.
No, she died of asthma.
She got popped. She got popped, bro. Yeah, she ran out of breath. You're exactly right.
Right, she did. Yeah. So I don't. But that's what's baffling me is that why is the cop?
There's no comparison.
Why is the cop in that case not considered a hero?
When is anybody that shoots or unalives somebody with a pew pew, that doesn't have a pew pew, when are they ever considered a hero?
Do you have to have a pew pew? I mean, at the end of
you used unlike methods to defend yourself against somebody that came through a window. You used unlike methods to defend yourself. That is the cop should be in prison, to be honest with you.
You do understand that Ashley Babbitt was not solo. Now, it's not like some innocent little tiny woman came there by herself. You do realize she's like 1,000 strong.
She didn't go through with a weapon. That's the only thing that matters.
So
she went through barehanded and got popped.
So the cop. So what? The cop should just stand down and let her do whatever she wants.
No, they're trained how to detain people.
By thousands?
It was one. It was her.
Oh, so she was going to come through and nobody was going to follow.
We didn't know what was going to happen, and we never will.
Come on now.
They put a hot one in there.
So they breaking out the window so she can go through by herself.
Well, I don't know. Sounds like your last guest thinks she was running away.
Oh my God. But you do think that it's possible that they broke the window out and she was going to be the only person coming through?
I'm not saying what the possibilities are.
I'm not saying let's speculate.
What I'm saying is, let's get it factual. What I'm saying is she got popped, he got choked, and was resisting restraint, after threatening an entire train. There is no comparison.
You don't see anything about. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I thought
your
Mike
vehicle.
just
Okay.
went in the truck.
So you don't see anything threatening about Ashley Babbitt's actions at all.
No, there was a bunch of cops with guns, and she went through unarmed.
Climbing through a broken window. Nothing threatening about that at all. That's
The
just
only
just
thing
a
that
no.
matters to me. The only thing that matters to me in that is that she was unarmed.
Okay, what about her climbing through the window? Is that even a crime?
Well, I mean, I suppose breaking into the Capitol building is, yeah.
So you're not for sure. You suppose.
That was me being facetious or
Okay.
maybe smug.
Okay. So can we at least suggest it might be breaking and entering?
Yeah, but you don't shoot and unalive somebody.
The hell you
that
don't.
clearly has no weapons.
The hell you
Clearly has
don't.
no weapon on him.
You got so you're telling me if the Senate and Congress is behind you and somebody is breaking and entering and you know the Senate and Congress is down the hall, they can just break in and you can't shoot them? That's what you telling me?
I mean, they're unarmed. That's
How do you know
the point
that?
I'm making.
How do you know that?
Because
You haven't
see her hands. She had her hands on the door frame, Tim. I mean,
Okay.
as much as you're going to try to, and some of your left followers will get that direction.
You making it easy for them. You making it easy. Okay, you said you could see her arm. She had her hands on the door frame. You ever heard of an ankle holster or having it in the appendix or in your bag? Is it possible the weapon could be anywhere else other than just in her hands?
Yeah, well, you could see it was just her hands, Tim. That's the point I'm trying
But
to
you
make.
can't
That's
see
the
her
only point I'm making.
body. She's completely draped with a Trump flag. You're telling me there's no way possible a weapon could be on her body anywhere.
She wasn't draped in a flag. You could see in your video she wasn't. She had a hoodie on and a black hat.
Okay.
You called her and said that she had a red hat, but that was false. It's a black hat.
So you're telling me just from visualization, based on what you can see coming through that window, you can be 100% sure she has no weapon on her.
Yeah.
How?
I can't grab a door frame on both sides.
Really?
And without a gun, with a gun in my hand.
I didn't say in your hand. I said on your person.
You know and I know that
Take
they're
it.
trained not to do that. You know and I know that they're trained not to shoot first and to identify a weapon before they do.
No. That is not true. If let's say for instance, you're trying to get into the police station, and the place is closed, and you're breaking in, and an officer is aiming a weapon and telling you to stop. You're telling me you can still do that, and because he doesn't see a weapon, he's gonna let you just break in?
Out of the cranberry one today.
Hold on. Let me answer that in just a second.
All right, just come back through, man. Come back through. All right, I'll move it on. Apparently he had a call. When people break into a house, don't shoot them. That says, Fifi says, when people break into a house, don't shoot. Don't shoot them. They're just visiting. They came through the window. You kind of reminds me, I'll go back to the box. It kind of reminds me, I don't know how many of you seen the movie, but there used to be an old movie by Keenan Ivory Williams called I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, and they would use the phrase, do you wanna go down the stairs or out the window? That's I'm just visiting. I'm smashing my way through the window, and I'm just visiting. What I'm shocked by, and I didn't really expect to go into another night of Ashley Babbitt, but the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I do believe these two cases have a lot of similarities. I just think that the folks who condemn Jordan Neely exonerate Ashley Babbitt, but I believe that Ashley Babbitt was definitely acting unruly. I don't believe there's a way for you to climb through a broken window and say, well, I didn't mean to hurt anybody. I mean, nobody knows. Now, my last caller was saying that she's unarmed. I'll give you a quick clip. Because just now, right now, with all that going on, my guess is the cop. There's literally so many points of reference here. I doubt if he's staring at Ashley Babbitt because my first viewer said that she was handing out water and talking to a reporter or whatever. You got one guy standing there literally using his fist to break through the window. So my guess is at this point, nobody's focusing on Ashley Babbitt just yet. Now that guy there using a stick to break through the window, he would probably get a lot more attention from whoever's on the other side than Ashley Babbitt is. So once again, I don't know what Ashley Babbitt is doing at this point, but once again, ain't nobody looking at her. We're looking at the people who are definitely being incredibly violent right now. Several points of reference there. So just to keep reiterating what my first caller was saying about she's talking to reporters and she's handing out water. You're not going to notice any of that with these guys doing this. These two or three guys in the front are the ones that's going to get all your attention. So whatever peaceful, calm things that she allegedly is doing right now, you're not going to notice it. You're going to be looking at these dudes here that are acting as aggressive as you possibly can imagine. You're not going to be looking at somebody standing around having a conversation or, as he said, laughing.
He's got a gun! He's got a gun! No, it's got to get dirty, man. That officer's got a gun. Get down.
And at that point, she is actually starting to climb through the window. You can't see it from that angle, but I can bring up other still shots of her. She's up pretty high. She was actually stepping on the where that window pane on the bottom ledge of it. She was through. She was pretty much going to get through. Now you can see a couple seconds, but she stepped up, which is probably why she got hit. At first, when I first heard this and saw the video, I thought the cop just randomly fired into the crowd. No, he popped the first person trying to come through. I mean, he let them break the window out, but the first person that tried to come through was the person that gets it. And that was her. But yeah, she tried to come through after they did all of this. And like I said, you're going to see the people trying to break in. You're not going to see somebody standing off to the side having a peaceful conversation with a reporter or handing out water. You just see a crowd of people with several of them breaking through. And then out of that crowd, somebody tries to come through the opening. That's who got it. Let me go back to the box. And like I said, even if he shows me a video of her standing around handing out water and talking to a reporter, it's pretty clear that cop wouldn't have seen that based on what happened here. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program. Dencal, but what am I getting wrong? She was off to the side. Was her window broken out? Looked like she was pulling on it. She might have been pulling on it. She was not there for peaceful intentions. That's what I'm saying. Dencal, good evening.
Hey.
Hey. I didn't want to go back into Babbitt again a second time. We were originally asking the question of why would Trump and Vance show up with Daniel Penny, but I did ask the question: why is it that he is being viewed as a hero, and Trump views the guy who took out Ashley Babbitt as a thug? What's the difference?
Look, I kind of disagree with what you said earlier as far as you see these cases as similar. These cases are about the exact polar opposite as you can get.
Explain.
You got one situation where there is a mob of unruly people.
Yeah.
There is a white girl who is allowed to go through a window with men shouting at her, telling her that there is a armed officer on the other side.
Yeah.
They allow her to go through there, and he told her, as far as his testimony, he said, do not enter through this window. Yeah. Now, of course, we can't hear it, but that's what he said, and if he was standing there and he was eyeing that window, I'm probably sure that he probably said that. And
I agree with that.
She took some.
Huh?
And she took what was coming to her. Now on the polar opposite, you got a guy that's a known drug addict, a guy with mental illness. He probably weigh $150, soaking wet. He's on the subway. He's talking shit, which people see all of the time. People talking crazy. I don't know if he may have not been aware or accustomed to that. And he chose, without seeing any physical aggression without seeing any weapons. He choked somebody, to unalive them.
But
And somehow we're comparing those. There's no comparison. Those are opposites. The only comparison is and that's not even really a comparison, is that the races of the two people are flipped. And you've got the people on one side saying, we don't care about a mob of people. We don't care about her breaking into a government building. We don't care about an officer defending the building like he's supposed to. He was wrong.
Yeah.
Then we go on the other side. It's a black person that's being killed. We don't care if he didn't have a weapon. He didn't do anything threatening. He got what was coming to her.
Well, and that is kind of the way it's brought up, as if Jordan Neely got what was coming to him, stupid games with stupid prizes, and they do seem to have a very sympathetic approach towards her. So would you agree with the way I feel, that race is probably the biggest factor in how people are judging this?
Oh, definitely. You got people who got no problem with these raging maniacs trying to break in and stop the steal that never actually happened, and tried to take hostage our Congress people in our government while they were just doing their jobs, which was basically, it wasn't like they were having a vote or anything. It was a ceremonial thing where they count the certified election. So they broke in with the intent to stop a government function.
Yeah.
And they saying they don't care about none of that. They don't care about police getting beat. They don't care about police getting pepper sprayed, hitting the head with fire extinguishers. They don't care about none of that.
Oh, I gotta agree.
But let a man be talking trash on the subway. We got to kick him out.
And by the way, for folks who hang on. That's funny. And by the way, for folks who are wondering, this is the actual still shot on my left there. That is actually Babbitt. They're climbing up over the window, and on the right, that is when you see the circle around it. That is the officer's gun. I mean, that's literally the officer. You can see he has two hands on the weapon, so he has control of the firearm. So that's a aimed. That is a deliberate shot. He didn't fire into the crowd. He's aiming. He has both hands on the firearm there.
Yeah, and that's what he said at the hearings. He said, I said the first person that comes through that window
is getting it.
Yeah. And that's what happened. He literally did his job, but they cannot accept that from a black man for some reason.
Yeah. The thing I don't see is that, what about the notion that, listen, she was unarmed and she's a little woman and all of that? How do you respond to that?
Bro, if you are a part of a gang of people, that is your arm. That is your weapon, is the mob of people. You don't have to explain if you got a mob of people coming at you and you take one of them out. You don't have to. Just the same way as if a small person gets attacked by a larger person, and you go to any court in this country, they're gonna be like, the small person's gonna be like, my life was threatened. Look how big he is. We always utilize people's advantages to make the case on what is right or not.
Yeah. You ever see the movie Heat? Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Val Kilmer. You ever see this bank robbery scene that's probably one of the most popular bank robbery scenes in history? You ever seen the movie Heat?
Yes.
Okay. They come out of the bank. Okay, the black guy who does the Allstate commercials, he's the driver of like a Lincoln Town car in that movie. He hasn't threatened anybody. He's not armed. He's the first person to get shot driving a getaway car. To me, Ashley Babbitt defending her is kind of like that. The parents of that black dude said, "Look, he didn't threaten nobody. He didn't. You're with them. You were acting in concert with these people."
Yes. And look, even civilians got a right. If I see you trying to commit a crime or act against somebody else, and I think you're threatening their life, I have the right to take your life, even though I'm not even involved.
Yeah.
So just think about a cop inside the Capitol whose job it is. He took an oath to protect that Capitol, and somebody is threatening the Capitol, and they do their job. And somehow, some people are saying, well, he should only do his job in these circumstances.
Yeah. Technically, like if you and I go out to commit a crime or something like that, and let's say the security guard takes me out and takes my life, you can be charged with homicide because you were with me with, felony, what is it, homicide in the commission of a felony. Technically, all of that crowd would qualify for that. I mean, there are plenty of robbery, plenty of bad guys who have been charged with the death of the other bad guy that was co-conspiring, conspiring with him. Yeah.
Aiding and abetting.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have to be at the crime. If they come to your house after the crime and you know they committed it, you now become a criminal.
Yeah. Technically, they could charge that whole crowd could have been charged with the death. In fact, there's a real scene like that, whereas it happened out in Oklahoma a few years back, and she was, it was a girl acting as a getaway driver. I think it was three teens. They wanted to break into a home that they thought was unoccupied. The homeowner was home and he had an AR and he was on the phone with the police. He took out all three teens that went into the house. It made big news. Some of you folks probably have heard about it. I believe it happened in the state of Oklahoma. He took out all three teens that broke in his home. The getaway driver, the female outside, she was charged with 3 counts of homicide because she was participating in it. And that's what I'm saying. In this case, all of them could technically be charged with her death. They just gave them all of these folks, in my opinion, even some of them that are locked up, a lot of these folks got a real big break.
And that's what I just want, and I'm not the best person in the world. I done did my share of dirt, and I understand where there comes a time when everybody faces sometimes some unconscious bias and stuff. But these people that are supporting her while at the same time saying that Neely got what was coming to him, they need to really take a look inside and see, try to look at it from the other side to try to see a different perspective.
Good luck with that.
It doesn't make sense for them to come on here and be like, well, he got what he deserved, no weapon, he made threats, let's get him. But the threat going into the Capitol of people out there talking about hanging the vice president and all of this stuff, and they shouldn't do anything?
No.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And I see Ed G says, walk into my open garage. You unwanted, you're going to get... So even Ed G is MAGA, one of my viewers on YouTube, and he's even saying the same thing with Ashley Babbitt. If you're walking into an area where you're unwanted, because the whole building was closed that day. In fact, the January 6th hearings, they testified that Trump's party, because you had to get a permit to protest. And they were told the Capitol building is off limits. You guys are going to hold the protest. Look, it's over there on the line a couple miles away. That's fine. Here's your permit. But the Capitol building, due to the ceremonies, the Capitol building is off limits. When Trump sent them to the Capitol building, we're going to march to the Capitol peacefully, patriotically, whatever. I mean, you don't told them you're not going to be there. I mean, so that is also a violation that Trump pretty much escaped. But they did tell him that you can't be here.
He walked away scot-free knowing, and I would just ask anybody else in the chat, if you were to have a protest and you got your permit and these people came to your rally and then you sent them down the street to wherever and they committed crimes, the organizer, the person who's instructing them, is responsible.
Yeah. Well,
we just blow that off as it don't matter with him because he's held to a certain standard where we look at these things and we just say, well, that's just piling on if we try to put that on them. We're just going to put the big stuff on them. We're going to leave all of the small stuff out of it.
Mm. So how do you respond? Like on YouTube, I don't know what that says. The great 5-9 says we own those buildings. How do you respond to people who say, "Look, Capitol building my ass. That building is paid for by the taxpayers. We own it."
Those buildings have office hours where they're manned, and they have hours where they're conducting certain meetings and
Right.
certain things. So yeah, I understand it's the people's house, but the people's house got hours of operation.
Yeah.
So
I
therefore,
mean,
you're not you can't just go into any government office and say, you can't go into a police station and be like, well, we own it because we pay our taxpayer dollars for it.
Yeah.
That's not how things work. And to use that as just being intellectually dishonest to try to justify something that's unjustifiable.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I mean, because keep in mind, we own the F-22, the F-35s. We own all of that's taxpayer. You can't just walk into a hangar where it's classified. Well, we own this. You
Right.
get killed doing that.
Take me for a ride.
Yeah, you can't just, we own this. You know, yeah, it's a classified nuclear sub, but we own this. And you just start opening up the hatches.
We own the military base down the street,
Yeah.
but I guarantee you I gotta show my ID
Right.
every time I go own it because they're conducting things that not everybody should have access to.
Yeah, that's crazy to say. It's taxpayer funded, so we just should be able to. And I see in the comment the guy saying you can't. No, you can't. You really think you can just walk onto a military
Tell them
base
to
and say
try
I'm a
it. Tell them to
taxpayer,
try
I
it.
own it?
Tell them to try it.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead.
I mean,
Go ahead and give it a shot tonight. Go down to wherever you live at, to the city hall, and demand that they open the doors because it belongs to us.
I won't hear
Matter of fact,
from.
he can take his tax return down there with him to show just
Yeah,
how much
right.
taxes he paid.
And make sure and just so we know you did it when they're arresting you, make sure you yell out handsome liberal, I did it, so I'll know and I'll put it on the show tomorrow. I gotta go, Dick.
All right, man.
Good talk. And that is crazy that how many people I've heard say that in regards to the Capitol building. It's taxpayer, it's taxpayer funded. We own it. You can't just, you just can't go walking around into any government facility anytime you want because it's taxpayer funded. That's you wouldn't be able to keep anything classified at all doing that. You can't just 2:00 in the morning, I'm about to go walk into the evidence room at the police station. Hey, we own it. Look into the comments. This is this is MAGA logic, says Jake. It's a very poor defense. It's a very poor defense. There were multiple attempts on Trump's life. Imagine if the taxpayer said, the beast, the car he's riding in, the Air Force One, those we own it. I'm getting on here too. Where you going? Hey, I got family there. I'm going to, we own it, right? That's insane. Looking in the comments, you also can't disrupt the business of the officer you're visiting. And that's another good point. That's another good one. You just can't you can't just, because it's taxpayer funded, just go and grab any damn thing. Continuing on with the program though, I paid Trump's salary, so I own him, says Colin. Well, you own the president, huh? Tap the screen, folks. I haven't asked you guys to do that yet. Tap the screen, get us up to about 20,000. Smash that like button on YouTube. Certainly YouTube vertical, YouTube horizontal, smash the like button. We don't block, ban, or censor. We're in full swing tonight. I always have more than one topic. So we got into President Trump and Vance bringing Daniel Penny to the Army Navy game. But I also wanted to ask, because many are telling me this, and I'm having a hard time swallowing it, probably because of my political leanings. But I want to ask you folks, people are saying that, considering how Trump won even a popular vote last month, that the Democratic Party's finished. Do you believe that? Do you believe that the Democratic Party is actually done for? Or is this just another election where the other side won? I'm hearing people say the Democrat Party is finished. I want to get your take on that because I like to hear how that's explained. The Democrat Party is done. And I see in the comments, 562 says, nope, Trump is finished. Well, shit, if Trump is finished, I want to live that version of finished. That guy's about to ride off into the sunset. At least a billionaire. I mean, what is his name? Elon Musk alone, I think they said he gave, about 400 and some odd $1 million total? About 400 plus million came from Elon Musk alone to the Trump campaign. Now, we talk about George Soros all the time, and I'll go to the box after this, but we talk about George Soros and how many liberal issues he fund. You gotta assume Elon wants something for that money. There's no damn way you're gonna give somebody $400 million without some kind of expectation on the back end. I mean, at the end of the day, he's the number one wealthiest person on earth. So he don't give a fuck about making America great again. He's already living great. There is something else out there that man wants. I think if anyone donated that kind of money to the Liberal Party, if you're on the right side of the aisle, you would agree with me. There's got to be something that person wants to donate that kind of money. So Elon Musk is absolutely expecting to get something out of the Trump administration. In addition to that damn, Department of Government Efficiency, that ain't what he's seeking. He's seeking something way bigger than that. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with one of my subscribers, Alan. Good evening, Al. Welcome to the program. Now, Alan, I saw you in the comments. Now, what am I getting wrong?
Tim, you don't have anything wrong. Julio's an idiot. Julio's an idiot. And now the only thing you get wrong is not bringing me up so I can just go at his throat because he is an idiot.
Really? You want to go at his throat? You want to go at his throat?
I want all the smoke with him.
All right, and I'm sure Julio would be honored to speak to you. So maybe we can.
No, he don't. Now, because here's the first thing. I need to know from Julio's 2 + 2 = 4. Because we got to first establish are we living in the same damn reality.
Well, I will say this. Julio, if you're listening, feel free to go ahead and put the request, and I'll put you on with this guy just to hear the conversation. But that's because Julio keeps it civil. You don't think he's going to want to talk?
Julio keeps it stupid. Julio keeps it stupid.
Why do you say that? I mean, look, the man has his own opinion.
Tim. An opinion has to be rooted in some reality and truth. So Julio is saying, hey, you know what, Quinn? Walk through my window. Just come through my window. Yeah. I won't shoot you.
Yeah. I do believe that the argument that you could go through a broken window and that be viewed as non-threatening. Yeah, that one falls short on me.
So Tim, that ruins everything else he says. That fact alone.
Fruit of the poisonous tree.
Exactly. Tim, okay. What else is there to talk about?
All right. I guess you're making your point. I would like to bring him on, but apparently he's not in the box right now. But
he don't want to smoke. Now, you came at me the other day.
Okay, what did I come at you with?
I told you.
Oh my God! Did I hear hands rubbing together? All right, now go ahead. Let me hear what you got.
It's a good thing. You maybe go do some homework.
Okay, all right.
I wanted to pull up facts.
I
told you Obama has 75 consecutive months of economic growth, and you were like, "What?" I was like, "Yes, 75 months."
How many years is that?
That's 75 months. So what are we talking about? 72 is 7 years.
That's got to be six plus years.
6 years. 6 years, 3 months.
Wow.
Obama had 11. He went up in jobs, 11.5 million. Unemployment rate, 4.7.
Okay.
You know what Trump did? Trump lost 2.7 million jobs. You know, his unemployment rate was 6.4. You know how many coal mining jobs?
Wait a minute. I can tell you for a fact, during Trump's term, his unemployment rate dropped down to like 3.5%.
I'm telling you, right? Go fact check it.
So you're telling me Trump's unemployment rate never hit?
I'm just pulling what the fact checkers pull.
Yeah, that ain't true.
Here's the other thing. The median household income under Obama went up 5.3%.
Now, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that because Trump, and the right is not fans of any type of forcible wage increase. So the liberals tend to want, because I think Obama also increased the federal minimum wage. He tried to make it so that you could only put somebody on salary if they're making over $45,000 a year. I mean, so you're going to get wage increases under the liberals faster than the Republicans because they favor big business and they believe forced salary increases hurt business. So yeah, the salaries tend to go up under Democrats. That I believe. But you're saying that your unemployment numbers are Trump. I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, okay, I'll give you that one. Crude oil production under Obama went up 77%. Under Trump, it only went up 28%.
That one I don't know.
Now, let's make new car manufacturing for Obama up 20%. Job openings under Obama up 105%.
Okay. Let me say this while you're bringing up Obama. I think that's one of the reasons why Biden lost is that people can see comparables between Trump and Obama. Biden don't. A lot of the things you're giving.
You can't see comparables because here's the problem. Obama handed Trump the greatest economy the world has ever seen. And what did Trump do? He didn't build shit. The numbers show it. In almost every category, there are very few categories where Trump did as good or better. And in some, he went worse.
Yeah, but
you can't compare the two.
Here's the difference, though. When you look at the things that Trump ran on and why he kicked Biden's ass, we can talk about the economy. You and I can debate the economy, but there's other things in there, namely the border and this whole perceived and this whole.
But he has convinced most of white America that he created the greatest economy. No, he did not. And for them to sit up here and say, somebody just said black unemployment was the lowest under Trump because Obama already had it down and all he had to do was get 1 or 2% more black unemployment. Then, it's lower than anybody. You didn't do anything. You are piggybacking. All he did was piggyback. The greatest thing he ever did was not do anything.
Well, then hey, if things are what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So,
but did he do it?
I don't. Hey, look, I actually think he did it. By the way, here is a graphic from that era. So that's it. That's a Trump graphic. So that graphic may be right or wrong, but that's an actual graphic from that era where Trump was bragging about the lowest unemployment rate since 1969. So there's your. I remember hearing that 3.5% because I watch a lot of news. That's why when you said it was at 6, I'm like, that ain't true. I remember it went way down. And I remember that number being 3.5% because it was touted so much.
How did Obama have the S&P at went up 166% under Obama, and then under Donald Trump it only went up 67.8?
Yeah. Let me now. Without
come on now.
Hold on. No, let me say this. Without pushing back on what you're saying, notice how you're giving Obama credit for all. You ain't giving Biden credit for shit. It's all Obama's gone. Obama's gone. I hear you, but Obama's gone.
Right now, GDP is at what 3.5%, I believe.
I don't know what it is at right now.
I think it's at 3.5%. Unemployment is around 4%. All the economic indicators say that we are doing fine. Now, do we have Americans who live outside? Do we have Americans who live outside their means, Tim?
We've always had Americans, even under the Trump administration, that lived outside their means.
Okay. If we have these people living outside of their means, and they're sitting up here thinking, "Well, I should be able to do what these people do." They think because Donald Trump is a billionaire, well, I'm a billionaire too, and they go out, run up their credit cards, and realize they don't have the money for it.
To me, that's an excuse. Too. People lived outside of their means under Obama. People lived outside of their means under Obama and Biden. Trump was different. People lived outside of their means under all these presidents. That ain't something that was unique to
what I'm.
Go ahead.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, if I build the car, and all you do is go put gas in it, did you build the car, Tim?
No, you
Who
built
the car, Tim?
You built it.
Okay, Tim. What are we talking about? But they will not sit up here and just do all you said to me was, Quinn, are you sure that he had 75 months? And God dang, Tim, it's right there.
Yeah, but here's the other issue why, and I do believe that if Trump was running and he was running against Obama, the outcome could have been totally different because a lot of the issues.
His ass smoked.
Well, maybe so, but here's the difference though. Under Obama, because under Biden, we can talk about Biden's economy, but under Biden, the perception is reality. People did not perceive they were doing as good as the economists were telling them. Under Obama,
because he told them they weren't.
They were telling us that Obama wasn't doing shit for the economy as well. But people could feel it. They couldn't feel it under Biden.
Tim, I'm gonna ask you this. I asked you this before. How many Walmarts you going by in the parking lot wasn't full?
In Chicago, they all full. What's your point? Yeah.
Tim, how many drive-thrus at McDonald's ain't full when
But
you go
then you
by?
just talk about people living outside their means. Just because the Walmart's parking lot is full don't mean that people actually got the money. They could be buying their groceries on a credit card.
Tim, now which side of this argument you gonna stand on?
I'm standing on reality, to be honest with you. Hold on.
Everybody-
But notice you and I are having a conversation about economic issues. I get the whole it's the economy fool. But in addition to that, the reason Trump won is not just the economy. He won off of other issues that were not an issue when Obama was president, such as the border was not a huge issue. This whole transgender shit that I think was blown out of proportion, it was an issue though. Under Obama, none of this stuff was an issue like that. So
I'm just saying, if we're gonna tell the truth, because okay, this is me. My personal belief, and I know it's an outdated theory, is that there was a point in time in this country when politicians were noble men and they left from their community to go serve their community, and they acted with honor and integrity because they knew they had to go back and face those same people.
bro, they think
Now,
you don't think Trump acts with honor and integrity?
Tim, now I'm trying not to cuss. It's too close to Sunday, and I'm trying to stay safe.
You don't think he's an honorable man?
I mean, Stormy Daniels didn't think he was that honorable, but that's another story.
All right.
All I'm saying, Tim, is that we have so many politicians who will lie and twist themselves. They lie to the American people. The American electorate is the most uninformed and uneducated electorate on the planet.
But that ain't unique to Trump, is it? They all lie to us.
Yeah, Tim, here's the thing. There was a point in time when people acted, and I still think it goes back. The last time we had civil discourse was when Obama and McCain ran. I mean, Obama's second term, even with Romney.
Yeah.
That was when it was still civil. When when you could listen to the Republicans actually debate conservative issues. They're not like now. MAGA's a bunch of I ain't even gonna go into that. But they're
bunch of friendly guys?
Yeah, that.
Okay. All right. MAGA's a bunch of we get it.
They lack the critical thinking. They lack the will to go do research and look things up and see it for themselves. There was a time.
Wait a minute. You gonna make me put on my MAGA hat and play devil's advocate.
You
Now
put that MAGA hat on, Tim, and we gonna go round and round like we did last time.
But let's do it. You're telling me that MAGA lacks critical thinking. How much critical thinking does it take to know what the hell a woman is?
Tim,
take your time.
Now take my time. Tim, in the DSM, they do not have. Let me approach it this way. A woman is a biological human who has certain reproductive parts. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. So if you're born a male, can you change into a woman?
Now, here's the question. That's a great question. For me, I would say you can alter your reproductive parts. I don't know if it's a full change.
Can you reproduce?
Do
you have the chromosome? What are you talking about?
There are women who are not able to reproduce who were born woman at birth.
Then they have the chromosomes correctly.
Don't we all have 23? Oh, you talking about X
and Y? You telling me MAGA can't think? Hold on. You're questioning MAGA's thinking ability. You coming with all this, man?
Tim, here's what I'm saying. For me, I think a woman is biological. A human who has biological traits, has the biological reproductive things of a woman. If that person wants to be identified as a woman, that's their choice. That is their choice.
So when it's time for me to trade in my car, can I identify it as a Maserati? What the hell is identify? You either are or you are not. You're telling me MAGA don't have critical thinking, and you're able to do this with a human being.
Muhammad Ali said his name was Cassius Clay.
That's a name. That's a name.
No. But he's identifying based on his religion.
That's a name. That's a name, Alan.
I get what you're saying, Tim, but here's the thing. If you can change your religion and change your name, why can't you say, and it's not my issue, Tim. I am not versed on trans issues.
You started out by telling me MAGA lacks critical thinking skills, and you're coming
They
at me
do.
with this?
They do. But Tim, I don't discuss trans issues. And you know that, Tim.
But your party does.
Hey man, that's that side of the party. That's that side of the party.
All right,
I stay in
all
my
right.
lane.
All
I stay
right.
in my lane. Black issues, race relations, and the economy, Tim. I stay in my lane.
All right, you drive a hard
See
bargain.
and Birdie.
All right.
That you were talking that. But Tim, at the end of the day, you have to start out being honest and truthful.
About what
And
a
if
woman
you're
is.
convincing- That too. That too.
We getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. I gotta move it on, but you force me into it. You make me work every time. You make me work every time, Al.
Timmy, you like the work, damn it.
You gonna fuck
You
around and have
like
me.
the work.
Next time I talk to you, I'm gonna start the conversation off with a MAGA hat on because you're making me take the other side every time. God damn.
Hey, Tim, it's always gonna be a good one with me.
All right, Al. Good talk. Good talk. All right, moving on to the program. That is Al, and folks, definitely a pleasure talking to him. Dennis Calhoun talks about the fact that Elon increased his net wealth by $150 billion, and Trump ain't even in office yet. That is true. Elon, but I will say this: it is easy to jump on the Trump train when you ever heard of everybody likes a winner. Shit, people who invested in Bitcoin and the stock market, there's a lot of, the MAGA side is getting rich. If you just follow Trump, and I know it's mostly rich MAGA that is getting rich, but us average people could have also made a killing off of it if we had just kind of followed through with something. I mean, man, like I said, it's getting easier to jump on the Trump train because he's winning so much. It's making people everybody likes a winner. That's the only way I'm going to say it. People like a winner, and regardless of how you may feel about Trump, maybe you feel like he got off, maybe you feel like he's a bad guy and he's just untouched. Whatever the case, some of that stuff may be legit, but he is winning. He is winning. I mean, 90 some odd indictments, reduced down to 80 some indictments. He got 34 felonies. The rest of that shit you'll never hear from again. He's not going to be punished for the felonies. Maybe Letitia James and E. Jean Carroll might get their money. Even if they do, it'll probably come from donors. He's going to ride off into the sunset of a free man, a multi-billionaire, and that's how he's going to live until he dies. That's how it's going to end. So, when you're winning that much, it makes people say, look, I want to be like him. Imagine if Bitcoin, all of this shit shooting up in value once he became president, or once he won. It's making folks favor him because he is, in fact, everywhere he's showing up now, he's showing up like a rock star. Shows up at UFC fights, shows up at the Army-Navy game today. I believe I heard an article, I heard what do you want to call it? A news segment on CNN, which is no fan of Trump. They even stated that his favorable numbers going into his 2025 presidency are higher than he was when he got elected the first time. So people like him more now after all of that shit than they did when he was first coming in. People like a winner. Any sports team, when they start winning games, their fan base goes up. People like a winner. Looking in the comments, Ed G says, wait, I thought all that bad about Trump's economy was Obama taking effect. So was the economy good or bad under Trump? And is it good or is it Trump or Obama's fault? The economy was good under Trump, and that's why I disagree with his 6% unemployment rate. Maybe during the pandemic, when everybody got got fired and had to come home, it might have been a 6-point-something or whatever unemployment rate. But Trump took office in January 2017. We didn't start having our first COVID cases until November, December of 2019. The economy was great those years. Now, his last year, pandemic, that's where that high stuff may have been. But yeah, he inherited a good economy under He inherited a good economy from Obama, and it just kept getting better and better under Trump. That's the way I seen it. Let me go back to the box. The presidency is 4 years, not 3. That's true, Travelman. I get what you're saying is don't exclude the pandemic. I can't argue with that. Because if the pandemic had been great, he would have been taking credit for it. I do believe Trump handled the pandemic miserably, and I've brought that up. Going back to the box, that was a tough one. That was a tough one. I appreciate talking to Dan, though. Continuing on with another one of my friends. King Finn. Good evening, King.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all.
I heard
Now,
from you since before the election, bro.
well, how you feeling now?
I'm still feeling the same way, ready to move to Canada.
Well, what about the notion that Trump may get in there and actually make America great again?
Man, you know what? I see, and I love when you ask those types of questions because for me it kind of just bakes me into that same conversation. What I'm just telling you is, it don't matter what he do because the Republicans are starting to fuck around, or starting to f around and find out.
How so?
Point blank.
Explain.
All of the cases, all of this stuff with J.D. Vance and inviting dude. We both know if it had been switched around, that boy would have been a mentally ill patient, and that dude would not have died in that subway. And dude, you wouldn't know nothing about this story.
You saying that if Daniel Penny had been a black guy and Jordan Neely was white?
Yeah. No, if Jordan Neely was white, none of this wouldn't even be a story. The only story it would be is a black guy choked out a white guy in the subway.
Okay. So you saying if the races were reversed, Jordan Neely would have been. He would have been convicted.
If Jordan Neely would have been a white guy, he would have been. It would have been a mental. He was mentally ill, and nobody would have felt so endangered in that subway car, and nothing like this would have even happened. Because the first thing that would have happened is the subway police would have been on there. They would have strained him, put him in some handcuffs, and everybody would go home with a scare or a story to tell. This would not end up being J.D. Vance, the vice president, and President Cheeto. If y'all want to believe that he didn't know about it, he probably pushed it. I agree with that.
I don't know, King. You telling me that a white man can go around threatening to kill people and be treated with kid gloves?
Are you serious right now? Do you not remember Charleston? When that little boy got taken to Burger King before he got to the jail cell?
Wait, who you talking about?
The little boy that ran up in that church in North Carolina.
Oh, well, yeah.
Shot them 9 people. He got taken to a Burger King with a bulletproof vest on.
Yeah, but it's a difference.
You serious?
Yeah, it's a big difference if you commit a heinous act and you actually surrender. Just like the Buffalo shooter, he surrendered. A lot of them folks have done that.
Come on, man. Derek Chauvin. We finna play that game.
Derek Chauvin.
Derek Chauvin's lawyer was trying to get, who Derek Chauvin is?
Yeah, George Floyd guy. Yeah, George Floyd.
Okay, so we gonna act like Derek Chauvin.
So many fucking names. It's so many fucking names nowadays. I forget them, man.
Exactly. And is that not the point that we standing on? Okay, so let's move on. Now we're finna go ahead to your second topic where you had DJ Julio and them up here with that bullshit about Ashley Babbitt. I'm just gonna be 100%. You can miss me with that shit. Because the only question I kept typing in the comments was, why was she there? Nobody can say. You can say
she was there to talk to reporters and hand out water.
No, I get out of here, dude. DJ Julio. Oh yeah, well she was there. It's her peaceful. They had a right to be there. People were letting Capitol Police were letting them in. No.
Yeah.
Why was she there? Answer that question. Was there a reason that she was there for? In a closed building with the transition of power right down the hallway, what was the reason she was there? I don't care if she got there or how she got in. I don't care about none of that. Why was she there? Because she wasn't a reporter, because if she was, she would have been in the back. When the hell have you ever seen David Muir right on the front damn line with people taking shots at him?
Right.
When have you ever seen that?
That's a really good point. That if she was talking to a reporter, they would not have been in the front of the crowd. They would not have been in the middle of the action like that. They would have been toward the back. Because there are reporters that go into combat zones and they're not on the front lines right up there. That's generally not where they go, because it is the most dangerous spot to be.
Because they don't want to die, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
So let's kick that off, because that's bullshit too. Now, I agree exactly with what you said earlier when you said dude took that first shot. He was shooting dead at her. Yeah,
Yep.
he was, to make a point. You gonna jump through this window, you gonna catch one of these slugs.
Yeah.
Hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. Okay, she jumped through the window. He popped one off to let everybody else outside that window know this is what you got waiting if you jump through that
Yeah,
window.
if you see the photo I got up there where they got the circle around him holding the gun. He got both hands on the firearm. He got one hand cupped in the other one. He's definitely
Again,
controlling that weapon.
But this is after they were beating on the window, yelling, screaming, thousands of them outside of the door.
Yeah.
I would have felt threatened in that position. I might would have. Ain't no might to it. I would have took that shot too. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Now, does she deserve to die? I don't know because I'm not her judge. What I'm gonna say is, why was she there? Because if she wouldn't have been there, none of that would happen.
Yeah, my biggest issue with that one is the whole notion that because she didn't say anything, she's not a threat. I mean, you're climbing through a broken window with a mob. Well, as long as all you guys are deaf mutes, you're not a threat. I mean, you don't have to be verbal to be threatening.
Tim, are you a large black man? A large, tall black man?
Larger than most, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to say the same thing. I'm going to count myself as another large, bearded, tall black man. I am a threat every time I walk outside my door. So please don't tell me that it was not threatening for her to be behind with thousands of people outside of a door coming into a closed building that was supposed to be closed for the transfer of power. Yes, you are there. Yeah. You are a threat.
So then what about the whole notion that what about the whole notion that she's small, an unarmed woman, she doesn't have any weapons on her?
Well, let me ask you this. When termites get into a house, is it a threat?
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to eat the house apart. Termites eat the house apart.
Enough said.
Yeah.
I want to know, this is a question I had for you earlier, and I'm going to let it be done because it's off your topic, and I don't want to go too far. So, the swing states. We were told in this election a month ago that the 6 swing states were all controlled.
There's 7 of them. There's 7
by
of them.
Trump. 7 of them. Okay, we were told 5 out of the 6 were all snatched up by Trump. Yet, in the electorates, in the smaller races, the Democrats won all those races.
Okay.
The question I got for you is, how is that possible?
It's easy possible. They actually favored the Democratic candidates while thinking that Biden and Harris sucked. That happened also in 2020. Like, for instance, 2 Democrat senators that won Georgia, but yet the governor remained, the governor of Georgia is Republican. He beat Stacey Abrams by a lot. Yet the senators went blue and they voted for Biden. So the people in that state actually are not just voting straight ticket. They actually can see people that suck. Same thing in Arizona. Kerry Lake, who is hardcore MAGA, lost, yet Trump won in Arizona. So the people can see this person you're putting up is bullshit. I like everything else, but this person is bullshit. This time, Biden was bullshit.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I want to see what your opinion on that was. Just a little bit of talk around.
Sometimes the people can separate a bad candidate if they don't like. Now, for another good example, Trump won North Carolina, one of the swing states. But remember that guy running for governor that was saying he was a black Nazi and he wanted slavery? He lost by a lot to a Democratic governor.
That dude. That was what's his name? His name was Mark. Was it Mark Robinson?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know what his name was, but that was the dumbest black dude I've ever seen in my life.
Hey, I mean, some folks feel that way.
People I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I can't imagine why a black guy would want. Yeah, I can't imagine why an African American would want slavery back either. But his state went red, but they voted for the governor to remain a Democrat because of shit like that. So sometimes they can see the difference. They voted for Trump in North Carolina, but they didn't vote for that dude. They voted for a Democratic.
Pray for him. So what you think about them? I ask you another question. What you think about the Prime Minister of Canada saying that he's going to turn off the energy for the northern states?
Oh, so wait, that's not he's not. Speech. Yeah, he's not the Prime Minister of Canada though. That's true though. I posted that video. I don't know who that guy is. He's not the Prime Minister. Yeah,
something to do with the energy guy, Doug something. I think it's Doug something, but he's like, he got on the speech and said, "Hey, I'm going to shut the power off because of these terrorists." So then, the only question I got is, do everybody understand what a tariff is? Because I live in Minnesota. I'm not gonna lie, it's going to directly affect me if he actually does do this. So it's going to kind of suck, which is why I said I'm ready to move to Canada because might as well go get free healthcare if I'm gonna get power too.
Well, Canada gonna have their own. Canada's already they've already telling their people they got to be ready for an influx of Hispanics because they have a law in place that I think they passed it when Trump was in office the first time, threatening all of those Hispanic immigrants. They said that if you can get here, you can request asylum. So you're gonna have some Canadians that are pissed off with Trudeau because he's kind of had the same take on immigrants as Biden. So you're gonna start having a lot of Hispanics trying to get out of our country to go north.
Hey, it ain't gonna be nothing like seeing a taco truck up in Ontario, a real taco truck.
Well, what'll end up happening though, that's fine. But what'll end up happening is going to force Canada to probably go far to the right as well. I mean, I think what happened in this country shows that you can't be too nice. There's just simply too many Americans that are not willing to share, are not favorable to immigrants. Even Hispanic Americans are not favorable to all of these people coming here. So if Canada starts taking them in, they gonna fuck around and elect another Trump up there too.
Yeah, that'd be sad. We already got one over on the other continent.
Gotta
down below us. Below that, you got all the cartels. I mean, damn, what is the player to do? Sound like we need to go ahead and move over to the Netherlands. Huh?
All right, I got to move it on, King. Oh my Lord, appreciate you coming. By the way, Ellen DeGeneres has left America. So,
Ellen said, "I'm out and I ain't coming back." I don't blame her.
But she does have a ton of money, so and she's gay.
I know,
so
right?
yeah,
she do whatever the hell she wants to. I ain't mad at her. Do what she do. All right, Tim. Peace.
Appreciate it. My sentiments exactly. By the way, I will say that having lived overseas myself, if I had significant wealth like that, and that ain't just because of Trump, but it's just because I've lived other places, and I do believe there are other countries that certain aspects of life are better in other countries. I do believe that we're best country on earth. I don't buy that. I think we're one of the best countries on earth. I think America's a great country, but I do believe you can live a fairly good life in many other places. There are plenty of other places you can live a fairly good life. Certainly, crime, for instance, is less in a lot of other places. I mean, your chance of getting shot, for instance, decrease significantly if you go to Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand, significantly if you go to those places. And your chance of being blown up or stabbed do not increase at all. And I say that because I've been to some of them places. It's not like people always say, look, you get rid of firearms, people will find another way. They don't have their amount of people getting poked. I don't want to trigger the censors. Let's say people getting poked, shanked. You know what the hell I'm talking about. It ain't that much greater than it is here in America. People are not, and certainly getting blown up with explosives. That ain't really happening. So, in terms of your safety and longevity, in fact, a lot of those countries the people have a longer lifespan than they do in America. And I'll tell you, just for myself, living overseas for 5-6 years or whatever it was, because I'm a big guy, I started instantly losing weight because the lifestyles is healthier in those countries. Everybody ain't working constantly chasing the almighty dollar like we do here. And as Kennedy is talking about, the food is healthier. So you just naturally start getting in better shape. And that happened to me. So there are aspects of other countries that, in my opinion, that are competitive, if not better than America. Anyway, looking in the comments, though, processed foods and poison air and water. Yeah, and that's one of the things, we love capitalism. We're not really a fan of that socialism and all that shit. Well, there are negatives about capitalism. We always talk about we're in a capitalistic environment. It's the only place where you can be born with nothing and have something. Yeah, that's a good story. That's a good rags to riches story. But what about all the negatives that come from capitalism? You don't think that all of this bad shit is in our food for no reason at all, do you? People are making money off of it. All of the stuff that Kennedy is complaining about, money is behind it. All of that stuff is. If everything, even if it's not true, but I don't believe everything he's saying, but some of the stuff Kennedy is saying is resonating with all of us. All of that shit's money oriented. All of it is. So the negatives of capitalism we don't talk about. But people are getting killed in this country because other folks are trying to make money. The whole CEO of United Health, all of the people coming forward talking about my granny died or my cousin had this and they didn't approve dialysis. All of that's money. All of that's money related. You go to some of these other countries, you'll find that there's less procedures being denied. Yeah, you may be in line longer to get this procedure or get that procedure, but there's nobody telling you we're not going to pay for it at all. So there's some pros and cons to living in America versus other places. It ain't just America's here and everybody else is at the bottom. No, there depends on what you're focused on. Looking in the comments though, if the security guard opens the door to a bank for me during visiting hours, they cannot arrest me for trespassing. GT Base, if you're trying to use that, the notion that people were being peacefully let into the Capitol building, I would submit to you, your argument's falling apart. Your statement is if a security guard opens the door to a bank for me during visiting hours, they cannot arrest me for trespassing. First of all, the Capitol building was not open. There's a reason there were barricades and stuff out front. We talk about people being let in. We don't talk about people busting windows and climbing walls. If they're letting people in, why the hell are you breaking windows? When you see Ashley Babbitt in that whole situation, if they're letting them in, why do they need to do that? So clearly people are not being let in. The police let some folks in my opinion, because they were overwhelmed and they stood down. Either that or because some of them cops were probably MAGA and they felt these protesters were fighting a good fight. Regardless of why they got let in, one thing I do not like that Nancy Pelosi and Liz Cheney did with the January 6 hearings is they did not call those officers in and demand they state why they did that. Because on video, it looks like dereliction of duty. This place is clearly being overran. Why are you letting people in through door A when people are clearly beating up cops with flagpoles and shit through door B and breaking out windows of door C? Why are you over here just letting people in? The answer is obvious. They were overwhelmed, but they should have had to testify before Congress why they did that. And they didn't, which is why a lot of supporters are like, well, see, it was peaceful. They let them in. No. You're going to tell me why people are busting windows and climbing walls, and that's undoubtedly is coming in through the walkie-talkies. So the cops, the police that are letting people in, their radios have to be screaming with cops on the other side of the building saying, I need backup. That ain't the time you would give a tour. So the action of the officers make no sense. They would not be giving peaceful tours when people are screaming and asking for backup on the other side of the building. And we know the other side of the building was being overran. You want to point to video of people being let in, that don't mean you get to ignore the video of people breaking in. That was happening in the same damn building. So wasn't nobody being let in like that. It makes no sense. The building is being overran and these cops are just letting people in. There's obviously a reason why they were letting people in. Going back to the box, we'll keep it moving with MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA. There's a difference between being completely overwhelmed and acting like they welcomed them without any resistance. They gave lawful orders not to enter. You got people literally on video fighting over barricades with cops. This was a break-in. I mean, you got people climbing walls and shit like that. There's nothing tourist about that. MAGA Reacts. Now, you're MAGA. Do you see that as a peaceful entry to the Capitol building?
I don't know. I mean, they're still protesting and rioting. It doesn't make what they did right, but it doesn't deserve to be unalived either.
How do you handle it?
I mean, honestly, I think they let them in toward the end because they realized these guys aren't going to destroy the place or hang Mike Pence or any of that. It just made more sense to let them in.
It doesn't matter if they're going to come in and peacefully take pictures. You can't, if the place is closed, you don't get to break in and force the people inside to realize I'm not here to do any harm. You're breaking in. That would be just like the immigrants coming in this country saying, yeah, I entered illegally, but since I've been here, I ain't done nothing wrong. Well, you committed the cardinal sin of breaking in.
Isn't that the argument of the left, though?
Yeah, and now you're using it.
I'm okay with both sides. I mean, it's good for both.
So
I
you're
think
okay
it's
with
good
immigrants
for.
that entered here illegally staying there?
Yeah, I mostly want to get rid of the ones that are committing crimes or at the most unemployed. Like, if you're employed and you're contributing, you're welcome to stay.
Well,
Hopefully, we get you through asylum or whatever you need to get your paperwork straightened out. But most of us just want to get rid of the criminals and the
if
ones that
you
are
let
causing.
if they did what you're saying, we want to get rid of the immigrants that are criminals. But if you're here and you got a job, most of them would be able to stay. MAGA reacts. Most of them immigrants that are in this country, they're not rapists and murderers. You would let
Well,
most of them stay based on that. Because I'm going to tell you, most of the folks that are here, a large majority of them, they're doing exactly what you said. They're coming here, they're working under the table or whatever the case may be, but they are working. They're not sitting around getting welfare. They're not out, hanging out with MS-13. They working. They're actually working.
all right.
So
Then
you sound
everything will work out for
pro-immigrant,
both of us.
huh?
Then things should work out then if they're all working. And because the problem is these sanctuary cities are bragging about basically protecting criminals because we're not going to report them to ICE if we arrest them and all the stuff they're doing. We feel like they're more protecting criminals than protecting hardworking.
Yeah, and
laborers.
there is some legitimacy to that because some of the people they are letting out actually have committed some violent crimes or whatever the case may be. But I think that they're doing that because if they help the Trump administration get rid of violent criminals, the next step is to get rid of non-violent criminals and then just to label anybody that came in the country illegally as a criminal and get rid of them. And that's not speculation. Trump has pretty much said that if you've come in this country illegally, it really don't matter if you committed a crime or not at all. I'm going to get rid of you just because you entered illegally. The only thing is I'm going to go after violent criminals first. But the person who entered illegally and has now been working for the last 10 years, I do want them too. They just aren't a priority. So as a result, the liberal cities are like, well, we're not going to help you then.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about having a good amount, like a number we could handle. Which the last couple of years, it feels like we took on more than we could chew. So that's what I want Trump to do. I don't care how much he deports or how much he let slide. Just to get to a number we could handle where they're not over.
I'm going to tell you right off the bat.
hurting our-
I'm going to tell you right off the bat. Even though I don't want violent people here who don't belong here, the number of people we have in this country right now, we can handle them. Most Americans are not dealing with a bunch of illegal immigrants. I mean, if you live in Wyoming or you live in,
It's
Montana,
it doesn't
you're
work
not, huh?
It doesn't work like that. It's not about handling the amount of people. There's only a certain pace where we could absorb them into our system. Like
You're gonna wait. You're gonna pass pro-life laws and complain about you can't take too many people. Yet you're gonna ban abortion for
Because
damn
we're
near
not
every
gonna
woman in the
have-
country.
We're not gonna have an extra 11 million people
Oh
being born in
shit!
1 year.
Oh shit! You
We're
got
not-
you got a million of them that get terminated every year in America. About 1 million abortions take place. You're gonna ban that and then talk about, well, I can't take too many people in.
Well, no, you just said it. If we had you said $1 billion or $1 million? Sorry,
Million.
How many abortion?
Million.
Yeah, so if we ban abortion, it only increased our population by 1 million a year. Biden raised it by 11 million in 4 years, which is a lot more than 1 million. And that's if we ban abortion, which we're not going to do. But it's not about how many are here; it's how fast the acceleration is. It's not. You know how like you can accelerate fast, but keep under 40 miles an hour, and then say the speed limit, but you still get a ticket for accelerating too fast.
Right.
Sometimes it's not about your top speed; it's just the acceleration was too fast. So
I'd be surprised if Trump was okay with even 1 million coming a year.
I mean, I don't know what he cares about personally, but if we would have taken that 11 million and spread it across like 10 years, no one would be complaining. But the fact that they came in so quick, we got overwhelmed. You need to gradually increase things.
And see, I disagree with the notion that if we took it over 4 years, nobody would be complaining. I think that if you're looking at Trump and he wants to get reelected, he's going to find a reason to complain whether it's legitimate. Just like the Lincoln rally is being shown all over. I mean, Trump is making it sound like most of these people are coming here to take the life of an American. That is nowhere near factual, and a lot of people believe it. So even if we did what you said, spread the number out over 4 years, Trump would just exaggerate and make it sound like it's more. People believe
Yeah, but
Haitian migrants are
it wouldn't be as effective. It wouldn't be as effective.
bullshit.
It wasn't as effective in 2020.
People believe Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs. I mean, that ain't happening. People believe that people actually believe you could have a kid, put it to the side, and decide with the doctor whether to get rid of it. People believe you could
can
send
find
your
people to believe anything.
people.
People
Well, I'm just
surface
telling you.
that,
People believe
if
you
you're
can.
gonna-
People believe
if
you
you're
can
gonna use
send
that
your
argument,
kid.
then people will believe anything or will never get anything done. Like, just the issue
Give me
was
something
a lot
to
of people
li-
let in too quick, and a lot of cities. It wasn't even just Republican cities. A lot of liberal cities were unhappy with how many migrants came in such a fast, quick way.
No.
If you let them in slowly, give them time to find jobs, time to build.
But there were
housing,
no liberal cities that people were unhappy. That was done artificially.
What do you mean?
I'm about to tell you. 950 buses of immigrants were sent to Chicago. So people in Chicago are unhappy, but that ain't something that happened naturally. I could make you unhappy with something if I deliberately flood your city to make a point. I mean, there's a bunch of sanctuary cities all over America. I'm going to specifically target Chicago and New York to make a point. And he succeeded at it. But that ain't something that happened naturally in those cities. If
But the country was being flooded. Just because only people in the South were drowning doesn't make it okay.
I don't
People in
agree.
the North are in high ground.
I don't agree with that. I'd say people in border towns, maybe LA and maybe in Arizona, places near the border were being flooded. But if you lived in, like I said, if you live in Billings, Montana, you're not dealing with a bunch of immigrants. I mean, most American cities, they're not being flooded with immigrants. It was a handful of
also,
towns.
I believe Biden was spreading the immigrants around just as much as
No.
Florida,
Biden was
Texas were.
No, Biden was sending immigrants to sanctuary cities everywhere. He wasn't targeting one city to make an example.
All right. Well, I mean, I believe it was more than just Chicago and New York, but I could be wrong. I really didn't pay attention to that part.
Yeah, 950 buses.
Yeah, the reason I came on here is you keep comparing like Danny to Ashley.
Yeah.
The main difference is Danny wasn't trying to pew or hurt Jordan. He was trying to subdue him and protect the. He didn't shoot at him. He just tried to subdue him and protect the other riders of the bus. He wasn't trying to. He didn't. Shoot him.
I wouldn't have
point blank
convicted
from the
Danny.
side.
I think I'm on your side with that. I've said before, even though a lot of my liberal side do not favor what I said, but if I'm on a jury, I wouldn't have convicted Daniel Penny. My argument where I see the similarities is two people lost their life while being unruly. I don't see how Ashley Babbitt, who clearly was being unruly, should have got all of these should have been viewed as just a woman or she's not armed. I mean, she's busting a window. You don't know if she's armed at all, by the way. And people are very sympathetic to Ashley Babbitt, but they're looking at Jordan Neely like, well, fuck around and find out. That's where I see the difference. To me, they both were doing something wrong and they lost their life while they were doing it.
The main difference is any one of us could be protesting something.
You don't get to
different things.
No, if
we
you're
all go crazy on a subway.
No. If you're protesting and you're looking down the barrel of a cop's gun, your chances of getting shot are pretty damn high. That's all I'm saying. This guy is aiming a firearm at you.
She wasn't looking down the barrel.
He's aiming the firearm right at the spot she claimed. I mean, it's literally a photograph of it. I mean, they actually took
I saw the video. He was on the side, hiding behind the door. Like, it wasn't, like, completely concealed, but...
And you think he was totally silent?
I mean, they already went through, few doors without getting pew-pewed. How is she supposed to know that this particular door was going to be the unlucky one when,
well,
part of a huge group? It's not just...
So they had already bust windows and... So what you said, they had already bust windows and went through a few other doors like this?
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't the first door, right? It was like, it looks like it's inside the building. It doesn't look like it's out.
So why is everybody saying they're getting let in if you're admitting they're literally smashing their way through?
I mean, like I told you earlier, I think they smashed their way in at the beginning, but after a while, the guards realized it was just easier to just let them in, especially since the place was already abandoned. There's no harm they could do to anybody.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me, MAGA. But the thing, here's the reason. You know that the heads of state is in this building, the Senate, all of Congress, the VP.
I believe when they let them in, they already left. All the heads of states already left.
That's really...
I think they're letting them in after they left.
And that obviously is not true, though. I mean, because you see these people running all over the damn place. When they came in this building, they caught those people totally off guard. People were running and being scattered. The Secret Service had to grab Mike Pence. What nobody the people didn't give them a chance to peacefully leave. They were coming in this building yelling Nancy Pelosi. They weren't expecting them to be gone. They were expecting to encounter them.
Okay, this was a 2-hour thing, right?
4.
What I'm trying to say is hour 1, they were fighting them off, trying to stop them from coming in. By hour 2, when the place was already, they got all the people out, all the important people out, they just let them in because at this point there was no one inside that they could hurt, and they saw that they weren't damaging the building that much.
So you think that the whole building was vacant and they just gave it up to these people?
Like an hour into it, yeah, they realized they were already inside, so why not just let them in?
You sure don't make this sound like a
timeline not well, so let me not say something that I don't know 100%.
Well, just based on what you're saying, you sure don't make this sound like a peaceful protest at all. You're admitting they were literally smashing their way through.
No, I'm with. I never said it was like a peaceful protest. I said it was a protest. I said it was a riot. I never said it was a peaceful protest, and I never said it was insurrection.
Oh.
It was somewhere in between. And they want to be heard because they thought the election was stolen.
But if the building is empty, who's going to hear you?
Well, you're also making it the news. There's cameras everywhere.
If nobody, wait. So reporters are in the building by themselves? Somebody, if for you to be heard, somebody has to be in the building.
I mean, there were cameras everywhere recording this, so the internet, the whole world was hearing what happened. We still hear about it. And another point that came up earlier, why people vote for Trump and they don't vote for other Republicans. After January 6th, we kind of saw a divide. We realized a lot of these Republicans weren't really on our side. Before January 6th and before all that, before the election, when I consider
back when the party was unified.
I don't want to say unified. It wasn't unified, but we thought we were all on the same team. But
you were.
January.
Everybody on the Republican Party don't agree with January 6th. That's why everybody in your party don't agree with stuff like what Ashley Babbitt is doing. Before they did this, the party was unified.
Look, I don't agree with January 6th, but it did prove one thing, that there's a difference between Republicans and MAGA. And that's why Trump won in a lot of situations where regular
What's the
Republicans
difference?
didn't.
What's the difference between Trump and MAGA? What's the difference between MAGA and Republicans in your opinion?
I consider MAGA anyone who, likes Trump, where Republicans could be like the old Bush Republicans, the ones that caused the 2008 recession and all that.
I agree with that. But to me, that's problematic because the traditional Republicans like Bush and the folks you're talking about, they were traditional Republicans because they ran on certain principles: pro-life, small government, pro-military, pro-police, law-abiding, family party. The MAGA party, as you just stated, they like Trump. Yeah. That's it. They like Trump. Principles that is true.
It's not that we like Trump. I'm an ex-Democrat, and I didn't like the Iraq War, and we have the same. We agree with Trump. We don't like him as a person. That's obvious.
No, but hear me out though. Hear me out. What I'm saying is the MAGA party likes Trump. And the principles take a distant back seat. And when I say principles take a distant back seat, I mean, doesn't matter what you stand on. If Trump says the opposite, they're going to go with Trump. Like when Trump talked about banning bump stocks. They didn't even criticize Trump for really, going after the Second Amendment. They still were saying liberals was going after it. Trump's on video talking about...
in the center. That's what I'm trying to say. We're more in the center. We're all
no. You're not more in the center. You are more with Trump. It doesn't matter if it's center, if it's left, if it's far right. Whatever Trump goes with, MAGA's going to go with that. There is the only principle is Trump.
The thing is, Trump's a little bit of everything. That's why it's a little different from being Republican. Republicans are only Republican. Trump and a lot of MAGA is a little bit of everything.
No, they're a little bit of Trump. If Trump goes far right and stays that way, MAGA's going to go far right and stay that way.
No, we don't follow him far right. I see Trump as the center. He's a little bit right. I'm also a little bit conservative. He's a lot in the center. It's center right is what Trump is. Even though he gets painted as this far right guy, I believe he's more center right.
I believe
care about
that.
abortion and all of. Yeah, and MAGA's the same, and you guys, everyone.
No,
claims
MAGA
that we
is
just
Trump.
listen to Trump.
No. I believe Trump can be center right. I believe MAGA is Trump. If Trump goes from center right to somewhat center left, or if he goes, follows with the Kennedy guy, which I don't know what the hell you call Kennedy. Wherever Trump goes, MAGA's going to go there. MAGA is not a fixed position. Like, for instance, if Trump says that North Korea, I think he talked about totally wiping North Korea off the map. MAGA was cheering that on. When he invited Kim Jong-un to the White House, MAGA suddenly was cheering that on. When he was favorable to Vladimir Putin after years of us hating the Russians, MAGA was favorable to that. Now that it looks like Putin is starting to fall out with Trump, MAGA is favorable. Wherever Trump is at, MAGA is there with him. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what the policies are.
It kind of seems that way, but I think it's a misrepresentation. It's kind of what I always say when I talk to you. It's not that we listen to Trump. It's that Trump listens to us.
Really?
And
really?
every time I talk to you, I keep telling you how he's on Twitter, he's paying attention to what's trending, he's at those rallies, meeting and greeting. No politician has ever met and talked to as many people as Trump has.
You know how many folks
on social media?
Yeah, I could not disagree with you more. First of all, MAGA I've heard many Trump supporters say, I like his policies. I wish he would get off the internet and the mean tweets. He clearly ain't listening to that. When he tried to put Dr. Oz for senator in Pennsylvania, MAGA had another woman that was an election denier, and she was far more favorable to MAGA. He went with Dr. Oz against all of MAGA. Trump has made several bad picks that MAGA did not favor. So he ain't listening to you guys. You listening to him.
Exactly. You just proved my point that we don't blindly follow him, but he listens to us.
No.
And he doesn't always hear the message right. That's 100% obvious.
What the hell does that mean? He doesn't hear the message right. What is this, Jesus?
No,
he doesn't hear the message right.
Misunderstand the crowd. Sometimes you just misunderstand the crowd. You think the crowd is anti immigrants when they just want to be secure. They don't want to be, have random people murdered. And, I'm pro-immigration. I'm an immigrant. My whole family's immigrants. A lot of us are pro-immigration. We just want security at the border.
Yeah. Well, I get the feeling
the southern border over airplanes.
Yeah, I get the feeling that right now Trump is hardcore getting the folks out of this country that, the illegals, the asylum seekers. I mean, even the anchor babies, and MAGA's okay with that. I truly believe that if Trump gets talked to by the right business people and they say a certain amount of these folks need to stay, and Trump gets up there and says, listen, MAGA, a certain amount of these folks need to stay, you guys are going to suddenly start saying a certain amount of these folks need to stay. I'm just simply saying your opinion changes with his.
The primary concern is security. If it seems that crime is down and the border is secure, if he makes us feel that way, then you can...
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. If he makes us feel that way. You couldn't have said it any better.
Still, the primary concern is security. He has to show that the country is secure, and then he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and
if he doesn't give us the security he promised, then he is going to have a problem.
But as I just stated to you, most Trump supporters live in areas where they're not having a major issue with immigrants. So the only way they know the country is not secure is because Trump is telling them it's not secure. So when Trump says it is secure, they don't have any way to actually look into it. So when like you said, he'll make you feel insecure now. If once he gets in office and says the economy is the best it's ever been, the country is the most secure it's ever been, you don't have a way to fact check that. Because you don't trust. You don't trust any.
We're more connected than ever, and
no.
more information than ever.
You're not. Name me one source that is critical of Trump that you would trust.
It's not one source. You have to listen to
Give me any.
Sources.
If Trump is telling
I would
us,
have to listen to what CNN's saying compared to what Fox is saying compared to my friend in New York. If my friend in New York is telling me it's secure, CNN saying crime is down, and Fox is saying crime is down, I could trust that all three of them are telling the truth.
Over Trump, you're gonna trust CNN and Fox News over Trump as a Trump supporter.
On top of other sources, like somebody who actually lives in New York or Chicago or and stuff like that.
Somebody
I mean,
somebody
in
who
terms of
lives
the
in a
aggregate.
somebody who lives in a liberal city like New York, you gonna trust them over Trump?
Oh yeah, because I have a lot of Puerto Rican friends. They don't care who's
Puerto
in charge. They'll
Ricans.
tell you the truth.
You gonna trust Puerto Ricans over Trump? All right, okay.
Again, it's like if 20 people are telling me the same thing and they're completely opposite of each other and they don't all think the same, then I could trust what they're saying. If
Wait,
you got different
Magariax,
people-
hold on. Your entire party, every Republican senator damn near, most of the Republican Congress, just about every network out there said Trump lost the 2020 election. He said he won. Who did you trust?
Yeah, at that point, those certain people all think the same, and that's different. And all those people in government and their puppets in the news think.
You
the
think
same.
all of the
That's why I have to
Republicans?
take-
You think every Republican senator, every Republican governor in this country is a puppet, and they all think the same?
It's one of those things where like it's better to move on than keep fighting over it.
Right.
You know, it's like when when your wife is wrong and she's like fighting you about it, and you're like rather just be like, all right, you win, even though you know you're right.
His own daughter told him he lost, MAGA. His own daughter said he
Yeah,
lost.
she wanted to be out of there. She was look at them. They don't want
So
to.
how can anybody say he lost and you actually believe it's the truth? You're actually living up to my statement. You're not going to believe anybody.
Look, I don't believe, I'm 50-50 on it, to be honest with you. Like, I don't think he lost 100%. I don't think he won 100%. I think we need a thorough audit, yet we never got that.
He said he won by a landslide. He said he won by a landslide.
He didn't win by a landslide.
So he lied then. So he himself
He
lied.
exaggerates. Come on, you keep convoluting lying with exaggerating.
If you say you won by a landslide and you didn't, it's either a truth or a lie. It's not an exaggeration. Either you did it or you didn't.
If his argument the whole time is I only won by a hair, then he's got less of an argument to keep fighting.
Okay.
You have to like motivate your people to fight.
So you think every Republican governor in this country that says he lost? I mean, I don't think there's one single Republican governor in this country that says he won the 2020 election. So you believe they're all lying?
The problem is, look at right now. Look at how many breakdowns of the election we had in the last like months. We didn't get that in 2020. We didn't get no breakdown.
So every governor's lying.
For Biden.
So every governor's lying.
I don't know if they're lying. No, they don't know. Nobody knows because we didn't get.
Why would the governor of a state? Why would the governor of a state not know where the votes in this state went?
Because, I mean, votes are private. Unless you open up all the votes and audit them to see if there's fraud, how is he going to know? Like, you have to do a...
So then how does Trump know?
He doesn't know. That's what I'm saying.
Then why is he saying he won?
Because he has to say he won to get the fight started.
All right,
he doesn't know he lost either. He doesn't know he lost either is what I'm trying to say.
He has no basis to say he won is the point. He has no basis. Even by your own admission, he doesn't have access to the votes. He does not know.
This is all based on one thing that people keep skipping.
A lie. It's based off a lie.
No, it's not based on a lie.
Yes,
it's based on how close that race was. It's based on the fact that 12,000 votes in Georgia would have made Georgia Trump. 10,000 votes in Arizona. Another 20,000 in Wisconsin. PA was only like 60,000.
So you're saying it was a close race that he's claiming he won by a landslide?
Again, forget what he claims. The actual fact on the ground is a very close race.
He is the reason. You say, wait. You're saying forget what he said. He is the reason we're having this conversation, MAGA. He's the only reason we're having the conversation.
If it was just him, we never had January 6th.
It is just him.
MAGA. Then why is it so hard to get a lot of people to believe that he lost?
Because they only believe what he says.
No, because it was close race. Look at now how like the Democrats are saying, oh, Trump only won by 200,000 votes. Well, he only lost in 2020 by 40,000 votes. And 10,000 votes, 12,000 votes in Georgia is nothing. All
right,
if he would have found the smallest amount of fraud in Georgia, he would have won Georgia. Same thing with Arizona. 10,000 votes is nothing.
So do you consider it fraud that you got people like Rudolph Giuliani talking about people are trading around USB drives and people portraying themselves as fake electors? Is that not fraud? All the Republicans that were caught in...
Yeah, that was all grasping at straws. Nobody knows the actual truth because we can't open up the votes and check.
No, what they were doing...
Votes and look for fraud?
What's
up?
No, they said they had to write to be an elector when they had no certification to do so? Is that fraud?
That's a whole different argument. That has
But
to
but
do with the
it's
fact that there's
but
no
is it fraud?
procedure for the situation.
You don't have
It
any
is.
right to be here, yet you're here saying you have a certification to be here and do this. Is that fraud?
Again, that's a whole different argument because that had to do with the
No, but
fact
you can
that
you
there
can
was no
answer yes or no if
procedure
it's
for that
fraud.
situation.
You can answer yes or
It
no if it's
was
fraud.
there was no law to make it fraud or like legal or illegal. It's not legal or illegal. It's a gray area because they have no rules for that situation. They had no rules of what to do when you're still contesting an election, but the certification is still valid.
All right, Maggie. You know what I got to do. Always good talking to you,
Yeah.
man. We don't agree, of
Oh, there
course,
was one
but
last thing. Like, you gotta be careful when Democrats give you stats like, oh, it was 5 months in a row or 5 quarters in a row of the economy going up. Yeah, it's because you had a record low or a record high, and the crime is coming down from a record high. So of course, there's no place to go but down. So of course, if you
I can't
if crime is
believe you
at
would actually tell me I got to be careful when Democrats give me stats after the conversation we just had about the
well,
election.
they're more trusted with stats. That's
I
why you have to
can't
be more
believe
careful
you
when they
just
say
said
it.
that. All right, Mag, I got to
So
go.
when crime goes from 5 to a 10 and it goes down to 9, 8, and 7, they'll tell you, oh, it went down from a 10 to a 7. Yeah, but we started out at 5. It's still way higher than 5, so it doesn't matter how
All right.
much down it's gone.
You're telling me about bad Democrat stats while admitting it was a close election and the president said he won by a landslide. Maybe the
Yeah, it was a close
Democrats.
election, but he
Maybe
didn't
the
lose,
Democrats
and
are
they
just.
didn't win either.
Hold on. Maybe the Democrats are just exaggerating, and you're taking them out of context.
Well, in that situation, we don't know it because we can't open up the votes and verify that they were all legit.
I gotta go. Thank you.
Take care, man.
Always. MAGA don't make it easy. I always appreciate MAGA Reacts. Definitely friend of the program. I'm looking in the comments. This guy spends too much time on Twitter. Says, you talking about me or the caller? Me or the caller? Real quick, going back to the box. Ed G says, people believe men can be women. There are people that believe that. I don't know. There are people that believe in Santa Claus. There are people that believe in multiple deities, multiple gods. Shit. I mean, okay, you believe a man can become a woman. I mean, I get your point, Ed, but believing that a man can become a woman ain't the only crazy thing people believe in, is it? People believe a lot of other shit. Ed G says, I'm MAGA in my Hulk Hogan voice. That officer rather, is my hero. Now he's talking about the African American that shot Ashley Babbitt. Now he said, Edgy says, I am MAGA, and he said in my Hulk Hogan voice, that officer is my hero. He let the bullets of the law run wild on her. What you gonna do with my Hulkamaniacs run wild on you? Wow. And I do think that there are some Trump supporters that do not criticize that officer for that. And I feel confident. I don't normally say 100% sure, but I'm pretty damn close to 100% on this one. Where I feel confident that if Ashley lost her life doing anything else other than operating on behalf of MAGA under those same circumstances, MAGA would say she fucked around and found out. Let's say she was protesting on behalf of Black Lives Matter and she broke into City Hall. Same way, exactly the same way. She's surrounded by Black Lives Matter protesters. They're breaking into City Hall and some cop, local police officer, working on behalf of the mayor, protecting City Hall, while the mayor and half of the town's aldermen are in that building. And let's say LaQuisha, as opposed to Ashley Babbitt. LaQuisha is trying to climb through the window and she gets shot in the pride. I feel almost 100% certain MAGA would have a different opinion on that. I think Ashley Babbitt's saving grace as she was operating on behalf of MAGA. That's the only thing I believe that's helping her out. But if she was protesting any other cause and she lost her life under those same circumstances to a sworn officer while smashing her way through a building, MAGA would fuck around and find out. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But because she is under the umbrella of MAGA, she's getting some type of special provision. That's the way I view it. It's a free speech program. You can criticize me and I'll tackle it. I don't block, ban, or censor. I'll tackle it. But I do believe that MAGA is her saving grace. Looking in the comments, as if 2020 wasn't the single most hyped election year in all of our lives because of COVID and Trump being impeached multiple times for acting an ass. Sure, it was just an anomaly. Damn, Marissa. Tell us how you really feel. I agree with a lot of that. Right, 15 million more. Nothing to see, though. Well, here's a. I don't want to. We'll keep on with the program, and I'll go back to the box. But in regards to the 2020 election, just like what I was talking to my last caller, who is MAGA. I mean, his name is MAGA Reacts. I enjoy talking to MAGA, and he certainly supports Trump. Even he admitted that at the very least, now he's defending Trump, and even he admitted at the very least, Trump exaggerated the election results. He believes Trump may have won. But even he is saying, at the very most, it was a close election. So even he is admitting that Trump lied to the American people, at least in form of exaggerating, by saying he won by a landslide. And by the way, Trump did that on election night in 2020. I'm watching the election results come in. Chris Christie is on there with George Stephanopoulos, by the way, who just had to pay $15 million to Trump. That was ruled this week. But anyway, that's what Chris Christie said when Trump was on television saying that I won by a landslide in 2020, and you see the ticker below him letting you know Pennsylvania has only counted 20% of their votes. And he's already on TV talking about he won by a landslide. Chris Christie stated then, like, he has no right to be on TV saying this right now. The vote counts are still coming in. I mean, he was on TV like 10 o'clock at night already saying he had won by a landslide. It was planned, as Steve Bannon admitted. It was planned. Whether he's winning or not, he's going to say he won. And I do strongly believe, now I won't say 100% on this one, but considerably more than 50%. If Kamala Harris had won, Trump was going to say he won this election too. He was not just going to take that on the chin. Kamala Harris called Trump within 24 hours of his victory and conceded. That was not going to happen in reverse. That was not going to happen in reverse. If Kamala Harris had won, she was not going to get a call from Trump. She was going to get more election critique. Something happened. It was not going to happen. He was not going to concede this election either. Going back to the box, we'll continue on with not to quote Bill and Ted's, but dude. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I'm a big fan of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Dude, good evening.
What's up, man? You always say that Bill and Ted every time I come up.
I'm a big fan of that. I wouldn't have seen that the movie back in the 80s when it came out. So what am I getting wrong?
Sure. Well, hey, man, I just came into the live. What is your main focus?
Well, our main focus.
What are you talking about?
Our main focus tonight is we're talking about Trump and Pence taking Danielle Penny to the Army-Navy game today. Now, Danielle Penny is the Marine that tried to detain the African-American on the subway in New York. Okay, the only thing this guy is nationally known for is choking out a black man. Why is Trump showing up at a national game on national television? Why is he dragging this guy around?
Well, I mean, did he drag him around, or did Penny want to go, or what? You know,
who wouldn't want to go to a national game with the president?
Okay.
Why did he get an invite? What makes him so special that you get a call from the vice president to come to a game? I mean, like I said, the only thing he is known for is choking out a black man.
Okay, wait. So are you saying that? Obviously, you're saying that Trump took him there. Are you saying that?
No, JD Vance is the one that invited him. Yeah, okay. JD Vance invited him, but they're all together. But I'm trying to figure out why. What did he do?
I don't know that. And you know me, I'm a Trump voter. I don't classify myself as MAGA or even a Republican.
Well, hold on. Before you continue, I don't know. But yeah. I'll let you continue. But did you hear my spiel on the difference between Republicans and MAGA with my last caller?
No. I think I jumped in kind of in the middle of
that.
Right.
I wish you could have heard it But keep going.
Well, I guess I don't agree with parading. I mean, listen, a judgment was made on Danielle Penny's case,
right? Which I agree with.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and I actually agree with the judgment that was made as well. But I don't know that we need to parade him around as a life was lost, right? That's always a tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that Daniel Penny went on the train that day to take someone's life. And if I were Daniel Penny, I probably would have just said politely that, I don't really want to do this because this doesn't really reflect.
Oh hell no!
the
I'm
things
gonna
that I
take
did
that.
that
No,
day.
no. Wait a minute. No, I'm gonna take that. I'm going to take that invitation to hang out with Trump and Vance any day. I mean, first of all,
Why?
Daniel Penny, he's a veteran or whatever. He's not exactly swimming in money. This type of shit right here is what's going to lead to, I mean, Republicans. MAGA, I mean, I hate to say it, white supremacists who are happy at the death of a black. He gonna get money from this. Kyle Rittenhouse is a millionaire from what I hear. He's gonna get money from this. I'm gonna take that invite from Vance and Trump any day if I'm in Daniel Penny's case.
So-
If I'm Penny, I'm gonna take that invite.
So do you think, or is your belief that Daniel Penny is in fact a white supremacist and went out to kill a black man that day?
No, I believe Daniel Penny. I'm not a fan of him choking the dude for 6 minutes, but I think he was trying to play the role of a good Samaritan, and maybe adrenaline kicked in or something like that, and he ended up costing the guy his life. But the reason I brought white supremacy, 'cause people are happy to see the death of anytime you take out a member of BLM, an African American, there are going to be people in this country that are happy about that. No matter, it doesn't matter what circumstance it is. People are going to be happy about that.
Was he a member of BLM?
No, but he got a lengthy criminal history. He's on the subway acting unruly, and that's good enough. And he's black. That's good enough for some.
Okay. So do you think that Daniel Penny, as a white man, and as a former Marine, do you think that, let's say I was on that subway that day and I was drunk and I was a homeless man and I've lived, you and I have this in common. I've lived in Chicago. I lived in Chicago for 10 years.
Okay.
And I lived in Uptown. I lived in Rogers Park.
Okay.
I lived in Edgewater. I lived all up and down the city of Chicago. So what I'm saying is, we both rode the L, right? We rode the red line, we rode the blue line, we rode the orange and the green lines.
I got 30 years there, so yeah, definitely.
Exactly. We've been all up and down these trains, and we know what happens, right? We've seen what I've literally seen men pull their pants down and shake and expose themselves in front of men, women, and children on these trains. So you're telling me if me as a white man, if I was on that train and Daniel Penny saw me doing that same thing as a Marine, Daniel Penny, that he wouldn't have choked me out and done the same damn thing to me?
I can't. I mean, I'm going to assume he would have. If I'm going to put him in a position of being unbiased, I would assume he would have done it to a white guy as well. But what I will say is, I believe if Daniel Penny had done that to a white guy, he wouldn't be at this football game. I don't think the outrage from the black community would be the same. I don't think the favoritism from the white community would be the same. I mean, I do believe the fact that he choked out a black man is pissing off black people, and it has satisfied a hell of a lot of white people.
Well, no, I agree with you that the fact that the man that was choked out was black, that certainly is pissing off a lot of people who
is giving others a reason to celebrate, and it's pissing off some African Americans, and it's giving some on the other side a reason to celebrate. Some people are happy to see the death of an African American that has a criminal record.
Can you tell me who?
Are you kidding me? The same folks like the Ricky Schroeders, the guy who when Kyle Rittenhouse was getting hemmed up, he suddenly found like $600,000 to send to Kyle Rittenhouse. You know how many black men get hemmed up by the system? I bet you Ricky Schroeder wouldn't send them a cent. There are plenty of people like that out there.
Yeah, listen, I can't say that you're wrong, but so you agree with the judgment that was made?
I'm not going to send that guy to jail for 15 years for trying. I do believe that guy was trying to be a good Samaritan and overdid it. I mean, I don't think jail is the answer to every mistake that happens. And I believe it's more of a mistake than a cold-blooded execution of the guy. I believe, look, 6 minutes is ridiculous. We can talk about all the metrics of what leads to that, but I don't believe that Daniel Penny set out to take that guy's life. However, I do believe people out there are happy that his life was taken.
And I actually agree with you on that too. I do believe that there are people out there who will say things to the tune of, you know, this person was committing crimes, or this person, you know, was doing things that were a detriment to society, and you know, people are fucking heartless, man. And at the end of the day, I don't think anybody necessarily deserves to have their life taken at the moment that it's taken.
No, I agree. You know how the United Healthcare CEO lost his life last week, and everybody was happy because they view United Healthcare as a bad company, and they're happy to see the CEO
but
go.
How do you feel about that? Because I feel pretty good about that.
Well, I do believe United Healthcare is a bad. Okay, but hear me out where I was going with it though. Just like people are somewhat happy that a guy who,
I'm pretty fucking happy.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that view black people the same way you might view United Healthcare. Is that they are on TV always hurting people and doing stuff, and they would view another African American getting taken out the same way people view the United Healthcare CEO. That's what I said. There are people that are happy about it.
Well, I guess my argument is if you're viewing a person as because they're black, they deserve to, you know, be unalived or whatever, then you're fucking wrong, first of all.
Okay.
But if you're viewing a person in the sense that, hey, you've really fucked other people over, and you've taken and stolen and killed and done, you know.
He had a lengthy criminal record. You could say he had a lengthy criminal record, so people are going to say that about him. Okay, well, so did the United Healthcare CEO. He had taken lives and he got away with it for so long under the guise of being a fucking CEO, and he probably killed more people than any of these other street criminals, right? So fuck that. Fuck him. I'm glad he's dead. Honestly. My God. He does have a family, man.
I don't give a fuck. Maybe he should have thought about that before he decided to kill other people's families.
His teenage kids, you don't care nothing about them, huh?
Listen, dude, I voted for Trump, and I know you don't expect to hear shit like this from people like me, but fuck him.
I do expect to hear it. I actually do.
Fuck him. Fuck that CEO. If you're going to steal money from people, and if you're going to just allow people to die for you to get rich and fuck everybody else, and honestly, if you're a criminal and you're going to take things from people when they didn't deserve to have those things taken, or take their lives, or their innocence and things like that, fuck you too. Like, but
I gotta say, now, no lives were lost, but you do realize a lot of folks that went to Trump University said the same thing about him, right?
Yeah, and fuck that too.
All right, I'm just telling you.
If you're out here scamming people, and you're out here taking things from people, and you're not being honest, then I'm not okay with that. I'm not. Yeah, I voted for Trump. I'm not okay with everything the man's done. I'm just more okay with the way things were when he was president than I was the way things were when Biden was president, and the way things might have been when Kamala became president.
I get it. If we're voting for Trump, I get, and I understand it, and that's a popular sentiment. If we're voting for Trump solely based on policies, I could understand why somebody would say that. But at the end of the day, Trump says inflammatory shit that can get people killed, such as they're eating cats and dogs and all of this stuff, and everybody's getting raped and murdered by people. I mean, his language. You can agree with his economy, but you have to understand that you're also inviting that language to come back, like this Daniel Penny thing we're talking about. The fact that he's taking sides in this, he shouldn't be involved in this. He shouldn't be involved in that thing.
If we're talking about inflammatory commentary, should we be talking about Biden or Hillary saying like things like deplorable or MAGA are terrorists or anything like that? Like should we be
it did get discussed. But here I'll tell you this, and I don't favor what Biden or Hillary said at all, but I'll tell you this: for every insult Biden or Hillary said about MAGA probably said 10,000 in return. I mean, Trump probably said 10,000 in return. So I'm not a fan of what Biden or Hillary said about Trump, but I can tell you one thing: Trump has said a hell of a lot more things about Biden than Biden could ever drink. Because Trump holds more rallies. Trump talks to the people more, and every time he talks to the people, he says something awful about Biden, Hillary, or Obama. Every single time he does that.
I couldn't care less what Biden says about Trump or what Hillary says about Trump or what Trump says about Biden or Hillary. What I care about is when these political heads talk about the voting base, right? And I've never heard Trump talk about the Democratic voting base. I have heard him talk about, hold on. I have heard him talk about the Democrat heads. I've heard him completely demolish and talk out of his ass about the Democrat heads and the politicians, right?
But nothing he said nothing about the Democratic voting base.
Well, hold on. But I haven't. I'm not saying he hasn't.
Oh, but he has.
But what I'm asking you is when I've heard Hillary and Biden talk about what we call MAGA, right? We call them deplorables. We call them domestic terrorists. Like we're talking about American citizens here. Not only, it's not just a small faction of American citizens. It's obviously, hold on. I think you're hearing,
hold on, hang on. I think you can hear insults aimed at you, but you cannot hear insults that Trump aimed at. You never heard Chicago and Baltimore.
I was wrong.
Hold on. Baltimore,
I said I was wrong.
What you're saying is that you can clearly hear when Democrats say things about a large amount of Republican voters or about MAGA. What do you think a libtard is? What do you think he's talking about? That's the voting. That's different. Who do you think calling them socialists or saying Democrats want free shit? Who do you think he's talking about? When he says Chicago is a shithole, who do you think he's talking about? He's saying it constantly. You just don't hear it. He's constantly insulting the Democratic Party.
The Democratic Party, yeah.
The voters.
but didn't he just win this election?
That ain't got nothing to do with what you just said. That ain't got nothing to do with what you just said.
Without the voters that shifted in this election, he would never have won. So he obviously spoke to some of those voters. Yeah. And some of those voters said, you know what? He's probably speaking more to the party than he is to me.
I'm just simply saying your argument that the Democrats talk about Republican voters you haven't. I'm just simply saying that argument is flat out false. Now, some Democrats voted for Trump. I agree with that. A lot of them thought that Biden and Kamala Harris sucked. But the idea that he didn't insult Democratic voters is crazy. He was doing it all the time.
All right. Like I said, I'll concede to that.
Okay.
You're not incorrect.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Look, and I can live with that. Dude, I got to move on. You know you're always welcome back, man.
Yes,
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to the program. By the way, I haven't asked you folks to tap the screen. We should have been up to about 50, F-I-D-D-Y, 50,000. So tap the screen, get the likes up to about 50,000. We can make that happen. Smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal and vertical. Continuing on the program, that's a perfect example, Kareem, because he said that he hears about Democrat politicians insulting the Republican voters, but Trump only really insults the Republican politicians and not the voters. You are correct, Kareem. That message he sent out on Thanksgiving, when Trump said Happy Thanksgiving, and he's talking about liberal lunatics. I mean, he just did it on thing. Yeah, Trump. Yeah, that's a million. Trump has insulted Democrat voters a million times. But that, like I was telling my last caller, a lot of times when Democrats insult Republicans, they can feel and hear that insult. But when Republicans insult Democrats, because they believe the insult is true, they don't put it in the same category. But yeah, Trump has said all kinds of insults about the Democratic Party. I mean, when you hear the phrase, I could go for some $2 gas and mean tweets, what do you think they're talking about? That's all insults. All of that's insults. Mean tweets. I mean, you got people saying I like mean tweets. Fuck your feelings. That's aimed at the Democratic voters. All of that stuff is. Real quick, looking in the comments. Yeah, tap the screen. Thank you. Appreciate that. Eagle. I like to I like to speaking possible. I don't get what you're saying there. They don't want to hear about Trump's taking side. Yeah, well, in regards to this whole Daniel Penny thing, I can't see it as anything else. I mean, Trump is clearly. I mean, we got to say Mike Pence is the one that invited Daniel Penny to the Army Navy game, but it's not like Trump didn't know he was going to be there. And if Mike Pence, not Mike Pence, JD Vance, Mike Pence is obviously old news. If JD Vance had of invited a Black Lives Matter member or something like that, I guarantee Trump would have said something. Trump knew that Daniel Penny was coming. And I mentioned this a few days ago. Monday. It was Monday when Daniel Penny was found not guilty. He was last Friday, he beat the manslaughter charge, and then he had to beat the negligent homicide charge on Monday of this week. And on Monday evening, on the 5, I watch a lot of Fox. Monday evening on the 5, what is her name? Judge Jeanine Pirro, because I brought it up on my live stream that evening. Judge Jeanine Pirro stated then that Trump, I think she said Trump should invite him to the White House. Something of the nature of Trump should reach out to this guy and have a meeting and take a photo op with him or something like that. Because I brought it up. I can't remember exactly what Judge Jeanine Pirro recommended, but I mentioned it on the live stream and actually asked the audience. And most of the audience, even the MAGA side, said Trump should not get involved in this. And here we are, less than a week later, the guy's out with him so apparently, Trump watches a lot of Fox. My guess is Trump probably heard that. He watches a lot of Fox News, used to call in during the shows and talk to Hannity and Laura Ingraham and Jesse Waters and all of them. So my guess is he probably heard it. Hey, look, this will be good for our people. And boom, maybe told JD Vance, why don't you invite him? But Trump knew he was coming. I feel confident in that. Going back to the box, Travelman, one of my subscribers, I always give them first digs. Good evening, Travelman. You there? Travelman, are you there? He's there, but he's having a Mitch McConnell moment there. So we'll keep going. Did anybody see Mitch McConnell? The video floating around, he froze again. This is episode number 3. Mitch McConnell froze again. Notice how outraged people were because Joe Biden fell a couple times, stuttered, talked about shit that was off topic. Mitch McConnell looks like he could literally pass away on camera. And the right, for the most part, the outrage is fairly minimal. Even in Kentucky, where he's from, there's not a huge amount of outrage. If you believe that Biden, dementia, cognitive abilities, and you ain't saying shit about Mitch McConnell, then you just biased. If you don't have the same outrage towards Mitch McConnell that you had, in fact, Mitch McConnell is worse than Biden. Mitch McConnell, I mean, you're talking about a guy on camera for 30 seconds, a minute, that don't know he's on camera, that doesn't even know somebody's talking to him. And the outrage is I see the comments. Joe says Trump is next. And I see the comments. Make Me King says all they care about is Trump. Yeah, if you got outrage towards Biden and his cognitive abilities, and you ain't saying shit about Mitch McConnell, then yeah, you're completely biased on that. Let me go back to the box. Continued on what I think that says collaborator. Good evening, collaborator. Mitch retired and doesn't have fingers on nukes. He's in the Senate though. He can vote on serious matters for this country. Mitch McConnell's in a serious position of power. There's only 2 senators for Kentucky. He's one of them. Does he have to be in control of nuclear weapons before it matters? Collaborator, good evening.
Thank you for having me.
Good.
He shouldn't be. I mean, you mentioned he's having some cognitive abilities, and it's just those are like minor strokes, And
Yeah, he's like a house in the hood. The house is still standing, but don't nobody live there. I mean,
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, like, so you do see? Do you see what I'm saying? Where the right is not saying much about him, and that indicates bias.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It does, and only because the president has full control of the Senate, the House, but I'm kind of I hope his cabinets get vetted like they should. But we're gonna see about that, because if they don't, if he just like puts them through and they don't get vetted with this special thing where they leave.
You talking about Trump's? You talking about Trump's appointments?
Yes.
Shit, he don't even want to use the FBI to do it. He's talking about hiring a third party to do that.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So the FBI director, who was supposed to be there until 20?
He resigned.
He resigned. So Cash Patel. So come next year, what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna? Is the United States of America? Are we gonna be vulnerable because you're not gonna fact check anything else? But you're gonna worry about Nancy Pelosi and all these other people that you want to put in jail.
Yeah. What about that though? You mentioned Nancy Pelosi and all these other people. What about the notion that Biden could pardon Trump's entire enemies list? Do you think Biden should consider that?
Hell no. He pardoned his son, which he should have, because his son.
No. I don't think you heard what I said. Trump.
I'm sorry.
Many folks believe that Trump is likely to go after everybody from Nancy Pelosi, as you mentioned, to General Milley and all of these folks. I'm asking, do you believe that Biden should consider pardoning the enemies list that Trump may try to go after when he become president? Biden could pardon all of them now so that there's no one in the way for Trump to go after.
Yes, I think he should.
Okay. Yeah.
I think he should, because, these are core Americans that's upholding the law. There's no vendetta against anybody.
Well, General Milley, he did, in my opinion, and from what I can hear, many suggest that he acted outside of his scope of power when he reached out to the Chinese and ensured that he would not follow any dangerous order from President Trump. So many say that he did go outside of his chain of command. So General Milley, if there's anybody I think Trump may have a legitimate case towards, I think it would be General Milley. I don't want him to go down because General Milley. Hold on, I'll let you continue, but I'll say this: General Milley is very similar to Daniel Penny. He was trying to be a good Samaritan and may have done things he shouldn't have done. Daniel Penny, General Milley is Daniel Penny.
Exactly. So that's 50-50. But was he doing it in the interest of the United States? I have to give him the benefit of the doubt, because he's a straight shooter guy.
Yeah.
And so what are we dealing with going forward? Are we dealing with people with convictions?
Well, he said a lot of awful things about Trump once Trump was out of office. So General Milley has said a lot of bad things about Trump. So there is no love lost there.
Exactly. So of course he's going to want him out the way,
Yeah.
just as everybody else. But what I'm concerned with, handsome liberal, is the senators. When Trump says, "Okay, I want to do this," do they have a backbone to say, "You know what? I can't go with that," because once you say that, you're on the chopping blocks.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You are.
If you are a Republican senator and you care about your longevity, yeah, going against Trump is not good for your longevity.
It's not good. So your constituents now we have to look at you like, wow, you know, you you're deviating from your policy.
Yeah, but let's be clear. If you are a Republican senator and you're like, let's say you're Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz would be a perfect example, or Lindsey Graham. I think Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz are perfect examples. Wow, who the hell did that? Just for appreciate. I've never seen that thing before. Thank you. But I will say Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz are perfect examples of senators where we have seen them suggest that Trump was literally an awful politician, and now they're on his side because of they want to keep their longevity. So I don't think the folks who vote for Ted Cruz or the folks who might vote for Lindsey Graham are going to change their vote because Lindsey Graham or Ted Cruz decided to go behind Trump, because most of the people that would vote for Cruz or Graham are MAGA anyway. So if they cower and follow behind Trump, they're probably going to get more support.
Right. And you said it right there. They're falling behind Trump because they're scared.
Yeah.
They know that Trump has that persona to just he has a good mouthpiece.
Excellent mouthpiece. He is an excellent. Yeah, he's a.
he has a good mouthpiece, and I mean, and we all see it. We've seen it with this Apprentice TV show and other things. So it's just, but he doesn't come through with policy.
But I gotta say though, we can go back and forth about Trump, but let's just be real. One of the main reasons Trump is reelected is because folks are not happy with the last 4 years under the Democratic Party. I mean,
I disagree.
You really think that America's happy with Biden and Harris?
No, they're not. The fact that Biden, well, first of all, Biden's cognitive.
Are you having a Biden moment yourself?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Decline. And then no one wanted to vote for a black woman.
I disagree. I don't think Kamala Harris being black was her biggest detriment. I think it being a woman hurt her more than it. Now I think it's even people in the black community, in the Hispanic community, that does not believe a female has the temperament for that job. I think being black didn't help her out. Let's be clear. If you're African American running for that office, there are going to be people who don't like that. But I think there's more people who don't believe a woman should have that job. So
do you think that he should have dropped out at the national conference?
I think he should have ran for one term and never tried to run for re-election at all, giving somebody else, at least a year and a half to run. And it would have given the Democrats the opportunity to have a primary to pick the best option for president.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that. And I kind of feel that the reason why she lost is because she didn't have enough time to reach out to the people.
100% agree.
Because everybody was like, oh, well, this is your boss's campaign. But she never came out and said, well, no, this is my campaign. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hear that from her.
So what about this? Timothy Lee in the comments says, Trump is about to show you why he should not have won. Do you believe Trump becoming president might be bad for this country?
Shit's going to change. Shit's going to change for a lot of people.
For the better or for the worse? For the better or for the worse?
For me and you being, black in America, we've been through, hard times. It's for those that hasn't been through hard times, which is the Hispanics and the lower class white people, middle class white people. They're going to feel the pinch that we've always felt over
But
the
Trump
many years.
but Trump has suggested that he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. Are you saying that under
Okay.
Trump, blacks are not going to prosper?
We have to see about that. I mean,
Okay.
okay, well, we'll see how many black businesses thrive, how many black businesses open up, but there's no black on this cabinet. So
Yeah.
to me, that's saying, oh well, okay, well,
Didn't he give somebody though? He got one black guy in there. He got it's like the 1980s TV shows. They always had a one black dude in the cast. He do got one black guy on there, don't he?
But handsome liberal.
Yeah.
Ben Carson, a neurosurgeon, you put him in charge of HUD? Really?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer for that.
Exactly. So you putting this other guy, he's a former football player. You're not doing nothing for me. That doesn't excite me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to do more than that.
Huh?
But
well,
see.
you knew. I mean, did you really expect if Trump won for him to have a diverse cabinet? Was that ever something you even thought was going to happen?
No.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen that because that's what he ran on. He's for the people. And I hated to see the black people behind them when they showed the camera and everybody putting their signs up and Rick Scott and that idiot from North Carolina. See, where are you? You weren't even considered.
Yeah.
You weren't even considered.
Talking about Tim Scott,
supporting this guy here, so now you look like a fool.
Well, you did say Trump ran and was going to he ran to be a president for the people. I did have somebody tell me no, he meant he was going to be a president for them peoples. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to plead ignorance on that. But I had somebody tell me that he ran for them peoples. I'm like, all right. Okay.
Hey, I love your show. I'm going to get off, man. Keep doing what you're doing, dude. I love you. Have a great night.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, man. Sentiments the same. Thank you. Moving on with the program. Is there enough space here for all his lies? I'm assuming you're referring to Trump. I can't find my spectacles. Some of the writing on here is small. What's diversity? It should be independently thinking people. Susan, come on now. Are you seriously? Seriously, you're telling me that if Obama got up there as president and his cabinet looked like the Black Panther Party, you would be talking about independent thinking people? Come on now, Susan. I hear your point, but you can't find nobody. Every qualified person you found is white. All right, I hear it, but no. If Obama's cabinet was 100% black, looked like the what was it, the riffs in the movie The Warriors, for you folks who may be old enough to remember the movie The Warriors, that you see the scene on the beach. You're telling me you wouldn't say nothing at all? Come on now. I see it in the comments. Q News says stop playing the victim. Victim of what? Victim of what? You can see. We can see. I'm going to tell you flat out. I'm 100% certain if Obama had an all-black cabinet, white people would be saying something. We can play games with it, but it would be brought up. Like you just deliberately hired black people. I mean, you're being racist towards white. It would come up. I guarantee it would come up. Somebody that he appointed, somebody would say there was another white guy out there that was more qualified, and this black dude was a DEI. It would come up. I mean, Biden just appointed a few black people, and people were criticizing it. Like, this is the best you could find? This is DEI. She only got the job because she sucked dick? Come on now. Really? This guy appoints an all-white cabinet, and them the best ones. Come on now. Let's be able to see both sides of an argument. Be able to see both sides. Looking in the comments, hell yeah, brother, says Damien. We all remember that film. Yeah, you remember the Warriors at the end, riffs. The whole fucking gang was black. I'm looking into the comments. So what's the excuse for the higher prices right now, Chris? if it's not the terrorists. Well, and Trump has made a comment like he can't guarantee he's going to be able to bring down grocery prices. You know, when you're, because this is what I'll go to the box. And by the way, tap the screen. I asked for 50,000. That ain't going to happen. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. We should be around 60, 70 by now. But I asked for 50 and I can't even get that. Wow, you guys are just, man, you're not making it easy on your boy tonight. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. My page is set for MAGA, so it does bring in more MAGA to the forum, but liberals are welcome on the program too. You know what I always say, we're MAGA friendly, always will be. Been that way since day one. So tap the screen, get the likes up. But yeah, moving on with the program. His proposed cabinet has more money than 168 countries. They are not for us. Wow. I'm cautiously optimistic about that. I get folks who say that we want a country that's ran like a successful business, but at the end of the day, let's be clear: the haves don't generally give a damn about the have-nots. And when you're appointing billionaires to your business, they generally are going to do what's in the best interest of billionaires. I mean, it ain't a whole lot of Tyler Perry's out there. You know, somebody that's wealthy and they look at, or Mark Cuban is another one. It ain't a whole lot of them out there. Most people who are wealthy do what's in the best interest of the wealthy. So I'm gonna say I'm cautiously optimistic about it. We'll see, but yeah, appointing all these billionaires, what the hell could go wrong for us regular folks? Continuing on, Elon and Vivek are looking at fraud, abuse, and waste. So relax. You can look at fraud, abuse, and you can look at fraud, abuse, and waste. You can do that in a biased way. I mean, you like for instance, let's say the 2020 election. People believe the Democrats stole the election. They're looking at fraud like Dinesh D'Souza of 2000 Mules, which I've seen 6 times. He's looking at a fraud and abuse of the 2020 election. But he's going to totally overlook the fake elector scheme, find the 11,000 votes, Rudolph Giuliani. You can actually look at fraud, abuse, and waste in a biased way. So Dan, when you talk about Trump being, when you talk about Elon and Vivek being the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, that new department they made up, they're going to be looking into fraud, abuse, and waste. So relax. They're here for no. You can do that in a biased way. You can look at fraud, abuse, and waste of companies you don't like, and then overlook it for companies you do. You can find all of the, let's say, for instance, you don't like liberal companies, or let's say you don't like Chicago. You can find hundreds of cases of fraud in Chicago. Chicago's a corrupt city, but most big cities have corruption in them. But you could target this and present to your people how much fraud, waste, and abuse you're finding. So it looks like you're very efficient. But if you look into it, it seems to only be liberals he's finding this for. So you can do it, but you can do it in a biased way. Going back to the box. Continuing on with, I don't know what I just looked at. I'll go back to Travelman. I tried to bring you up last time. I think you were dozing off. He is a subscriber, though, so I do want to get him in here. Travelman, good evening.
Evening, how you doing?
Hey, I caught you sleeping last time. I brought you up last. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually sitting outside the movie waiting on a friend of mine, his daughter, to come out.
Okay.
Movie. Anyway, so we're talking about Penny.
Yes. Showing up by invitation, showing up to the Army-Navy game. What say you?
Oh, he's like Rittenhouse now. You know, he's a MAGA hero.
Yep. And how do you become a MAGA hero?
Well, I'm not gonna say you only do it by killing somebody, but he took somebody out and he got acquitted for it, and they believe that what he did was the right thing to do.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but for some, and this ain't for all, and this is going to be controversial, but I'm all about free speech, so you can criticize anybody in the comments, or you can certainly let me have it how you may. But I do believe that if you take out a violent Negro or a Negro lover. You know the term, because people who, I mean, you like Cal Rittenhouse did not take out any Negroes. He took out Negro lovers, and it was just as good. I mean, members of BLM,
Yeah.
members of BLM.
Yeah.
So I do believe that is one path to becoming a hero.
Yeah, that you could. Yeah, but we talked about this yesterday, man. The stuff you see on the New York City subway, the Chicago L, the London Tube. You see people out there saying all kind of stuff and doing things all the time. And like I said, he came up behind the guy and put him in a chokehold.
But would you have convicted him? Would you have given him manslaughter for that?
He probably should have got, negligent manslaughter or something.
He was negligent homicide up to 4 years in prison.
Well, he wouldn't have got 4 years, but he could have got, something. And once again, like we said before, the guy only weighed 140 pounds. Yeah. So if you could be a Michael Jackson impersonator or whatever,
you ain't big. You ain't rerun.
You ain't doing no damage to, you're not going to do damage to somebody, I heard people you were talking about earlier comparing it to Ashley Babbitt coming through the door, two totally different situations.
Yeah, but they both lost their life while being unruly. Would you think not? I mean, I'm not saying either. Let's say you. I know you don't believe.
He lost his life having a psychological meltdown, probably.
Okay, yeah, but the people the people on the train they're not there to diagnose your mental illness. If somebody walk up to you and tell you they want to take your life, you're not sitting there trying to diagnose whether they're mentally ill or not. You're worried about if they're going to take your life.
The dude, like I said, this dude was 140 pounds, man.
I get, yeah, but
but still, once again though, okay, she was coming through a barricaded door.
True.
That they had broke the window, and it was a mob on the other side, and you had people on the inside that are paid and trained to protect the people that work in that room.
Right.
You come through that door, you gonna get taken out.
And that's
Simple
what
as that.
And that's what happened.
People, like I say, once again, they keep trying to romanticize. There's a couple things MAGA do. They always trying to make some kind of excuse for people in January the 6th, and they tend to forget that the presidency is 4 years and not 3.
What do you mean?
They only want to talk about Trump's first 3 years. They don't want to talk about the last year, which was the pandemic.
There's some truth to that. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. So that's why, the economy was good. And, I think you even said, when the unemployment was 3 point something. Yeah, but when he left office, it was 6 point something.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's 4 years.
That is true.
And when they put his job numbers up, they're not gonna say, well, somewhere down in the paragraph it might say it, but it's not gonna just have when they compare the job numbers. They're not just gonna compare his 3 years against everybody else 4 years.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, because in the comments, Tim is because you and I were talking about the pandemic, and I believe that Trump handled the pandemic dismally. He's asking the question, I'll let you tackle this. How was the pandemic controlled by Trump?
He blew it.
How?
Okay, so this is what you have, right? So you have at the beginning of the pandemic, they were trying to downplay it and everything. It wasn't really. We had no leadership at the beginning of the pandemic.
Right.
And then
I agree with that.
No leadership turned into bad leadership. Okay, and that's when you got into the bleach and all of that. You actually had states competing against the federal government when they were trying to order PPE equipment and stuff. The states were put in for ordering. Then one of the governors said, we tried to buy this equipment, and then the feds came in and undercut us on price. So he blew it. So it's leadership. The organization would be a reflection of the leader.
I
Okay.
don't. I agree with that 100%. I mean, like, if there's one area where I think Trump did dismally, it is the pandemic.
So let me ask you this. Because, okay, if Trump would have stood up and said, hey, look here, American people, we got a pandemic. This is what we need to do. As per the CDC, we need to wear a mask. We need to keep 6 feet. We need to use hand sanitizers, la-di-da. This is evolving. It's new. We don't know exactly what's going on. So as they learn more, we will make it we go along.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
American people would have stood up on that, and they would have took off, and we would have did what we do. And that is attack it and go from there.
Yeah.
He didn't do that.
Yeah. No, you get no argument.
He politicized it.
Yeah, you get no argument from me.
Which takes you back to what else? Okay, so what in 4 years, Trump had one crisis in 4 years.
Really big crisis, though. A really big one.
He didn't generate, exactly, which he didn't generate himself, right?
True.
He had one, and he blew it out his anus.
Well, look, I have no debate to push back with you on, because I've been saying that since it happened that Trump handled the pandemic horribly. I mean, being on TV with Dr. Fauci, and then you're at night at rallies saying he should be fired. Then the next day you back on TV with him again. If the guy don't know what he's doing, why the hell would you keep being on television with him? So you're sending mixed messages. The people who only see you on TV with Dr. Fauci think they should social distance and wear masks. But the people who are attending your rallies think otherwise. I mean, you're sending out two messages. I agree. His handling of the pandemic was terrible. It was not unified. It was not leadership quality.
That is true. You know, and he isn't a leader. He's always been for himself. Trump isn't a leader.
He's our president. Then why the hell do you think he got so many votes?
He got so many votes. Well, remember now, I know everybody like to bring this up, but I think he only won by like 1.3% or so.
He won the popular vote.
One of the smallest margins of victory in the modern era.
Trouble him, and he won all 7. He won every swing state. He had a complete sweep of 7 swing states. Get a man credit. He won pretty well, right?
Yeah, he won the swing states,
right.
But the Democrats also won the Senate and the houses in those swing states also.
Okay, but he wasn't running for Senate or House. He was running for president.
He was running for 2 years.
True.
Was running for 2 years, and he barely beat a woman that had been running for 100 days. He barely beat her. Okay.
I don't know if he barely beat her.
He won by 1 percentage. That's not a large percentage.
What is the 1%? Is that the popular vote, the 1%?
Yeah, that's the popular vote.
Okay.
That's the popular vote. Okay. Now, and he's been running for 2 years. The Democrats, they got a couple of issues they blew it on, right? Uncle Joe, they blew the border. Okay, they blew the border. I give them that. They could have done a better job on it.
Shit.
Yeah. They did not get their messaging out as far as what they had done. It was poor messaging, And then they won the culture war part of it. They villainized or demonized a group of people that makes up 0.1% of the population.
The crazy thing is Trump stated that. He said something like, I don't really care who goes in bathrooms or whatever. That only represents a tiny percent of the population. He just said that the other day, and people were like, oh, you say that now, huh? He said now that transgender only represents a tiny portion of the population. It really don't matter. Yeah, you're saying that now after bash the shit out of them going in.
And the bottom line is, everybody hollering about, Trump did, Trump that. You know what? We elected a felon. We elected a convicted guy. Okay?
Yeah, but some would say that those charges were kind of bullshit like.
Okay, but you know what? To get 34 out of 34, you can call it BS all you want. But that's 34 out of 34. It's how hard is? How many times have you seen gangster cases where they got they got 15 charges on them, but they were only able to convict on 8.
But that's the reason many believe this is bullshit, is because if Trump was a regular businessman not running for president and they really wanted him, they would probably combine all those cases together and get him for one felony or try to plea with him. Or I mean, the fact is, they didn't want this guy to be president. They didn't like him because of the way he acts, and they decided to throw the book at him.
How about he broke the law?
And that I'm not saying that he's innocent. I'm saying that it's like if you're jaywalking. Generally, they don't enforce that. But if you piss off a cop, all of a sudden you get in a jaywalking ticket.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. But once again, it was a jury. It wasn't a one single judge. It was a jury.
I don't disagree with that.
Got him on all 34 counts.
I don't disagree.
That's a jury.
Let
me finish this one too, though. Okay, take that out. Okay, take that out. Okay, he lost twice to E. Jean Carroll.
That's defamation.
But he lost.
Yeah, he lost.
Chris James, the city of New York, got him for fraud. Got the Trump organization for fraud for $400 million.
Yeah, that is true.
Now, they're not criminal, but that's who we put in office.
That is true.
A guy he convicted of fraud on the civil side.
But if he is that, bad, Travelman, that what does that say about Biden? That this guy who sounds like the devil incarnate that you're pointing to beat Biden or beat Kamala Harris. That makes it look like the Democrats were just that bad.
Yeah. Number one, Uncle Joe shouldn't have ran the second time.
True.
His people should have told. Look at, you say you're gonna be a transition president. You need to sit your butt down, going on over there and be president emeritus or something like that, like Nancy Pelosi did, and get on out of here and let somebody come in and run. He didn't do it. Yeah. So therefore, that opened the door for them. And then, like I said, then the execution. They didn't execute good. Everybody try to make like this, like Trump is this great guy, man. Dude is, he's terrible, man. He's terrible.
Last question before I move it on. Is this the end of the Democratic Party?
No, they got a strong bench.
Ooh.
I'm not a Democrat. Let me read.
Give me some names. Right, give me some names. Who's on that bench? Give me some names.
Well, you got Shapiro in Pennsylvania. You got Whitmer in Michigan. You got Ansley up in Washington. These are just the governors. Pritzker's a billionaire. I don't think he would win, but he's out there. You got Wes Moore in Maryland. He's definitely, if he does a good job in Maryland, who else, credential-wise or career-wise, even on the same level as this dude? He's a paratrooper.
I noticed I have not heard Gavin Newsom yet.
To me, Gavin Newsom, he's out of California. He's a little bit too far out there.
And you don't put.
He's a bulldog, though. He's a bulldog.
No AOC.
Who ran for AOC would probably do better in the House. She needs to stay down with. You don't see people from the House of Representatives get elected president.
Yeah,
you just don't see it. But they, like I say, I'm not Democrat Republican. But that's the bench that I see them having going forward. They got a pretty. To me anyway, it seems like they got a pretty good bench. J.D. Vance. Either one of the people that I just mentioned would definitely run a great campaign against him.
But keep in mind, you're not just running against J.D. Vance. If Trump is healthy, you're running against MAGA.
Trump will be 87 years old. He already don't know where he's at most of the time.
I don't know. People think he's a spring chicken though.
Man, dude, listen to him. Oh. The whole campaign. Okay, Mr. Trump, what are you gonna do about daycare? That's what did he say? Nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They asked him about
It's no
minimum wage. They asked him about minimum wage outside of McDonald's, and he had nothing to say either. But his
he had
answer
nothing to
was,
say.
yeah, his answer was terrible.
You know?
Yeah.
But they ran such as they for one thing they beat up on Kamala Harris for the whole time. I didn't think she would do as good a job as she did. I have to admit, I was impressed with her.
Well, it ain't hard because you got to keep in mind there's got to be at least 30 to 40% of the voting population that would not vote for Trump under any circumstance. So Kamala's gonna get at least that. She's gonna get at least that.
But she improved as the campaign went along.
Yeah.
She improved.
Well, Trump helps out. Trump helps out by saying dumb shit and pissing people off. He pissed off. I mean, when you go at the General Milley, you're going to have some Republicans that are not going to like that. I mean, people served and put their lives on the line under this guy. And he's talking about the head of the feds. I mean, he's going after the head of some of these upper level organizations where these people got a lot of friends and shit. I mean, like the John McCain. I mean, that's why many folks believe that he lost Arizona in the midterms because the McCain family has so much power in Arizona. So Trump helped out too.
Yeah, he did. But part of it too, man, is that you got a lot of people that are just the MAGA part of them. They're not going anywhere.
No.
Okay.
Not
they
at all.
Be there. The rest, I've been trying to figure it out. I've been trying to wrap my head around it. Besides the fact they just didn't do a good. They ran a bad one, man.
But you do believe they'll be back. You do believe they'll be back in 28.
Yeah, they'll be back in 26.
26 midterms. All right.
Because they're gonna overreach. They're gonna overreach.
I believe that's highly possible. I believe that's highly possible.
One thing about Republicans is number one, they're very arrogant, and number two, they believe they have a mandate. So whatever they want to do, the Republicans will shove it down your throat. They are not Democrats. If they got something they want to do, they're going to do it. And they're going to pay the price for it.
All right, Travelman. I got to move on.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. You too. And I do want to play a clip real quick. Because I think this kind of alludes to what me and the last caller was talking about. This is a 31-second clip of President Trump.
I don't even believe it. And
hang on, let me pause it because I think the volume. Make sure I get this right because I want you guys to hear this. I don't fucking know. All right, we'll try it again and see what happens here.
The virus.
Here we go.
Believe it. And by the way, the virus. They're working hard. Looks like by April, in theory, when it gets a little warmer, it miraculously goes away. I hope that's true. But we're doing great in our country. China, I spoke with President Xi, and they're working very, very hard. And I think it's going to all work out fine. Rough stuff, I tell you, rough stuff. But I think it's going to work out good. We only have 11 cases, and they're all getting better.
That's very early on in the coronavirus. That's why, because some folks were saying, I think Tim in the comments, well, what did Trump say that was so bad about the coronavirus? Here's an example here. This is very early on. He said it's just going to be gone by April. Talking about we only got 11 cases, and the minute it warms up, it's going to be gone. Now, talk about this. He didn't get chastised for this as much, but this aged far worse than George W. Bush. Remember, he had the mission accomplished banner behind him, and the war went on for years after that, and people were talking about how bad his comment. This comment aged terribly bad. But shout out to Trump because a lot of things he doesn't get chastised for, but this comment aged horrible.
Don't even believe it. And by the way, the virus. They're working hard. Looks like by April, in theory, when it gets a little warmer, it miraculously goes away. I hope that's true. But we're doing great in our country. China, I spoke with President Xi, and they're working very, very hard. And I think it's going to all work out fine. Rough stuff, I tell you, rough stuff. But I think it's going to work out good. We only have 11 cases, and they're all getting better.
probably went past 11 million cases. Had no legitimate reason at all to get on TV and say that. I mean, that was just a keep hope alive a message, keep hope alive message that was based on absolutely nothing. He had no reason to go on TV and give people that false hope that turned out to be a disaster. So this is what I'm talking about when I say that he handled the pandemic very poorly. I'm just gonna go on TV and tell people something that's gonna make them applaud. This is ridiculously false, ridiculously. And I don't know if anybody ever asked him, but that would have been something I would have said if I was to, got lucky enough to interview somebody like Trump um, during that period of time. I mean, you always want to respect somebody of that stature, so you don't want to be too hostile. But sir, in the spring, you suggested that the virus would be gone by April. Could you let us know where did you get that information from? Obviously, it didn't happen, sir, and I'm sure you're sorry that it hasn't happened. But what led you to say that? Did you get it from any physician or virologist? Who led you to believe that the virus would just go away by April? And I don't think he would have an answer for it, but he didn't get criticized for this. I mean, that's horribly false. We talk about Obama saying if you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor, and he didn't get hammered for this. That's a horrible, horrible thing he went out and did. Crystal Lopez says words versus actions. What were his actions? Travel ban January 31st and was called a racist. Well, I don't, what you're saying is common in regards to Trump's words versus actions, and I've said this many times on the program. Oh, and I've lived through a few presidents. I mean, I can remember I was a very young lad at the time, but I do remember when Carter lost. Certainly remember the Reagan years. I remember the George H.W. Bush years, the Clinton years, the Obama years, George W. Bush years, and Trump and Biden. Only under Trump have I ever heard people start saying what the president actually says does not matter that much. I had never heard that before. Like what my viewer here said, and Crystal, thank you for the super chat. She said words, words versus actions. I'm under the impression what a president says has a lot of weight too. Only when Trump came around were we suddenly being told, well, just pay attention to what he does, not what he says. Mainly because he says a lot of wild shit, like the tweets and all of that, and it was causing people not to want to vote for him. Well, don't vote based on emotion, vote based on his policies. Don't be a snowflake, because he's saying really bad things. So to get people not to focus on what he's saying, well, don't vote based on your emotions. Don't be a snowflake. Vote based on what he's doing. I've never heard somebody say, don't pay attention to what a president of 350 million people, don't pay attention to what this leader is saying, only what he's doing. I had never heard that before. I don't buy that. I do believe that if you are a commander in chief, certainly of a nation that's the size of America, what you say matters. I don't think I mean, we talk about George H.W. Bush, read my lips, no new taxes. He was a one-term president. Many would suggest it's because of what came out of his mouth. Not what he did, what he said first. Read my lips, no new taxes. Didn't Clinton get hammered like hell for the words, I did not have sex with that woman? These are words. These are words. Remember Obama? If you want to keep your doctor, if you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Those are words. He got hammered for it. All of a sudden, Trump comes along and the words don't matter anymore. I don't buy into that. I mean, and then of course Biden stumbling over words and things like that constantly. We were hammering Biden for his words too. I don't see how Trump should get a pass like that. I see Archangel says Bill Clinton did have intercourse. Yeah. Funny. Like I said, 350 million people, in my opinion, what you say matters. What you say matters. Nobody's making him say that wild stuff. He said it on his own. Continuing on with the program though. Speaking of which, we'll go to Timmy Tim. Good evening, Tim. Damien, what does that say? We need to stop. We need to take a second and look around and realize we have been lied to our entire lives. Our grandparents, our parents, we lied to their, the way our educational system is dishonest on his face. I've covered it on many lives. Timmy, good evening.
Good evening, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Now, you've heard a lot, so I'm going to ask you. I'm sure I'm wrong in some areas. The floor is yours.
Oh well, I just trip out, man, that you guys ride the only president in history to ever be on Soul Train.
That is not true. I've watched that clip a million times. That's not him.
That's totally him.
No, it's not.
It's totally him. I swear to gosh, it's him.
It's not him. It's not. And I don't know what. I don't. Okay, he can dance. What does that matter? Well, hold on. Let me say this. Right now, as we speak, I don't know how old John Travolta is. He's like 70 something. He has a Christmas commercial right now as we speak where he is walking down the street to one of the songs from the Bee Gees from Saturday Night Fever where he started in his 20s. And in that, he's dressed in a Santa Claus suit. I think some of you folks have seen it. But in that commercial, he still shows he has some dance moves. Now, you're pointing out that Trump was on Soul Train. Now, you see him up there, the YMCA, looking like he's jagging off two people at once. Does that look like somebody that's ever appeared on Soul Train at all in their entire life, dancing like that?
You ain't right, check it out too.
I mean, seriously, you don't get that fucking bad when you get old. You gotta be kidding me.
Hey, but Tim, come on, think about it. He was Jesse Jackson's bestie.
Okay.
He was freaking Michael Jackson's homie. He was Oprah Winfrey's homie for a long time. I mean, he was a Democrat. And you guys, I'm not defending Trump up here. Don't get me wrong.
You just tried it with that Soul Train bullshit, but keep going.
Hold up. I just think it's hilarious because people aren't equally critical of both sides. And if they were, then maybe they would get up and start actually, getting rid of some of these guys who are actually doing us all wrong. And, it's on both sides. It's on both sides. I ain't gonna defend Trump. I kind of agree with you in a sense about how a lot of these MAGA people are just out here. No matter what he does, it doesn't matter. But at the same time, I think what it is it's a result of them being fed up. I think they're fed up.
But if you're gonna follow Trump no matter what, some of the stuff you're fed up is likely to happen again.
Even the liberal media, when you watch the news or whatever, they'll even call him a resurrectionist. Okay, so if that's the case, then that's what those people are banking on, man. And you have to understand that you got to be equally critical on both sides. You can't just be critical of one side and not the other. I hear you. This guy was talking earlier right now about all these things about Trump and how he handled the pandemic wrong. The pandemic was something that was, nobody knew anything about it, first of all. Yeah. Secondly, he was trying to take information from the World Health Organization.
Wait, Timmy, ain't nobody told him that was going to be gone by April. The World Health Organization didn't tell him shit like that.
Tim, you never know, Tim. And you know what?
Okay, so...
Hey, hang on. I heard somebody answer that question. Yeah. I heard somebody ask him that question already that you just asked about what made him do that. I already heard him answer that.
What was his answer?
He said he was taking the best information he had from the people around him. There were a lot of outside sources from World Health Organization and so forth, and a lot of UN influence. And he said that was what made him.
And I bet you one thing he didn't do is he didn't quote anybody's name because they would have been like, fuck no, I didn't tell him that. Yeah, I heard it from the UN and people around me. Yo, give me a name of somebody, sir. Give me a name because that person is probably still out there practicing medicine. Give me the name of the person that told you that.
Hindsight is 2020. Hindsight is 2020. Yeah, in that situation. Now, looking back, you can say with clear eyes, I can at least, I don't know about you, that, hey, the whole thing was a farce. You know what I mean? The whole thing.
What do you mean the whole thing?
The whole thing. I can't even say that word because from the jab and everything else, there's a lot of whole people that got the jab. A lot of them are no longer with us.
Yeah, I think that I think there's far more deaths among people that did not get the jab than there are among people that did.
You would be surprised if you looked up that number.
I would be very surprised because I don't believe that. I believe among the people that passed away, there are far more people that passed away that were not jabbed than there were that were. I'd have to see what you're showing me. If you're saying that that's not right, I'd love to see what you got.
You call me a friend of the program, but you don't even follow me.
I knew you had. Have you had more than one account?
I've been. Thanks to your follower, your group in here that likes to get people kicked off and
Yeah.
give them
I
strikes. And all
followed
that.
your other account. That's why. I mean, look, I have followed you before, but yeah, in regards to the information on the jab, like I said, you're talking about in this country alone. I'm not even talking about the rest of the world, but this country has 350 million people. Over half of the people in this country have been jabbed. So even if only 1% of them dropped off, I mean, you're talking about millions of bodies. And
All I'm saying is the whole thing was just a big mess. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to talk about the jab. I'm not talking about none of that.
okay.
I'm saying the whole thing was a big mess. And what I saw on the interview was him saying that he was using the information he got from the people around him, and that was the best decision he could make at the time.
I think the reason why a lot of it was a big mess is because Trump came out talking on both sides of his neck, like going on TV with Dr. Fauci while Fauci is talking about social distancing and wearing a mask. And then at his rallies at night, they're all talking about firing the guy.
Yeah.
And then he's back on TV with him again the next day.
It was a big mess because millions of people around the world were dying.
But you're not hearing what I'm saying, Timmy.
I am.
Why not? Hold on.
Me.
Why not get rid of Dr. Fauci? If you don't believe he knows what he's talking about, why keep appearing on TV with him?
He's gone, isn't
He
he?
yeah. When did he leave? He was there the whole pandemic.
Is he gone?
That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm asking you. Why didn't he get rid of him? Hold on. Why didn't he get rid of him in the beginning when they were saying that he needs to be fired? Why did he wait so damn long to do that? And he didn't get rid of him at all. Trump never got rid of Fauci.
Maybe he was trying to be thorough in his investigation of the situation.
How can you be thorough when you're on TV letting this guy advise the American people and you're standing beside him in unison, and then you're at rallies at night, here we go, and then you're at rallies at night saying the guy don't know what he's talking about? That ain't how you run an investigation.
What did I just get flagged for? I didn't even say anything.
I don't know. You know
man,
that.
that's ridiculous, man. I didn't even say anything to anybody's.
They don't like you, man. They don't like you.
Started again, man.
All right.
I don't know. Anyway, man. If you want to change the subject, I'm happy to talk about something else, bro.
They don't like you, man. Some reason.
Did you look up any of that stuff?
Huh?
Did you look up anything I told you about?
No, I ain't had time to look up shit. In fact, I looked up somebody else told me to look up something, and I did look it up, but I get a lot of stuff sent to me, man. I don't have the time to look everybody's stuff
Tim,
up.
that's the truth that will set you free, brother.
Well, what you're saying on Dr. Fauci is scaring me.
Don't worry about that. Worry about the other stuff I told you about. Tim, believe me when I tell you, that will set you free.
Well, I'm not exactly in captivity right now.
You have no idea.
I'm in captivity?
We all are. Until you understand the truth about how it works. And you don't understand your Constitution.
Help me understand. What are you talking about?
So, we're under the rule of law, correct?
Okay.
So, how much law do you know?
I'm not a lawyer.
But the law is what rules you.
So what's your point?
Don't you think you should at least know the rules of life?
You want me to learn every law in the damn book? You realize how much that is?
No.
So what are you saying?
That's not the requirement. You have to know your rights within the law. That's it.
That's a lot of, that covers a lot of material.
Bro, it doesn't really though. It doesn't take a lifetime to understand these things.
What are you trying to get me to understand? I'm not, you're losing me here. I don't get where you're going with this.
So, there's a lot about the Constitution that a lot of people don't understand. And the Constitution is the law, right? It's the supreme law of the land.
Okay.
And the law that's being enforced on the people is a form of what they call maritime admiralty law. And the Constitution is very different from that form of law. Within the Constitution, you have rights granted to you by God and by the Constitution.
What rights do you have that are granted to you by God?
You have the right to self-determination.
What the hell is that?
You can determine who you are and what you want to be. You have the right to do that. Okay. You have the right to go from point A to point B without anybody stopping you.
That ain't true. Depending on where point B is, you can be. You can't cross an international border, for instance, without somebody stopping you.
These are the things that I'm talking about. Understanding the law are the different things that you got to understand.
Well, that part ain't correct though. You don't have the right to go. You don't have the right to go from point A to point B without people stopping you. I mean, there's African Americans complaining about being racially profiled all the damn time. They can't just tell the cops I have the right to keep going.
You know as well as I do that you only have to have a passport to leave the country, and you can go to probably 180 countries without even having to get a visa. You understand that, right?
But you're getting stopped. You're getting searched.
You're still going, right?
You said without nobody stop. You the one that used the word stopping you.
Tim, are you still getting to your point A or point B or not?
Yeah, but you said without somebody stopping you. That was your words.
In other words, if you're on the street and you're walking down the street, and unless they're going to tell you that there's been a crime they suspect you of committing, they really have no reason to even talk to you.
People get.
But you don't know how to assert that.
Yeah. People get stopped for DUI checkpoints and shit all the time, man. What are you saying?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm telling you, Tim, and people could call me crazy. Go ahead, that's fine. I've used it in my life all the time. I use it regularly. Okay, I can show you I can show you receipts of shit that I've used it for, where I got public records showing that I won. Okay, and when you're dealing with the public and when you're dealing with the private, it's two different things. That's what I'm trying to teach you about the Constitution. That's what I'm trying to tell you to look into. Those 3 laws I shared with you last time, those 3 laws are all you need to be free, bro.
So in the comments, Brent makes a point. Says we all gonna see Timmy on YouTube fighting with a judge in court claiming to be a sovereign citizen.
I'm not a sovereign citizen. That's an oxymoron. It's for idiots. I'm not.
What's the difference between you and a sovereign citizen?
I'm a constitutionalist.
Explain the difference.
I believe firmly in the Constitution. I know the Constitution, and I use the Constitution for my daily life because it's the law of the land.
Okay. So if Trump talks about bringing back stop and frisk, is that a violation of the Constitution?
Yes, it is. It won't happen.
Giving police immunity, is that a violation of the Constitution?
Police already have immunity, but if they violate your rights and you win in court, then you have the ability to lien their public bond in remedy of the violation of your rights.
So what is he, if you're saying they already have it, what is he promising to give them? Because he said he's going to give them immunity from prosecution. If you're saying they already have it, then what is he promising?
We talked about this before.
Let's talk about it again.
Only thing I can get from that is that he has a lot of different genres of people that he has to reach, and that he's trying to give those trigger bites to, or whatever you want to call them. And I think that's what he was using. I mean, I think.
So who would he be trying to trigger by promise? Huh?
Liberal cops.
So you believe liberal cops want to have immunity from prosecution, and that's what he was trying to get their vote?
No, I think that the other side, I think that the liberal cops are going to have that to fight for it, and the other cops are going to benefit from that. So it's both working against each other.
I don't get that.
You got to create the problem to create the solution.
Okay. So, but at the end of the day, you are admitting Trump was selling wolf tickets. He's promising something while giving nothing.
Oh yeah, and I'll say it again. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of them. They're politicians. They're not here to be honest. Anybody who thinks that they are here to be honest is a fool. And Tim, do you know the history of the Marshall Islands?
No.
You don't know the history of the Marshall Islands.
I mean,
the Marshall Islands are in the Pacific South Coast. Okay, they're South Pacific. They tested nuclear weapons.
Okay, that I do know. What?
They made it they couldn't live there. I'm not even gonna try to say that one over again. They couldn't live there. Yet after I think it was 6 months or something like that, they had them go back there and move back in. Then after they were there and getting sick from it, they come to find out, it's still in the water. And to this day, the Marshall Islands can't be used.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many people did the government affect negatively there? Now,
let's be clear. I am a black man. You don't need to go to the Marshall Islands to let me know the government can't be fucking trusted.
Exactly.
You talking about being in Chicago. I know that.
You got the St. Louis experiment. You got the Philadelphia experiment. You got the Black Wall Street situation. There's so many things that I'm sitting here listening, especially watching you, and some of the people in your comments, and I'm going, how can these people even sit here and continue to support these people? These are the same people.
Did you
that
not?
did this.
Did you vote for Trump?
I voted for self, bro.
You didn't vote for Trump.
I voted for self on everyone that I could write in.
Damn. Who'd you vote for in 2020?
I vote for self every time.
Really?
Why? Here's why. Have you ever read your back of your voter card?
Yeah, I've never voted for self though.
Do you know what vote? When you look up vote in the legal dictionary, what it means?
No. What is it?
It's a vow. It's a vow of sovereignty. So when you vote for that man, you're giving him a vow of sovereignty.
Ain't that a sovereign citizen that you just tried to deny?
No. Every American has sovereignty. Every country has sovereignty.
What is that? Explain it.
Sovereignty is the ability to be sovereign over the, for instance, we the people run the government. We're sovereign to the government.
So when you're sovereign to the government, what does that mean?
That you have the ability as a living man and as a private person to exist without them impacting you.
You sound like you're trying to deny being a sovereign citizen for sake of the debate, but you're pretty much describing yourself as a sovereign citizen. You are.
Listen, sovereign citizens are confused in a lot of different ways. Okay? Sovereign citizens take sound bites and they try to elaborate on them, and then they start doing crazy things with money and other things like that. I'm not into any of that. Okay?
Do you pay taxes? Do you pay taxes?
No, I don't.
Everything about you screams sovereign citizen. Whether you saying they don't know what they are or whatever you're saying there, but everything about you, you sound like sovereign citizen. Everything about you screams that.
Tim, I know the law, and I can tell you
they do too. They say the same thing.
No, they don't. No, they don't, because they're calling themselves a sovereign citizen. You can't be sovereign and be a citizen at the same time. It's impossible.
All right.
It's impossible. Okay? I'm not. Hey, look, you're trying to make me look like that? That's cool, but that's not what I am.
I'm just telling you, I've talked to sovereign citizens before. Y'all saying the same things. Only difference is you're talking about Constitution, but other than that, you guys are. My comments on YouTube and TikTok is filled with people that hear sovereign citizen coming out of your mouth. Everybody hears it. I mean, everybody can hear it.
That's great, but I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
All right. I got to move it on. So you call yourself what, a constitutionalist?
Yeah, I believe in the Constitution.
All right.
I'm more like an anarchist, basically. I don't believe in government, basically, but
I don't see how you could believe that our nation is a nation of laws, and you say you believe in the Constitution, but at the same time you say I'm an anarchist and a sovereign citizen. Those things don't fit. They don't.
I did not say I was a sovereign citizen, man.
No. I mean, what you're saying you're saying that
I'm an anarchist because anarchy is the people against hierarchies.
What group of anarchists also have a constitution?
The Constitution is what divides us from the government, bro. It's their contract with us.
Okay. Anarchy doesn't generally have contracts. It's kind of a free-for-all.
That's the way you envision anarchy, but that's not the true definition of anarchy.
Okay.
The true definition of anarchy is the people against hierarchies.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that.
It's in the name. Anarchy, anti-archy, hierarchy, anti-archy.
Our last call was better, Timmy. I gotta go. Our last call was better. We don't regress way back now.
Why? You know why? Because you don't even look up the real shit I send you, and you don't even. Hey, I tried to even tell you were a god and goddess of this country, and from the beginning, and you still didn't even go look up that guy.
I gotta go. You
just like being in your ignorance. That's all.
Okay, I gotta admit, compared to you, I'm super ignorant. I gotta admit that because you're saying things I've never heard of, and they're frightening, man. Going back to what it says, buy nuts says Johnny D. Price. Be nice to my guest. Tim needs his foil hat. Damn. We are a constitutional republic utilizing the democratic process. All right. It states we the people, not we the government. Fair enough. And it does say that. People get it wrong all the time. You have the right to roll out of bed. You have the right to tie your shoes. You have the right to take a dump before you go to work. You don't have the right, and your comment got cut off cut off, Cooper. I wanted to hear the rest of that. Somebody else said the caller is making no sense. You don't even need to pay taxes, but messes are too stupid. Something I can't read that. Anyway, Travelman says Timmy needs to share his gummies. Yikes. I guess I couldn't get up to 70,000 tonight on the Alexa. All right, whatever. Slow show. Maybe it was a topic once again. I thank some of you folks that did tap the screen. Real quick, but the people make up the government. I'm listening to Timmy. He's telling me what to look up. I would like to look it up. I just, I have a lot of other things going on. Plus, I have a day job as well. But I have heard plenty of people take the route with an unfavorable outcome of a sovereign citizen. I mean, he pretty much is saying you can't have the right to, certainly when it comes to not paying taxes. Shit, ain't that what isn't that just what Hunter Biden, the president's son, got pardoned for? Not taking care of his taxes? You think I'm gonna get away with that shit? I'm hesitant. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm hesitant to believe that stuff has any validity to it. Because there's so many people, as somebody pointed out on YouTube and things like that, so many people go into court, get pulled over by police, and they start talking this sovereign citizen stuff. And he said he's not a sovereign citizen. He's a constitutionalist or whatever, but I keep saying sovereign citizen because he even described himself using words like sovereign. He sounds like a sovereign citizen to me. That's why I keep saying it. But I've seen so many folks all over social media. That doesn't work well with the police, with judges, with the feds. None of them folks. That doesn't work well. We are a republic. We elect people to do our will, but that doesn't always work out. Well, the thing is, you elect them to do your will, then they get in there and they get bought and paid for and do other stuff, or they lie. They lie to get your vote, and then when they get in there, they never had any intention of doing like for instance, I got to bring up Trump because he's our current president. Even my last caller was saying that he believes some of the things that Trump says is, at the end of the day, he got the vote, he's in there now. He's already telling you, well, actually, the grocery prices may not go down. Or I really don't care about who uses what bathroom. But when he was running, he was all over making sure transgender people don't go in the wrong bathroom and promising to give you very low grocery prices. Now that he's won, he's willing to come out and admit, well, that actually might not happen, So you elect people to do the bidding of the voters, but sometimes they don't tell you the truth. Sometimes they tell you they're gonna do something, then they don't do it. Like I would also, and that's a great point, Crystal. He says right words, not actions. But the words are what got him elected. Now, for instance, you said, focus on the person's actions, not their words. How could a president ever have a valid presidential campaign if you only focus on actions and not words? The whole campaign is ran only on words. You're not in office yet. So you got to take in consideration their words. The reason you're voting for Trump, not giving taxes, not putting taxes on tips, that's something Trump has never done before. That people voted for him because he promised, I'm not going to tax the tips of employees or tax the overtime. So they voted for him based on words. So it's okay to listen to his words when they're positive, but when they're negative, now you don't want to. His whole campaign, a lot of that stuff is based. I want boys, I don't want boys playing women's sports. That's all words. Now, Crystal, you says make them stick to their words. Well, true, but if their words are insulting, degrading, or some might even say racist or whatever the case may be, you're going to hold them accountable for that too. Like, I'll give you an example. This is a clip I play on the program somewhat often. I haven't played it in a month or so, but this is one I play because people always say, well, Trump's racist. What the hell has Trump ever said that's racist? And this is one I often play because now this happened several years ago. This is Trump with Bill O'Reilly. And at the very least, it makes Trump look suspect.
That way, they're in their country. I read a case where some people are sent to Minnesota. It was 10 degrees below zero. They go from Syria to Minnesota, not exactly so. There, it doesn't matter what they want.
Okay, here's the point. Obviously that was an immigration talk, but This is where I want you to hear, because this is when people always say, well, what has Trump ever said? Or did I bring this up often? I play it about once a month or once every other month or something like that, because I get a rotating amount of guests. And by the way, folks, understand the program is always based on free speech. MAGA are my preferred guests. I do take liberals up. Liberals are welcome. But if you do enjoy this type of dialogue, completely open, both sides of the aisle, all sides of the aisle, in fact, because my last guest was damn near a sovereign citizen. If you favor this open dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any block banning or censor, I'm going to ask you to follow the program, subscribe on YouTube, if you will. We're here Monday through Friday, generally, oftentimes on the weekend as well. So if you enjoy this type of dialogue, feel free to follow the program and or subscribe. This is what I want to talk to you folks about, because this came from Trump. And thank you. I think it says D says, I enjoy your program. It's refreshing and thought provoking. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate you for being here as well. So I want you to hear this. This is President Trump talking to Bill O'Reilly. Obviously, it's a few years old because O'Reilly is no longer on the Fox News network. He's on his own podcast that I still watch every day. But listen to this coming from Trump.
In their own country, they stay there. It doesn't matter what they want. Okay, are you aware? It's a much better idea, and certainly better for us. Are you aware that the liberal media and the Democratic Party in general trying to paint you as a racist? Are you aware of that? I think so, but I think people know better than that. I'm probably the least racist person on earth. Well, I've known you a long time, and I never saw any racism from you. However, when you tweet out a thing, and this bothered me, I got to tell you, you tweeted out that whites killed by blacks, these were statistics you picked up from somewhere, at a rate of 81%. And that's totally wrong. Whites killed by blacks is 15%. Yet you tweeted it was 81%. Now, Bill, I didn't tweet. I retweeted somebody that was supposedly an expert, but you don't and it was also a radio show. Why do you want to be in that zone? Hey, Bill, am I going to check every statistic? I get millions and millions of people. You got it. You're a presidential contender. I have millions of people. You know what? Fine. But this came out of radio shows and everything else. Oh, come on, all radio shows? A retweet. I didn't say, excuse me. All it was is a retweet. It wasn't from me, and it did. It came out of a radio show and other places because you see all the names. Look, you know I'm looking out for you, right? You know that? You know I'm looking out for you. I look out for every honest politician. I don't care what party they're in. Don't do this. Don't put your name on stuff like this because it makes the other side, it gives them stuff to tell the ill-informed voter that you're a racist. I mean, you just handed them the platter. This was a retweet. I'm sure you're looking out for me. Everybody is, right? Yeah. This was a retweet. This was a retweet. All right, whatever it is. And it came from sources that are very credible.
Okay, I want to talk about this because, like I said, this is one where I personally believe this is racist, in my opinion. I'm just going to tell you flat out the bat. You know, we can talk about other things where people may have taken Trump out of context. This is racist for a number of reasons. First of all, why send this out? There's no legitimate reason for a presidential contender to get on the internet and tweet out something suggesting that blacks are killing white people wholesale. There's no reason for him to do this at all. Now, in addition to him having really no reason to do this, I still don't know. You know, it's been years now. He still hasn't stated. Why did you do this? Why did you just get on the internet and tell white people that blacks are killing them wholesale? Because he stated, as you heard Bill O'Reilly say, 81% of white homicides are committed by blacks, and in reality, the FBI corrected it and said no, it's 15%. People tend to kill, homicides are committed against people that you have something in connection with, or you live in the same neighborhood. You tend to kill people you're around or people you know, or you got something, a drug dealer kills a rival. You don't just go in another neighborhood and just start taking out random people. So that's the first thing. You told the public it's 81% and it's only 15%. Now, in addition to his numbers being incredibly wrong, you heard him also, Bill O'Reilly told him, where'd you get this from? And he goes, I got it from radio shows. And he's like, well, you got to check into this stuff. I ain't got time to check everything I had sent out, he said. Now, he is literally like the grandfather of the term fake news. Yet he is admitting, well, I just send out things and I don't even have time to check and see if it's true. Now, he is telling everybody else, the fake news media and everything else. A lot of folks need to realize when you're talking about the fake news media, the president is media. CNN tell you some bullshit. Fox News may tell you some bullshit. The president is just in that same category. The president can tell you some bullshit too. At any given time, he can call up the news networks and they'll put him on television, State of the Union or whatever. He is media as well. Millions of people hear what he says just like they hear what CNN or Fox News says. He is the media. And here he is admitting, I don't even fact check what I sent out. But the problem that I see it as being racist, first of all, is why? Why would you, what would be the purpose of going on the internet and saying this or retweeting it as he says? Now, there's a whole lot more to unpack on this. Now, and I will say this, if I'm white, I say this all the time, if I'm white, I don't have any black friends, I don't have any black associates or anything like that. If I'm white and I'm walking down the street, I believe what the president has said, that if I'm killed, there's an 81% chance a black person is going to do it. I'm walking down the street and I see some black people coming towards me. I'm either crossing over to the other side or I'm putting my hand on my gun. There is no way to describe this other than saying this makes black people look awful, awful, like straight fucking murderers. There's no explanation other than that. 81% chance if you're white and you're a victim of a homicide, a black person did it. That's what he just said here. How is that any worse than Jussie Smollett or Susan Smith? Or even the Duke rape case where the stripper blamed the Duke rape players, the lacrosse players for, I mean, you're just making up shit. This is literally just completely fabricated. And like I stated, he didn't give any reason at all for why he sent this out. I don't think you could come up with a legitimate reason for why you sent this out. In addition to that, below, you can't really see it because there's a red line going across the screen showing how much time the video has. But below it says the source is the Crime Statistics Bureau, San Francisco. As you heard Bill O'Reilly say, that source does not even exist. So he tweeted out something. This is very similar, by the way. Now, this is an older, this happened some years ago, this video I'm showing you. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people. That's also just taken from some random people, putting a whole culture of people at risk, and it has no factual basis. This is very similar to that. This is just much older, where some people say something and he just posted out there for no legitimate reason at all. This is very similar to that. Now, the reason I say it's racist, in my opinion, is look at the graphic that's on the screen. That's why I froze this graphic. Clearly, the character that's on the screen, saggy pants. He's got a do-rag over his head like a blue, like the Crips would wear. Crips and Bloods. The Bloods wear red. The Crips wear blue. This person has a rag over their head. They have the firearm turned to the side, like, thugs and gangsters. You got the pistol turned to the. I mean, everything about this is racist. Everything about this is racist. Why would a president see this online and think, I need to go and retweet this to the American people? O'Reilly has known Trump for 30 years. And even he is telling him, this bothered me. This bothered me. This is so bad that this even bothered me. You hear O'Reilly say, you're just handing something to people on a platter to say you're racist. Which means even O'Reilly, who claims I never seen a racist bone in your body, even O'Reilly is saying, damn, this looks bad, dude. And here Trump is trying to defend it. Well, I don't have time to fact check it, and I ain't got this. Just radio shows I heard. What are you? Why is okay? You heard it on radio shows. Fair enough. You heard it somewhere. But why are you going out and retweeting it? I mean, okay. What is it? So you heard something wild on radio shows, and so now you want to make sure you let the public know that if they are killed, there's an 81% chance it's going to be by a black person. There is no way to explain this other than to say this makes black people look awful. It just, like I said, to me, this is probably one of the worst things I've seen come from Trump, because no explanation, is factually false, no apology, nothing. Nothing. Remember, they never gave him a chance on day one. That's what he often said. They never gave him a chance. This happened before day one. By the time day one came around, he had already done this. So I just want to point that out. When people say, well, he ain't never done nothing, I don't think there's any explanation for this. And I've talked to, I talk to devoted MAGA all the time. I enjoy talking to MAGA. I haven't heard anybody that has a legitimate reason for why he would do this. Most people haven't even heard about it, because the right, once he said this on a rally, they never covered it again. Like, shit, we can't keep putting this back on TV. This makes them look bad. This looks bad. Looking in the comments, how do you know when you are checking that what is true or not at this point? Well, first of all, you can at least FBI. It's certainly if you're at Trump's level, you can find. I mean, okay, at the bottom of the page it says the source of the Crime Statistics Bureau, San Francisco. I don't think it takes much effort to find that that's not true. I mean, who are the Crime Statistics Bureau in San Francisco? I mean, you can find that out with Bing, Google, Yahoo. You don't need much to find out the source of this is not true. Once you find out that they don't put a false source on it, then you gotta assume what's on here is probably not true as well. There's a reason why they didn't come up with a real source. But let's say it is true. Let's say what's on here actually was true. I still have to ask, what is the purpose of tweeting it to the American people? I mean, you wouldn't go, imagine if Obama, and I'm using his name because he's an African American. Let's say Obama gets on the internet and he tweets out how many children are abused by white people. You think whites wouldn't see a problem with that? I mean, what is the purpose of doing that? Other than to make white people look bad. What is the purpose of doing this? Even if the numbers were true, okay, according to a rally, 15% of whites are killed by blacks. What's the purpose of even going on the internet and saying that? Other than just to rile up people, this creates division. The goal of this was to create division. You're not going to benefit from this in any other way. The only reason you would send this out is to piss people off. And I'm assuming it probably worked to some people. Why would you go online and do this? Real quick, looking in the car. Like I said, there is no defense for that, in my opinion. Go to downtown Chicago or downtown Oakland and not have your hand on your wallet. I said, Coop, I'm not saying that Chicago, I'm not saying that Oakland is not a dangerous place. But what would be the purpose of going online and just simply tweeting out Chicago is dangerous? You're not doing anything to help the situation. You're not doing anything. I'm just going to advise you, like I said, if Obama went online and said, Coleman, what is it? Where's that town? Coleman, Texas it's a sundown town or whatever, or Alabama rather. Coleman, Alabama. What would be the purpose of just going online and telling people that? Coleman, Alabama is intolerant of any African American visitors. He just went online and tweeted that out, no reason, and just said that. You think people wouldn't be mad about that? There's no reason for this shit, other than just to piss people off. That's the only reason for it. Like I said, so when people say, well, he ain't never said or did nothing, okay, we can talk about him loaning money to Jesse Jackson or all of that, but that don't explain this. None of that explains this away. Vidor, Texas. Yeah, that's another one. Vidor, Texas. People say it's a sundown town. My bad. I see how they add up now. Says yeah, you must read and study a bunch. Some days it's hours. So, like I said, for a presidential contender to send out something that is inflammatory as this and then openly admit he didn't even check it. I just heard it on a radio show. So anything that a shock jock might say on a radio show, you have the possibility of retweeting it to millions of people. Even if you want to defend him and say he's not intolerant, you got to at least admit that was incredibly irresponsible. You just heard something on the radio show and you went online and repeated it. You're admitting you didn't check and see if it was true. You realize how much shit they say on radio shows for just to get listeners and shit? I mean, incredibly irresponsible. And I assume a lot of Trump supporters probably believe that African Americans shouldn't feel no kind of way about this. It makes African Americans look really fucking bad. Like I said, wholesale murderers. And like I said, when you look at the graphic, the guy is clearly dressed exactly like what folks talk about. Pants around his ass, do-rag and all. I mean, it just the stereotype is as clear as you can see it. I bring it up anytime somebody say he hasn't said or did anything that's racist, because there's no explanation for this. Looking in the comments, you can't come up with anything he actually does wrong, so you talk about how your feelings are hurt. I can't come up with it. This is something he did that was wrong. What do you mean, Mary? He got online and sent out some awful information voluntarily, by the way. Nobody made him do this. In my opinion, it would have been better if he lied and said his account was hacked. Or my assistant did it, and I have since fired the assistant. We talking about I can't find nothing he did wrong. He did this. Jesus Christ. You actually said that. Mary Wren says, you can't come up with anything he actually does wrong, so you talk about how your feelings are hurt. He did this. Jesus. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh my God. Anything he feels will help his campaign. It could be that, Archangel. Could be that. I mean, this may have helped his campaign. But the obvious question is, with who? Who would see this and want to vote for you more? Just think of it that way. Think of it that way. You mean he practiced freedom of speech? How dare him? Yeah, he practiced freedom of speech. You do realize freedom of speech, which I am 100% with freedom of speech. I say it all the time. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section. You can be critical of the host. I don't block, ban, or censor any damn body for freedom of speech. 100% with you there. But freedom of speech does not mean freedom of consequence. You want to get up there and say black people are murdering white people wholesale? Yeah, you got the right to say that. But then when it's time to vote, well, vote on what he says, not on what he does. No, you don't get to escape consequences for that shit, though. Biden calls MAGA, what did he call? Well, Clinton called them deplorables. He called them garbage. I didn't hear MAGA talking about they were exercising freedom of speech. All of a sudden, Trump does it. It suddenly goes back to the First Amendment. Look, you can be critical. I just ask that you see both sides of an argument. I've not heard one person that supports Trump that says when Biden referred to MAGA as garbage, it was freedom of speech. They all thought it was wrong. Now all of a sudden I show you this and, well, freedom of speech all of a sudden. This is what I'm talking about when I say sometimes it's not about principles, it's just about supporting Trump. Perfect example right there. How does Trump get Time magazine when two people lost their lives on January 6th? Hope they take him out. Well, damn, William, did you say what I just think you said? Says, how does Trump get magazine, Time magazine? I'm talking about people, what is he, person of the year or whatever? I can explain that, but you said, how does Trump get Time magazine when two people lost their lives on January 6th? Hope they take him out. Damn. First of all, they don't blame him for January 6th. So that's the first thing. That's why anybody who lost their life on January 6th is not relevant to Trump appearing as man of the year or whatever he is on Time magazine. Second thing is, it is indeed the biggest presidential comeback in history. I mean, he was on the ropes. People, even yours truly, I'm thinking like you got, damn near 100 indictments from the feds, and they got a 96% conviction rate. He's going down. So, excuse me, it's a huge comeback. So I understand it. I understand why Time Magazine viewed him as Person of the Year. Also, I do, and I said this much earlier in the live. As kissing, not kicking, as kissing is aplenty nowadays. I mean, everybody likes a winner. I said that about Trump. Right now, he is winning his ass off. And anyone that is winning, their fan base grows. I don't care what sports team you are. If you start winning games, your fan base will grow. Trump is winning like crazy right now. So for instance, perfect example. One of the newspapers that Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, second maybe second richest person in the world. He's one of the richest. He's in the top 5. Jeff Bezos. One of the newspapers he owns was going to endorse Kamala Harris. The newspaper has a history of endorsing liberals. In fact, I believe they endorsed Biden in 2020. Jeff Bezos stopped him from doing it. Jeff Bezos has now been meeting with Trump. So I do believe Time Magazine, it wouldn't surprise me if some of the leaders of that magazine is meeting with Trump. Some folks realize that it's better to be on the favorable end of Trump than the critical end of Trump, because there is just an endless parade of people, companies, entities that were critical of Trump, and they have since disappeared, failed, went bankrupt, lost their jobs, et cetera, et cetera. Trump doesn't like the media. He's always talking about, fake news media things. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Time Magazine tried to get ahead of it and give him something that gives Trump something to really, really celebrate and shit like that, because there may be some serious benefits on the back end. If Trump gets on stage and says Time Magazine's a good magazine, I suggest you guys look into it. It's a good magazine to buy. I mean, it would increase their membership probably a lot. So it wouldn't surprise me if that Person of the Year award they gave Trump has something to do with that. I'm not saying it does. I mean, because I think he did have a really big comeback. But there are people that are going to be kissing Trump's ass that probably would not have favored. Let's say Trump lost and Kamala Harris won. I believe there's a lot of politicians and companies that are favoring Trump that wouldn't want shit to do with him if he had a loss. But now that he's won, he has a ton of power. They're all of a sudden coming over to him. I definitely don't think Ted Cruz or Lindsey Graham are true Trump supporters. But without him, they're not going to be in power. If they go against Trump, they're out. I don't believe Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham really like Trump, but, he is the guy. I don't think Mitch McConnell, whenever he can speak, is a big Trump fan. But he knows if he says something against them, he's going to be like Liz Cheney and some of the other ones. So they are on the bandwagon. And it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not totally convicting Time for what they did, but it wouldn't surprise me if the owner of that magazine, look, we can get in his good graces, because even CNN and some of those networks are starting to go to the right. MSNBC is really the only straight up left wing network on cable news now, and they're damn near at bankruptcy. CNN has started going to the right. News Nation, which I love, is center right. Obviously, Fox News has went far right. They won't say nothing critical of Trump at all. Fox News has went. They don't even have a fair and balanced moniker on the screen anymore. They've really went to the right. So, I mean, you often hear, well, all the media leans left. That ain't happening no more. There's a lot of media that leans right out there now. That ain't happening as much anymore. Looking in the comments, Trump was absolutely linked to January 6th. I said they don't believe it, though. We can make arguments about whether, look, at the end of the day, I think there's no excuse for Trump having a 4-hour gap on January 6th and not doing anything at all. I also don't believe that, let's say it was Nancy Pelosi's job to provide the National Guard, and she did not do it. Now, I don't believe that's true, but let's say it is true. She failed to provide the National Guard. She didn't do it. You don't just keep on as normal. I mean, if I go to work or if you go to work and you don't do your job, there's somebody else that notices that and they take action. They don't just continue operating as normal. When Trump's the president of the damn country, if she didn't provide security, you don't send this group where all of the heads of state are located. You knew the National Guard was needed because something could go wrong. Now you're going to send the crowd that you felt needed to be guarded by the National Guard to the Capitol building where everybody's at? So no, I don't absolve him of all responsibility. Even if Nancy Pelosi did fail, and the hearing suggests it wasn't her job, but let's say if I don't care whose job it was, it's your job to notice they ain't here. So in my opinion, that's a fuck up. That's a fuck up. You know this is an unsecured crowd, and you got them in front of you. So you got Flynn and Bannon and all these folks speaking to this crowd, and you're like, damn, the National Guard, you're looking at your watch, the National Guard still ain't got here yet. You have the power at that point to just disperse the crowd. All right, what you deliberately send them 2 miles away to a place they're not even at. I mean, like I said, you know the security's not there, and you have the ability to do something once you know that. He didn't know. Well, okay, the security. We'll just blame it on Nancy. No, that a president shouldn't do that. These are the country. This is your people. If she didn't do her job, you're the president of the country. You don't just put people in danger like that. Let's talk about Afghanistan pullout disaster. That was worse. 13 service people died in the Afghanistan pullout. And I do that happened under Biden's watch. I don't absolve Biden of responsibility for that. Now you're saying it was worse. Well, Biden lost his job. Trump didn't. So if you want to say that the Afghanistan withdrawal was worse, okay. Well, he didn't get reelected. And I do agree that I'm going to put that on Biden. It happened under his watch. But January 6th happened under Trump's watch. Biden was held accountable. Trump was not. Many people died, billions of dollars of weapons left behind. Yeah, like I said, I'm not absolving Biden of the Afghanistan withdrawal. I'm not saying he's innocent at all. I think if we had Trump and Biden like the CEO, wait a minute. I think if we had Trump and Biden like the CEO healthcare guy, life would be beautiful. So you say you think if we had Trump as president and somebody took out Biden like they did Brian Thomas, the CEO guy that lost his life. So you think if Biden he's out. He's lost. You don't need to assassinate him. He's lost already. It's not like Biden is not going to be Trump. Once Biden leaves office in January, he's gone. He's not going to be on the sidelines trolling like Trump was doing. So there's no need to wish that he's gone. He is gone. He don't need to be. If him stepping down is not enough, you want to see him murdered? Is that what you're trying to tell me? He's gone. He's not going to be around trolling and holding rallies and talking shit and saying, he's going to be gone. He might get an interview or two, but he'll be just like Bush, just like Obama. For the most part, he'll be gone. Now, he's old enough that you may not even see him at the next DNC or anything like that. But you're not going to see a lot of Biden in the off season like Trump. Biden is going to be a president just like all the rest of them were. He once he's out of office, he steps out of the way. Trump is the only one that likes being in the limelight. News report came out that news bias is 48 for Republican and 47 for Democrat. Only took 1 whole percentage point for Democrats to start screeching because their echo chambers isn't perfect. I don't think anybody's echo chambers are perfect. You mean not trolling like Obama? Obama didn't troll. Obama's out there surfing and shit. Obama wasn't trolling. Obama wasn't holding rallies and shit when Trump was holding rallies. Trump never stopped holding rallies. Trump trolls like no other. That's probably the reason why he got elected. People like that trolling and shit. They just don't like when it starts to not work for him. Then all of a sudden, well, don't listen to what he says, pay attention to what he does. But when it's working, then you want people to listen. Tim, what you say about RFK wanting to ban the polio vax? That's terrible. Terrible. We've pretty much eradicated polio in this country. Why would you want to end the vax? Is there any other nation on earth that thinks that's a good idea? Why would you want to go after something that's essentially 50 plus years of proven science? I think that's terrible that he's talking about ending the polio vax. I don't know what Trump is going to let him do, but Trump is talking. What did Trump say at a rally? I'm gonna let him go wild on healthcare and stuff like. I really hope he don't let that guy do that. If hopefully some of this stuff, as MAGA has said, it's just Trump talking and shit. Hopefully, because if some of the promises Trump made and some of his cabinet members, like what you're talking about, if some of this stuff come true, you're going to start having a bunch of our allies issuing notices to their citizens, warning them about coming to America. Like, I mean, certainly, like I always bring up stop and frisk and police immunity. That sounds like something straight out of North Korea. But if you have the possibility of catching polio coming to America, hopefully Trump or somebody in the Trump administration tells them this dude is crazy. Don't let him do that. But yeah, he has talked about doing that. Taking fluoride out of the water, is that a good thing? I don't know. But I don't know. Like I said, I think the dude is a radical. I really do. Congress can stop him like they did Betsy DeVos. Yeah, hopefully. Some countries have already gave America a warning. Yeah, I believe that you're gonna have some countries that begin advising their citizens, like, you know, this is an ill. Like when I used to travel across I used to go to other countries. You would get the state warnings, different levels. You know, like if you're in this country, avoid large crowds, avoid talking and stating that you're from America. I would get these different notices, different things they tell you to avoid. If it's a country that's not friendly to America, for instance, avoid large crowds, avoid bars and things like that where people could discover who you are. Avoid being out after dark. I mean, I've seen things like that. And well, you start talking about polio and shit like that. Because when we had, I think after Sandy Hook, because I used to still get the Australian notices where they started telling their citizens, the increased risk of being shot coming to America. Now, Trump has talked about getting rid of the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms and things like that. A lot of folks are talking about it's wrong to ban silencers and machine guns and all this. That could certainly lead to some notices going out. That could certainly lead to some. Looking at the comments, Crystal says the tweet was in 2016. The national. I may have to get my spectacles on to read this. Thank you, Crystal, by the way. I do want to read your comment. The tweet was in 2016. The tweet was in 2016 in national conversation. Freddie Gray was watched first Black Lives Matter riot. The number was from the DOJ, which they later corrected. It was for assaults, not murder. I remember this. Oddly enough, you say all of this, but when Bill O'Reilly asked him where he got it from, he says radio shows. You're giving Trump a defense that he didn't even say on national TV. You might be right. I never heard what you're talking about, but I got the man on television saying he heard it on radio shows. He ain't saying none of what you just said there. You saying that the national conversation was about Freddie Gray. We watched the first, and by the way, you watch a Black Lives Matter riot. Okay, they're burning down. I think Freddie Gray was Baltimore, or was he Ferguson? One or the other. But you watch Black Lives Matter burn a town down, and you get on TV and tweet this as a result. People don't get murdered during Black Lives Matter riots. That does not happen very often. You don't hear about people really dying. That ain't got nothing to do with this. So even if what you're saying is true, I don't see what would lead you to go on TV or go on Twitter, rather, as he did, and tweet out. And by the way, your comment says the number was from the Department of Justice, which they later correct. Then why would he tweet out something that says the Crime Statistics Bureau of San Francisco? His tweet don't even, nothing about what he did, said, or posted that I'm showing here on this matches what you're saying. I mean, the source is not DOJ. He's not talking about any of it, but you're saying don't match what happened. Radio shows were reporting this DOJ number. Then why not tweet out something that has DOJ on it? Like I said, we can make excuses for it. Once you found out it's not true, how about at least an apology? Is that too much to ask? Let's say everything you're saying is true. Radio shows, DOJ said it, all of that. Once you find out it's not true, is it wrong for it to suggest that, well, you need to clear this up with the black community? You noticed in the video, he didn't clear it up at all. He didn't apologize for it at all. Well, I got it from over here. He didn't say nothing. I like to get my word out. So I appreciate you defending him, but I don't. That don't hold water to me. Once you know your shit is wrong, at least correct it. And by the way, if you got it from the DOJ and you're talking about that ain't got nothing to do with the graphic that's on here with the guy with the gun to the side and he's wearing a do-rag and all of that. All right. And I do agree with you, Crystal. Trump don't apologize. Okay. You don't like to apologize, then people gonna hold you accountable. If you say some wild shit, like I said, I'm 100% for free speech. The difference is MAGA does not like Trump held accountable for his speech. You can say whatever the hell you want, but you can't tell the people they can't react to it. Well, you're a snowflake. No, you didn't have to say this shit. You didn't have to say it. Nobody made you say this. You wanted to say it. Okay, well, this person wants to be critical of you for it. Real quick in the comments, he was a little more stubborn back then. Shit, he's stubborn now. Has he? What has Trump apologized for even in recent times? I mean, I saw him come close to an apology when he met Biden. You ever had somebody that's real tough in your family, and or somebody your friend, that somebody who don't really apologize or don't say they're sorry for shit. But maybe they show up and, hey, I bought a six-pack for you. They show up to your house all of a sudden with a six-pack. I thought we should hang out today. They mean they sorry, but they can't utter those words, so they do something else. And that they kind of making it clear they cool with you. Trump sat down next to Biden and he said something like, politics can be real nasty sometimes, but it's not today. That was him letting Biden know, look, I dragged your ass through the mud and did some real dirty shit, but you invited me here and things are cool now. I saw that meeting when Biden invited him to the White House, his response to it on camera about politics can be a nasty business some days, but it's not today. That was an apology somewhat to Biden, letting him know, look, it ain't personal. I said a lot of terrible shit about you. It ain't that's how I saw it. That's how I took it. But maybe I'm wrong. I see Eric says agreed. He's definitely still stubborn, but he was a little more stubborn. Yeah, like I said, you this to me, because you often hear MAGA, Trump criticize the comment about the deplorables, the garbage comment, and certainly people calling Trump a racist. People don't overlook that. They take that to heart, the Trump supporter. Now, keep in mind, as Crystal said, that is free speech. If he has the right to say this, people have a right to call him a racist, but they don't say free speech. Like I said, I just believe that you got the right to free speech, but when you say some shit, you can't hate on people for holding you accountable for it. And that's what we're trying to do here, somehow get Trump to be able to say stuff without nobody holding him accountable. Good luck on that. I think this is Perry. The reason he doesn't apologize is because he thinks he's better than everybody else. Damn. Is that the case, Blue? I think Don Jr., said on Fox, said his dad he has never seen his dad apologize for anything. I mean, Trump himself said he's never asked God for forgiveness his whole life. So it sounds close enough. Florida Blondie says, always the race card. It's interesting you would say that because, in my opinion, this graphic that Trump tweeted out is the race card. This graphic is the race card. It's the race card against African Americans, but he's definitely playing a race card here. This, if you don't like, let's say if you don't like black people, this actually gives you, stronger conviction. This is a good reason why. I mean, he's painting them as murderers. I think he's playing the race card here. Eric says he should not have tweeted it. Yeah, he shouldn't have. 100% he should not have. And I want to show you another one. Since I got a quick, since I got a few of you folks still tuned in, and I meant to play that clip for the show. Let me stop that. That'll end up being a different show. But I want you to hear this one as well, because once again, I don't know what makes him go online and do this stuff, but as Crystal rightfully said, you do have First Amendment rights to free speech. So he does have a right to free speech. The other thing is I disagree with the notion that that he should be able to say stuff and not be held accountable. Here is another one. This, once again, came straight from Trump's Twitter account. You'll know right off the bat what this is.
Where's your white hood? Where's your white hood? Racist. Yeah, you got it. White power. Yeah, there you go. White power. You hear that?
Now that guy, obviously, this is down in Florida somewhere. Guys yelling white power on camera. Now, they're Trump supporters, and there's some anti-Trump supporters, I guess, yelling at him or whatever. I don't know what about politics made the guy yell out white power, but for some strange reason, Trump tweeted this video out. That's the only reason why I have it. This came from Trump's Twitter account. Once again, just like the last video I showed you, I have no idea why he would take to the internet and tweet this out. No idea whatsoever. And he never explained it. This was so bad that South Carolina Senator Tim Scott told him to take it down. Now, obviously, Tim Scott is a Republican. The guy, I love you, man, Tim Scott, big Trump supporter, Tim Scott. Even he said, you need to take this down. Trump claims he never heard the guy say white power in the video. Says he never heard it, which leads to the obvious question. Okay, what was the purpose of sending this out? Okay, you said you didn't hear it. Okay, you didn't. Then why is this on your Twitter account? You're getting online and you got to go through the steps to send out a tweet. What made you send this out? What was the purpose of this? Now, like I said, this video is only 16 seconds long, but I'll play it again because he said he didn't hear the guy saying white power.
Where's your white hood? Where's your white hood? Racist. Yeah, you got it. White power. Yeah, there you go. White power. You hear that?
How could you say you didn't hear that? If it got so bad, even Twitter, Mr. Java, that is correct. He said it got so bad from Trump that even Twitter removed him. That is where Elon Musk came. You're right. Twitter did take Trump down because he was doing this stuff. Yep, Twitter did take Trump down. Elon Musk purchased Twitter and put him back up. But you're right. Twitter took him down. This is kind of the beginning of the whole Truth Social because he was doing this stuff and they had to take him down. She means you always playing the race card, not Trump. Well, it's interesting you would bring up that I'm playing the race card when I got all this shit coming from Trump. I'm assuming you don't. When I say it, it's the race card. When Trump does it, it's free speech. You ever heard that rap song? It's cool when you do it, but it's a problem when I do it. And the guy goes, "Fuck him." When somebody says something about Trump, it's a race card issue. But when Trump says something that's clearly racist, well, it's free speech. I'm not making this stuff up. I'd be 100% willing to concede if somebody was able to show, look, you getting on here, you fucking bashing Trump, you're making all this bullshit up, you're using MSNBC quotes. Listen, I would concede it 100%, which is why you'll never see me present data that comes from places like that. I know a lot of my audience does not trust a hell of a lot of media outlets. So generally, when I make a point, I like to make, you'll see Trump on the screen saying it. Like the whole, police immunity thing, well, there's no way he would have ever said that. So I put the video on screen when it's coming out of his mouth. So you can say I'm using a race card. This stuff is coming from him. He's the one that's invoking race. Now, the problem becomes he can invoke race all he wants. It's not the race card. It's only the race card when somebody else does it, predominantly a person of color. But he literally sent out a video of somebody yelling white power. How is that not the race card? I mean, the guy is literally yelling it out. And then, of course, you've seen the video I just put in before. He ain't never said nothing racist. Just when people say that, he hung around Jesse Jackson, helped him out with his campaign. He's helped restore Mike Tyson's career. None of that changes this stuff, though. None of that changes this. This actually happened. This ain't made up. This took place. This was a real event. Trigger finger on Twitter, says Eric. Yeah. I'll go back to the box and try another guess, but I always bring up one of my basketball favorites I used to like back in the 90s, Dennis Rodman of the Chicago Bulls. Party animal, used to do wild shit. I always use him as an example because years later, one of his security guards, one of his bodyguards or whatever that hung around him, did an interview. I think he wrote a book or somewhere I came in contact with it, but he stated that he used to, he hangs around Dennis Rodman and, the guy be at a casino trying to put chips into a woman's chest or put it down her ass or whatever as a tip. You playing blackjack or whatever. You pick up $100 coin and he want a $100 token rather. He wants to slide it into the, to the waitress's butt or whatever. Obviously, there's legalities there. You can't just drop money down into somebody's ass crack. And he would smack his hand and stuff like that. I use Dennis Rodman as an example because that's what Trump needs, is somebody who will tell him, smack his hand, smack the phone out of his hand when you're tweeting this shit. Somebody that can tell him, sir, this is not in your best interest, and he will listen to them. I don't think he has that around him. I don't think he has somebody around him that is bold enough to say, not only bold enough, but respected by Trump enough to tell him, you can't do this. Don't do this. This is like what Bill O'Reilly just told him in that video. You just handing them stuff on a platter to make you look racist. He needs somebody around him that can tell him, get this out. Don't send this out. I think it was even Geraldo Rivera, who's no longer Trump's friend anymore. They've been friends for years as well, Trump and Geraldo Rivera. And he said that, there's nobody really around him but yes men. Well, if you got yes men around, if you're great, let's say Trump is really great at being president, great for this country. If you're great, then so be it. But when you got nothing but yes men around you, if you make a mistake, you don't have nobody to stop you from doing it. That's what Geraldo was saying. He's like, man, I really wish I could have had the job of being his Twitter editor. Because he said I could have saved him a whole bunch of scandals and things like that. Look, just the guys on TV watching MSNBC or watching Joy Behar on The View call him a racist or something. So he's pissed off and he's going to go get his phone and he's going to take out revenge right now on Twitter. You get somebody in there, snatch the phone from his hand. Hey, let's go to McDonald's and eat a cheeseburger or something, sir. Have a Diet Coke on me. Something to calm him down, and then, okay, you know what they say, you count to 10 or something, whatever the saying is, to calm yourself down. Right now is not a time for you to send what you're about to send. That's what Trump needs, somebody that can calm him down to prevent that shit. Is he the first racist president? No, he's not. In fact, I'm not saying Trump is a racist. I'm saying anyone that says he's never said or did anything racist is lying. I'm not saying Trump is racist. In fact, I think Trump's more of an opportunist. I think Trump would hang around black people all damn day long if it'll benefit him. I don't think I don't believe he hates black people. Now, I can see where he might think he is superior, but then again, I think he thinks he's superior to poor people, women, and all kinds of other shit. He's been a incredibly wealthy person his whole life. So he may have an alpha male superiority complex, but I'm not saying he's totally racist. And I see in the comments, D Money says he is, bro. I think he's an opportunist. And what I mean is this: if Trump can benefit politically, financially, whatever you want to say, by dealing with and appeasing to black people, he'll do it, I think. If he can benefit politically and financially by appeasing to races, he'll do that too. He'll do that too. And which just simply means I think he's an opportunist. Racism is not a deal breaker for him. Okay, look, at the end of the day, I'm trying to win. I'm going to work with whoever helps me do that. That's how I see him, as more of that than necessarily being a racist. And I will tell you this is where MAGA's not going to like me. Feel free to criticize me in the comments, but I do believe there are more racist MAGA than there are black MAGA, racist MAGA. More racism in the Republican Party than there are blacks in the Republican Party. There are some of both, but I believe you'll have more Republicans that are intolerant towards minorities than you will actually have minorities. So if you're running as a Republican politician and you're looking for opportunities, there are more opportunities with the intolerant group than there are with the minorities, because there's more of them. I think there's more. I'm not saying all Republicans are racist. Understand that, folks. I'm not saying that. But there is, just like there's some people in the Democrat Party that don't like whites. There's black racists in it. Yeah, so I believe that there are more people in the Democrat Party that are intolerant toward minorities than there are actually minorities in that party. So if you're running and you're an opportunist, it's going to be more of these people that are going to support you, because it ain't enough of these over here to do it. That's my opinion. I know a lot of folks think it's wrong. Okay, fair enough. We'll go to the box. BBC, the news channel. I think I know what you're talking about. Are you leaning about per capita right now? I mean, just a sheer number. Just a sheer, let's say, for instance, okay, what did Trump get? 70 million votes? 70-some million? I don't know. What did he get? How many million did he get this time? I think it was like 70-some million, 74 million last time. So I'm assuming he improved on it somewhat. But let's say out of that 74 million, I think that out of that 74 million votes, 76 million, Magari X, thank you. So you said Trump got 76 million this November. I think there are more people among that 76 million that are bigoted and intolerant towards people of color than there are people of color. Now, there is an outlier, though, Hispanics, because they are considered people of color. My statement is not true when you factor in Hispanics, because they got a lot of Hispanic males. But if you factor in blacks, it's true. But there are plenty of Hispanics, too, that are intolerant towards black. George Zimmerman is a perfect example of a Hispanic that does not like. I mean, so maybe instead of saying intolerant toward people of color, it should be intolerant towards blacks. I do believe there are more Republicans, Trump supporters, that are intolerant towards blacks than there are Trump supporters that happen to be black. Out of that 70, whatever, now you went up to 77.2 million, actually. Okay, so you're saying Trump got 77.2 million. Yeah, there are more of them that are intolerant towards black people than there are of them that are black people. So if you're running as an opportunist, there's more room to work with the intolerant crew than with the blacks that vote. That's what I'm saying. What is this? Why can't everybody love everybody like I do, says Sandra K. Ward? Because that's not how the United States was founded. We were founded on hate. I mean, it sounds terrible, but I don't think there's anybody that would deny that. We were founded on hate. So, I mean, that's our original sin. We've been constantly trying to correct. And this isn't 1950. This isn't 1700s. We are much better than what we used to be. But old habits do die hard. We were founded on hate. There's no denying that. So I'm with you. I want everybody to love each other, but we weren't founded that way. I think it's a traditional Christian thing makes some people bigots. Could be, could be. You said Trump would deny we were founded on hate. I mean, the evidence is outrageous. What do you think we founded on love? Whoever would say that, yeah, you just lying for the sake of lying. The evidence is overwhelming that we were founded on hate. Rooster. And Mr. Jarvis says, no, we were not founded on hate. Anybody that would suggest we were not founded on hate, my first question would be, what is your definition of hate? Because that's where the problem must be. If you don't believe America was founded on hate, your definition of hate must be different. Because whatever your definition of hate is, it should tell everything we need to know. He denies reality very often, says Cambeezy. Huh? No, we were founded. Oh yeah. Oh no, we were founded. Oh, you says that, Mr. Yeah, I don't see how anybody could deny that. The outcasts from England and the British hated other British and English people. The Revolutionary War. Yeah. Well, when we came here, we didn't treat the Native Americans they were hospitable towards us. We were dominating towards them. And once we got a foothold, we just got worse and worse with them. Started pushing them to certain parts of the country. But you got to live here now. And then they learned how to farm and live on the land where we pushed them. Well, shit, they don't learn how to plant crops on that. That's good land. Let's push them over here now. Well, shit, I heard they found some gold on that land. Oh, they can't live there. Then we pushed them. You look at some of where some of the native reservations are, particularly like out there in Four Corners in Utah. That shit look like the surface of the moon. Ain't nothing you can do with that land. Like they find the worst, worst places in America where humanity can barely exist, and they push them to some of those places. There are some places that have reservations, like the Navajo reservations and shit like that. You get out there in Arizona, and where Four Corners, where Utah, Arizona. I've been to Four Corners. That spot right there where four states meet, that is an Indian reservation. I've actually been on that spot. It ain't hospitable out there at all. Nothing. Like you can't grow crops. I mean, it's terrible. Like they pushed you guys out. Because I remember asking a woman, they'll sell you like beads and trinkets and shit like that when you go out there at Four Corners. And I asked the lady, I was like, damn, they pushed you out here? And she kind of looked at me and shook her head. I was like, man, you can't do shit out here. You can't plant nothing, anything. You can't do nothing. So I guess they finally came along and said, well, you can at least open up a casino. Looking in the comments, Trail of Tears is another one. Yeah, made them walk from Georgia to Oklahoma. It's horrible. Yeah, like I said, founded on. We were literally founded on it. Oil and gas land. Crystal. A lot of the places they were pushed to that had oil and gas, once we found out it had oil and gas, we moved them again. What is the movie they had out recently? Something of the Flower Moon. De Niro and Caprio was in it, where it shows you Native Americans that were pushed to land, and it actually had, as you say, oil and gas. They just did a movie about this. Something of the Flower Moon, I think it was called. And the Native Americans lived on land that had valuable resources. And once again, you know who came in there. People started dying. And people's fortunes started getting snatched away. So, founded on hate. I don't know. Nothing else I can tell you about it. Ain't nothing else I can tell you about it. They made a movie of that. Yeah, they made a movie of it. They were pushed on some land, and they started discovering they had oil on that land. And once again, the man came out there because them natives were getting rich off of that resource, that oil they found on that land. And once again, the man came in there and started killing them off and taking their oil fortunes. I think that movie won a bunch of awards. Yeah. So wherever they went, hate followed them if the land was of any value. I'm 70% Native American. We get oil and gas royalty checks. Yeah. Think about how long it took to get that. You went from having a whole damn country at your disposal to bragging about a royalty check. All right. Killers of the Flower Moon. That's what it's called. And by the way, a lot of people die for you to get that royalty check. Part of Oklahoma is wasteland after oil industry left. Yeah. I guess 73%, 73, but looked it up. Those are the final numbers though. All right. Trump got a lot. Trump did good this election. I'm not gonna take it away from him. He had a good victory. It didn't hurt him at all that Biden, for all intents and purposes, and I'm gonna say this even leaning left, he sucked. His legacy is gonna be bad. He didn't talk to the American people. He stayed in the election too long. He gave the image of a frail old man, and by the time he stepped down, his successor didn't have enough time to run, and she wasn't that good either. So a lot of Trump's victory can be attributed to the liberals. It ain't Trump didn't run a perfect or flawless campaign. It's fraught with errors and bad stuff, but his competition was far worse, some would say. His competition was far worse. So he won. And we'll hopefully he'll do the good shit he said he's going to do and not the bad. Good luck with it, but hopefully that's what happens. My grandfather is half Blackfoot and he lives in Florida. Now he's a really nice man. He was a Marine, served in Korea. Cool. I never understood that. I tried to bring up a guest. I don't know what happened. Part of Oklahoma. I never understood that, how oppressed people fought for the country. Because my grandfather also fought in World War II, and he was, he came out. And when did it end? 1946, when Japan surrendered. He died hating. He was racist against the Japanese. He spent he lived to be like 90, almost, 80. He lived to be 80, and he never liked the Japanese because he fought him in war. But that's one of the things I never asked him, and I wish I could have asked him, is why? Why would you go fight a war knowing that when you come home, you're not free? The country you fought for is going to treat you like shit. I mean, obviously, any African American that fought in World War II and came home in the late 1940s, America was very unfriendly to African Americans back then. Like, kind of wonder, like, what would incentivize you to even want to go fight? Some of the countries you're actually fighting would treat you better if you just stayed there. Or some of the countries you're fighting for, rather. You're fighting to liberate France. They would treat you better if you just stayed there. You want to liberate France and then go back to America? I didn't know as much as I know now, but I would have certainly had that talk with him. Like, I would, because if I'm in World War II, the way the country, I'm going to try to defect. I don't want to be like that black dude who ran over and tried to stay in North Korea. That was dumb. But France, yeah. I mean, a lot of black GIs, for instance, fell in love with a French girl or whatever. You can't marry her and bring her back to the United States. They don't allow interracial marriage. So some of those folks stayed in Europe. Like I said, I don't know why the African Americans really even fought in that war. Like, you're fighting for a country that's gonna treat you like shit. Looking in the comments, during the Korean War, the North Koreans dropped pamphlets around black regiments that made them question why they were fighting for a racist country. And that's in the Korean War. So now we're in the 50s. Germany did the same thing. Germany also was using that as propaganda, telling blacks, like, we wouldn't treat you this. I think the Germans were lying about it, but they were saying, we ain't gonna treat you this bad. I mean, yeah, I don't understand it. I don't understand why a lot of African Americans did not try to defect and not come back. They fought with the hope it would get better. Wow. That could be. Jay, that's a good sentiment. That could be why African Americans are fighting on behalf of the war. Just like some of the immigrants right now join the U.S. military in hopes that they'll get citizenship or whatever. So could be. But if you're an African American or a person of color and you're fighting, and they won't even give you promotions in the military, what makes you think when this is over, things are gonna get better? You're fighting and saving their lives right now. This is as worse as it's going to get. Once you get back home and all things are equal, you think then they're gonna reward you? They won't even promote you now. So I don't know why they would have believed that. You can't. There's whole ranks that you will never get. Whole missions you cannot participate in. Vehicles you cannot drive. Schools you cannot attend. This is right now where they need you the most. Where they need you in Foxhole. You really think when they get back, they gonna treat you equal? All right. Good luck with that. Why don't you hang around Versailles with me a little bit, or let's go chill in Milan. Some nice looking chicks over there. You don't have to go back, you know. Look at it in the comments as usual. It's the usual gaslighting, Malcolm. Same old, same old. What's the gaslighting part? The 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, one of the most powerful African American regiments in the U. You know, there's a movie coming on Netflix, featuring some African American females that had to do mail or something like that. I can't think of the woman, but it's supposed to be on Netflix. Big movie coming out. It might be out this weekend, next weekend. I don't know. Anyhow, looking in the comments, why is that gaslighting? I'd like to know that. Tell me how that's gaslighting. Lovely. This is why it might be the end of the Democrat Party. They have not learned a thing. I'd like to know, MAGA, where you at? Where you at, MAGA Reacts? That's my boy there. Correct me on that. End of the Democrat Party. What say you?
I was talking with someone named Lovely. She was saying how, the usual, that Harris lost because of racism.
You heard me.
And I'm like, no, it's not that.
Yeah, you heard me. I've said clearly, I don't think her being black I don't think that was definitely near the top of why she lost. Now, her being black didn't help her, but I don't think it was why she lost.
Yeah, there's a long list, and the Democrats refuse to see that, and that's why I don't think any Democrat would have won. I mean, maybe one would be slick enough. If had Obama doing it, he might have been slick enough and speak good enough to persuade people to give Democrats one more chance.
I kind of agree with you. I think any Democrat would have had an uphill battle because Biden stayed in so damn long. Once Biden stayed in all the way till August, yeah, it would have been hard for any Democrat to win. I can't think of any Democrat because Obama can't run again. Well, Michelle Obama would have beat him. I think Michelle Obama would have beat him.
Yeah, Michelle could have done it.
Yeah, she would have beat him.
Although, it's one of those things where you never met your hero. She never actually ran, so we think she's going to be so good until she actually ran. But
good point.
Again, some people like that, a short election period might be better for them because you don't get time to see their bad side. Harris started out really strong. Her first month, she was unbeatable. We all thought Trump was doomed. But over time, we saw how bad of a debater she was. Not debater, but how bad she was in interviews and how she avoided the press like the plague.
Yeah. And see, I will say that if Biden had stepped down and the Democrats let's say the Democrats had a primary and Kamala Harris won, if she has a year and a half to run, those interviews, the answers she get to questions, that stuff will get better. She would learn. Just like Trump says something crazy, and I get on here and say this, and people can point to, well, he corrected that later on. She didn't have time to correct shit. Like Trump's statement about giving police immunity that I keep bringing up. That's a horrible thing. But people can point, well, on another interview, he corrected it and actually clarified it. She didn't have time for all that. So if she says something stupid, she's held accountable to it.
Because she avoided press. If she would have done more events and more things, by the time that would have became news, she could have had it overwritten by something else. Yeah, she did one event a day where he was doing 5 a day.
Yeah, but you're still talking about 100 days. Like Lovey says, the person you were talking to says, if I ran for 4 years, I could probably win too. I don't know about that, but Trump has been running for office since he came down the escalator in 2015. Once he became president, he continued holding rallies even during his presidency. Once he lost, he continued holding rallies, and he's been holding them ever since. So you got 100 days to go up against that?
But that also hurt him sometimes because some of his good points over time, that also works both ways. The bad stuff is forgotten, but also the good things is forgotten.
Give me an example. I don't know about that.
When he got pew-pewed in the ear, within a month that was forgotten, and it wasn't really, it wasn't on the news helping him like it should have.
Well, getting shot
You know?
shouldn't help you. Getting shot is getting
Come on,
shot.
he was a big time hero after that, getting up and staying fight, and how patriotic he looked, and but that was a crazy moment. And then not even a month later, somebody attempts it again, and that should anybody else that would have been an automatic win. Everybody thought it was an automatic win when it
Yeah,
happened.
they did. Yeah, you're right. People were like, I know he's going to win now. And people did think
Yeah,
that.
that should have been over right there, but they reset the board by switching to Harris. And over time, people saw how bad she was. I think less time would have helped her.
It's crazy
but,
how many folks think that assassination attempt was staged.
Yeah, it's crazy how it just became nothing. Like, there was so much going on that it became nothing after a month.
Well, I can see that though, Marguerite X. The fact is, Trump floods the zone with so many wild and controversial comments. You don't have time to focus that long on one of them because another one comes out. I mean, the Haitian migrants comment that I often bring up. Within 2 weeks, we was on to something else because he had said something else wild. He says a lot of crazy shit.
She could have done the same and only done good things, but he outworked her.
That is true.
She could have been out there saying one thing after another, doing one interview after another. She's younger, she's healthier, she's supposed to be
Well, he
smarter.
said he looks better than her, though.
Okay, that's what he thinks, but what do the people think? The media blew her up big time, but instead of keeping the momentum going, she iced it by avoiding media for 30 days, which I believe she had to because she just sucks. But if you believe she was perfect, like most Democrats say she is, she should have kept that fire going. But instead, she iced it.
Yeah, I definitely believe. Yeah, and I think you and I agree on all of this. I definitely believe though that if she had a longer time to run, she would have started presenting a better image. I mean, she would have got better. I don't think Tim Walz helped her out at all.
I think she would present the worst image, and she didn't use the time she had correctly. What makes you think more time would have been used correctly?
Because she would have been handlers and things like that would have been correcting her. Is why I say that.
No, those handlers were all Biden people. They were sabotaging her, from what I see. Then helping her.
You think that's what was happening? You think the liberals were deliberately sabotaging her to get Trump?
Not deliberately. It's just their way of thinking. It's the same reason I don't think that's why I think the Democratic Party's over. It's just their way of thinking is not adapting to the new world.
And you think that promising to give police immunity and some of these abortion men, you think that's adapting to the new world, putting Bibles in schools? You think the right is doing that?
No, those are mistakes. But like the Bible, okay, you're convoluting two things. The Bible in school thing, I think, is a mistake. But the police thing, I mean, you're making a way bigger point of it than even Trump did. I mean, he kind of said it to show that he's for cops, but it wasn't something that he kept repeating all the time. What he did repeat all the time is he going to be tough on crime.
I don't recall the Democrats. Wait. You said it's something he said to appeal to cops, but he didn't keep saying it all the time. I don't recall the Democrats constantly repeating defund the police at all either. But you made a big fuss. I don't think Biden has ever stated. Obama has never stated. Kamala Harris. I don't ever hear them running on defunding the police.
Well, 19 and 20, that's all they spoke about. I don't know about 24.
I didn't hear it. I heard Trump. I heard liberal detractors quoting Black Lives Matter protesters walking down the street, but actual politicians, I didn't hear nobody talking about defunding the police.
But they also didn't counter it by saying they support the police in any way, which Trump countered it by saying he'll give them immunity and he's pro-police. They didn't do anything to counter it either.
What if immunity means I'm not going to hold you accountable for bad actions? How is that supporting the police?
What do you mean? It's not hurting the police. It shows that you're on their side.
Yeah, right. Even if they do wrong, I'm on your side. I got your back.
It just shows that they're on it. Again, I don't want to go in this black hole with you because every time you bring it up,
because that black hole is deep. That one's deep.
I know, but even Trump didn't make a big deal out of it like this. He just said he's going to be tough on crime, which I said earlier. He cares more about security than anything. Most of his issues have always been security, including.
I don't know what being tough on crime has to do with immunity, though. To be honest with you.
Well, you just got to show your support for the police. Like, if the police feel like they're not going to get in trouble for for doing their job, they could do their job without being scared.
But then that's
And
what
that
you.
gives more
But
safety for everybody.
right, and you already know what I'm going to ask you next, which is what can they?
Let's just not go down this hole.
Yeah, because I want to know what can they not do now that he wants to give them immunity to be able to do, and he never explained that.
Let's assume it's nothing. It just shows that he's on their side. It's enough for them to do their job with confidence.
And you think that folks like me should just totally ignore it then?
Well, unless wait until there's actually some injustice happening, and then we could actually discuss it.
No. If I'm wait, Margarita. If I'm concerned about it, I don't wait. I avoid voting for him. I don't. If I'm concerned that you're doing something wrong, I don't wait until you're in office and hope it ain't as bad as I think. I vote away from you.
But aren't you concerned for your safety? Don't you want the world to be safer by having cops doing their job instead of being scared to do their job?
But then that's why I keep asking you, what about a policeman's job can they not do now that they need immunity to do?
I mean, even simple things like what that Danny did on the subway. If a cop did that, he would be on trial for it too. Hell, Danny probably got off because he wasn't a cop. If he was a cop, it would have been probably worse off for him.
Well, if a cop did what happened to that what was his name? Jordan, was it Jordan Neely? Yeah. If a cop, yeah, I would think the cop should be punished for that, because I mean people are already saying that Jordan, I mean that Daniel Penny was trained, but the cop really should know. 6 minutes.
Well, there you go. Why would a cop do his job if he's gonna have to be worry about going to court every time he does his job?
I think that if a cop screws up, or if we think a cop screws up, why not allow people to investigate it? I don't think you should just give them immunity, because to me that might incentivize some cops. So I'm gonna choke this motherfucker out. I'm gonna teach him. This is the same guy that jumped the turnstile last weekend, and he was on his spitting. I'm about to choke this motherfucker out. I ain't got nothing to worry about. That's why I don't favor that.
I agree with you. Like, if someone abused it, they should be investigated at the least. But at this point, it seems like they would automatically get tried. They should definitely be investigated, but you don't want them to feel like they're definitely get investigated, even if they do their job properly. And that's what they feel.
To me, the minute you start talking about, and then of course, in addition to them talking about giving them immunity, he said specifically.
But again, we're supposed to be talking about.
I'm trying, but you said I would, but you on some bullshit. I would normally go to that, but when you start talking about doing it in liberal cities, he didn't say he wanted to give police immunity to do their jobs. He said in liberal cities. So if you live in rural Alabama, your cops ain't gonna have immunity. Now I'm hearing people of color written all over that. So what else did you want to talk about?
It's always just the Democrats are not going to learn, because they're repeating all the same stuff that doesn't seem that they have learned anything from this election.
I ain't repeating nothing but what Trump is saying.